Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to a very special tournament. This is the last SVO tournament of the year and the penultimate tournament for the competitive circuit for the international players here. Of course, it's the Shadowverse Open 2025 Last Chance Qualifier. I'm your host, Ignatius. With me, as always, my handsome and dashing co-host, Different Fight. Hello.
Whoa. Already being gassed up first thing in the morning. Good morning, Igni. Good morning, everyone watching.
You got to start the day right. And, you know,
that's right.
It's an exciting day, too, because Chris, with this tournament, you know, previously on the Shadowverse Open qualifiers, we had the kickoff, which qualified you straight to World Grand Prix. But then we had 4 qualifier series tournaments, and that led to a qualifier finals that then qualifies to World Grand Prix. And then we're like, actually, one last chance. So if they win, whoever wins this, straight to Japan to compete in the World Grand Prix next month for the chance to win, you know, was it around $700,000 US? So there's a lot on the line here. And the players that are here today have already gone through multiple days of competition to come down to this top 8. But, you know, let's talk about the format here and actually get into it.
There's been a lot leading up to this, as you said. You know, there was the preliminary rounds, and then after that, they yesterday played through the entirety of the playoffs as well, and then now we are here at the top 8, which is going to be played in a best of 3 format with the same 2 decks that they brought from the very beginning of the tournament, which was last week with 0 bans, and now it's going to be single elimination. So if you lose, you're out. If you win, you advance until only 1 player remains, and that 1 player will join our remaining SVO reps in the World Grand Prix happening at the very end of December. I do believe we announced the dates for the World Grand Prix during the Grand Finals just last month. It kind of feels weird to say it's last month. It feels like it was just like a week ago or something. But
I know, right? Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. But we also have some prizing, not just the last qualifier for the World Grand Prix. There is some in-game prizing this time around as well.
Ooh, that's clean. That's clean. Right. So you get the emblem, and depending on your placement first, second, or third. You get a flare as well. If you rock up to ladder with this, people will be trembling in their boots. Also, maybe the Japanese players will be like, what is LCQ? I don't understand. But, that is fair. But yeah, they look really, really cool and super huge flex. I actually fought against Artify on ladder the other day, and he was second place in SVO, and he had the flare on. I was like, so
yeah,
it is
these are
intimidating,
so
let me tell you
nice.
that much. Yeah.
The fact that Worlds is also going to be offline is another really big bonus. On the Japanese side, they've been announcing a lot of the stuff you can do in the venue. There's like IRL park chests and stuff like that, and like
That's
just a bunch of goodies you can buy on site. So if you're qualified, or if you're able to attend, I think there's a lot to do. I don't know if there's going to be in-person spectating. In the past years, there usually
there's already tickets on sale, I believe, on the website as
Yeah.
well for people who want to get like the special merch and all that. So very, very cool stuff happening over in Japan next month. So
that's right. But before we go to Japan next month, we have one more player to send to Japan, and let's take a look at our bracket to see which players qualified to become one of those that gets to go to the World Grand Prix. So at the very top of the bracket, you might be not so familiar with this name, the Hyakupaku Hoshi, but it is Life, one of the goats of the original Shadowverse, the pro scene. He was especially really strong throughout 2023, topped, I feel like, almost every single month throughout the SVOs that time. Going to be going up against Kyonus, who is going to be coming back after almost qualifying to World Grand Prix 7 to 8 years ago. So this is going to be a showdown of two OGs. Their lineups are going to be Earthright Crest and Loot Puppet. So we're going to take a look at the decks as we go through the matches. And then the second matchup of the top bracket is going to be, Nanairo or Thorn. And this is their first tournament for Shadowverse in the first place. And they're going to be playing against Photon. And it's also their first tournament for Shadowverse as well. So we're going to have the showdown of the veterans versus the new blood. And I feel like we've been seeing this pattern quite a lot throughout all of the SVO so far, Iggy.
Yeah, I really think it's the through line throughout the entire circuit so far, a mix of, the old guard from Shadowverse Classic as well as new blood that came into it with Worlds Beyond. And honestly, that's like the best story you could have hoped for. Like, having still the consistent players from before, but also the fact that the game is attracting so many more people is a really, heartening sign. Speaking of, by the way, the same story on the bottom half of the bracket here, we have YWN Calby, who is famous in the SVO circles for being the biggest proponent of Chess Rune back in classic days, even before the Accelerate for Odin. If you're confused about what I'm talking about, the OGs know. Let them know in the chat. And then also up against Gian, a very storied player as well from Singapore, so another OG matchup there. And then we have Sweet Cow, which I don't find familiar. I think it's a new name. And then up against Sora from Team Twilight Knights. So a tough matchup there on the lower side of the bracket too. So yeah, lots of veterans here making their way through, and it's really their final chance here to make it to World Grand Prix. So whoever wins this can end up winning the entire thing at the end of the year. So lots of nerves, I imagine, but honestly, if anybody can handle it, I think it's some of the players here today.
That's for sure. I think we do have a lot of the old blood that is in here. We have a very high variety of deck representation. I think for those of you that are just kind of tuning in, you might have, I'm sure you're aware, but there is a brand new expansion since the grand finals that we had, featuring a lot of the Grand Blue fantasy characters. And it did shake up the meta a fair bit, and also feels like it strengthened some of the decks that we saw in the previous format quite a bit too. So you are going to be seeing some Loot Swords, you're going to be seeing some Crest Havens even after the nerfs, you're going to see some Mode Abysses. So some of the good decks from past expansions are still in here, but we do have some pretty good variety because I think almost, if not every player, has a different lineup today. So it's going to be very exciting to take a look at and see what they are bringing across the board.
That's right. And as we get ready here for our first matchup, I think we do have the deck list, so we can actually just go straight into it and talk about it right away. There it is, Hyakupaku Hoshi. Chris, I've been studying Japanese and actually read that. It made me feel pretty good. I'm not going to lie.
He is him. Progress.
Yeah. But of course, man of many names, Life, Kawi, etc. Just one of the best players in Shadowverse Classic, coming back at it again with the Earthright Runecraft. So quick rundown of how this deck works. It's basically a control deck where you're trying to make it so that you evolve a ton, so that you get the super Skybound art off of your Sandalphone, and then you have tons of damage with Sandalphone plus, the burn from Ars Magna from your Cagliostro, and whatever damage you can swing in with Lilanthem. I think this list is a little bit unusual, though. Only one Sandalphone. We even see a one of Anne and Greya teched in, even though it's not spell boost, just because it's a good tempo card. And 2 Odins also teched in. Interesting. So a pretty unusual technology for Earthright Rune here. Not the most typical list, but maybe that's what got him through the grueling rounds of Swiss, being able to take on any kind of deck. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, 100%. On the other side is Cresthaven. Definitely a deck that we are familiar with. Especially in the last season. There is, of course, one new card in addition, which is the Delafil Gleaming Gems 3-cost amulet that lets you choose a mode, either to destroy a random enemy follower or draw 2 cards. So helps you just find resources and pick up, cards that you need if you haven't drawn into your, of course, most importantly, your Marwyn. That's going to help you draw into that. But also, if you just need to clear off like one big target, especially into like Dragon and whatnot, I think it's a pretty good card because sometimes they just hide behind, Aura, and then you can't do anything about it or intimidate, and then that will clear out if that's the only target. But the main thing, of course, for this deck is that the Benizon got nerfed from being 2-cost to 4-cost, so now players are including the Luminous Sensor, which is a 2-cost amulet that engages for 1 to restore 4 defense to your leader. So it costs a little bit more in total, but you can commit it for 2 and then pay the 1 later and just kind of heal when you want. So Crest basically has kind of not seen too many changes, and it's still a good deck. He just kind of lacks the burst healing of 10 compared to what it used to be able to, which I think a lot of people would agree was quite a bit much.
I think also, Chris, you mentioned earlier something that I found really interesting is that they have to keep the same lineups that they played last week, right, during the prelims. But the meta has changed quite a bit just within the course of this past week. Some decks rose, some decks fell. So the players who were like thinking ahead and actually predicted where the meta would go, I think have a bit of an advantage. And honestly, going into this tournament, Cresthaven was a bit underrated. And then if you take a look at the stats from, our community gem, Schiff, the performance delta for Crest is just like overperforming compared to all expectations. So honestly, people were sleeping on Crest ever since the medicine nerf, but still great, and it's proven here with Kawhi's performance. He doesn't even need first seed. So there you go.
There you go. All right. Up next, let's take a look at his opponent. It's going to be Kyonus. And they have a very different lineup here as well. Both decks are going to be completely different. There we go. So coming in with Loot, Sword, and Puppet Portalcraft. So 2 decks that, we actually did see in the Grand Finals last month as well, but they have definitely changed form. Loot Sword, if you're wondering about the new inclusions, for the most part, it is the Zeta and Bea, a new 4-cost that is a 3/2 that summons a copy of itself when you play it. But if you play it for 6, it gives itself Bane, and the one that you summon Storm. So you get to trade into like a big ward and then still push 3 to potentially 6 face damage. And even if you don't play it for 6, you still get both of them with Rush. So it helps to kind of like clear some early boards and take care of other annoying targets. But otherwise, this deck just has a very clear path that it wants to do. Play your loot generators and then fuse them into your Sincero, and then have very explosive game-winning combos with the Sincero, and then topped up with the Albert or Ocrus's token spell or the Odin or the Ravening Tentacles, whatever you need for that extra bit of damage. But then Puppet Igni, I feel like, has gotten quite the big glow up going into this expansion.
100%, Chris. So we saw like you said, in Grand Finals, Puppet was one of the big winners there as well. And that's due to the buffs that recently happened with Puppet Cat as well as Zwei being particularly impactful in the mid game. But they also buffed Liam, but turns out you don't need him anymore because we got the new hotness, Beelzebub, from the new Skybound Dragons expansion. And Beelzebub is really interesting because it not only clears 2 bodies on your opponent's board, but it also makes your enemy leader take 1 more damage from all sources, meaning that your Orcus with Cat previously 12 damage potentially is now potentially 17. Which, that's really close to 20, Chris. I'm telling you that right now. So it gives Puppet way more reach. Because Puppet does damage through multiple sources, the amount of reach that Beelzebub extends is really, really high. And that lets you OTK, which is pretty cool. Another addition here, change to the list, I should say. We're running the one Wired Assault. It's just a hard removal that clears really tall bodies, good against Intimidates, like you said earlier, as well as just being able to clear tall bodies from loot, like Sincero, the 8-9 body, or taking out a Wilbert perhaps. And then very importantly as well, the re-edition of Sylvia, a set 1 card, I believe, which we haven't seen played in a long time. But Sylvia adds a lot to this deck because you're having this separate sort of game plan of setting up Beelzebub for a huge burst. The Sylvia can help you sustain into that by healing 4, which is really important against the more aggressive decks and the more chip damage based decks around. But it also is a tool that helps you draw cards to find your combo pieces like your Beelzebub in the mid game. So very, very cool. It's really interesting that they even cut Noah. They're like, we don't need it anymore because our puppets are doing so much damage anyway because of Beelzebub. So rather have the Sylvia. So definitely some changes in the list for Puppet. And with loot, like you said, just the Zeta Beta, and otherwise pretty much the same. So yeah, like you said, strong decks from the previous set, but also lots of interesting changes because of the new meta. There you go.
Yeah, and shout out to Lyria. She's definitely the GOAT in a lot of these decks. We're pulling a lot of your top end. It just kind of helps add the consistency factor to a lot of decks, but it's gonna be interesting to see. Both decks are big contenders right now in this current format, and we're curious to see if Kyonus can have a good showing against Life, because Life, has been performing quite well. Did have a qualification in one of our past qualifiers as well, if I'm not mistaken. I do need to go through and check real quick on which one it was, because I know Gian is a repeat because they got top 8 in qualifier 3, and I'm pretty sure Live also I remember the Japanese community very much like reacting to the name Hyakupaku Hoshi. Wasn't it qualifier 2?
Yeah, I believe Life has definitely been playing throughout the year, right? And also Life is to be fair, he's also quite active in the Japanese community as far as I am aware. Like he's
qualifier 1. Sorry, he lost to Tempest in qualifier 1.
Yeah. So he's definitely trying to make the run back.
Life versus Kyonus, both players are in. We're gonna see the Crest Haven versus Loot Sword for game 1.
Now, in this matchup, Loot Sword does have a lot of burst potential, and the Crest Haven, as we mentioned previously, doesn't have access to 2 play point Benison anymore. I am a little worried maybe the sensor isn't enough for Kyonus to heal out of Sincero range.
Yeah, especially with this more aggressive start that we see here for Life. Having the Quick Blader pick up Devotee for turn 2, returning Slash. I think the annoying thing is when they put down the Grimnir and then you don't have an easy answer into it. So technically, returning Slash and then the Blade will take care of that if necessary.
Could also Devotee into Boots to take care of Grimnir as well. So you've got options. I think what Life is sort of upset about at this juncture, if he is upset about anything, is like the lack of Octress. Like having Octress in the early game really changes the smoothness of your entire game plan, because if you can get Octress in the early game, then you have the potential of even getting 2 Octress spells, right? And that just means that you have it in the bag. Oh, sorry. We got the cameras mixed up there for a second. Yeah, Life is the Haven player. Yeah. And Kyonus is the Loot player. Yeah.
All right, well now Life just debating on whether to commit the second Serene Sanctuary to get more draw power. You do get to kind of split when you want to make these draws if you commit the extra play point. So if you do let both proc at the same time, then you get pretty close to overdrawing. But this does give a pretty nice aggressive start to Kyonus.
If he just slams Grimnir here, he doesn't overdraw next turn, right? Because it's 4 from the Sanctuaries and then 1 from Natural, so you're up to 9. So it's still fine.
Yeah.
I think Grimnir is probably still just the best play here. Get the Crest up early. And we mentioned this in the previous set as well, but I think it was you who brought it up, that the Crest order does matter. Like, you want Grimnir out as fast as possible so that it doesn't interfere with your, Marwyn sequencing as well. So, yeah, just get the Grimnir out here. I think it's probably just the best way to do it.
Yeah, I think Devotee is because the crest expires and you don't have Marwyn yet in hand, you'd optimally want to put it down if you've already confirmed the Marwyn, and that way you know that you'll still get damage off of the crest count, even if you don't. If you're tuning in for the first time, the Haven deck, the way it works is that it stacks crests into your crest zone, and then all of those have different effects. So the DOT, for example, lets you heal 1 at the end of turn if you didn't attack. The Congregant lets you search a 4 defense follower from your deck at random if you didn't attack this turn. And so they all have different effects that, you know, a lot of them do have things that happen when you didn't attack, but then you have some generic ones like Grimnir that just says if you have a Super Evolved follower, deal 2 damage to all enemy followers. But the thing that puts that all together is Marwyn, who basically says that for each crest you have, if you didn't attack that turn, you deal that as much damage as you have crest to your opponent, and then it starts with the followers and then it goes to face. So if they don't have any followers, all the damage goes to their leader, but if they do, then it goes through the order of the oldest follower that came into play. So in this case, it would be like a quick player here.
Yeah, and the strength of Crest is that it gets to spend all of its play points, all of its resources clearing board, because it gets the free damage from the Marwyn Crest anyway. I will say, very interesting for Life to play the Gilnelise on turn 3. I think probably what he's thinking is that, okay, Gilnelise, usually you need it to recover the health back from the chip damage from Quick Later, Zeta Bea, etc. But if I just prevent the 2 damage from the Devotee anyway, it's essentially the same. Like, preventing damage and healing is functionally the same, so that makes sense. And I wonder if he's just looking for a more clean opportunity to play the Grimnir later. But, you know, and also putting this is pretty cool now. Putting the Gilnelise behind the ward means that potentially it can evolve next turn if Kyonus doesn't have a clean answer.
It's going to come down though, and that definitely will be a clean answer, as you not just get the crest, but you also get the unevolved blade and necklace to your hand as well. And now we have all 4 different types of loot cards in hand. The way Sincero works is that for each different used loot card or loot token spell, he will do 1 extra damage when he comes into play to all enemies. And so that effect activates both on Fanfare and when you super evolve. So that can go up to a total of 8 damage just from 1 card alone. And if any follower survives on top of that, you can attack into them, and that will still do 1 more damage from the super evolve attack as well. And then the Octress Crest that you see here too, that basically is going to count down to 0, and once it does, it's going to add a spell to the hand that will deal 4 damage to the enemy. And it's the same logic as Marwyn, where if they don't have any followers, all 4 damage will go to face. So you can do an easy 12 damage combo with Sincero, and technically add more to it if you have extra copies of the blade that can technically do 1 damage to any enemy as well. It can be the follower or the face as well.
And that's why Zeta Bea was such a good addition to the deck, right? Because it shores up their weakness in the early game and then gives them additional push in the mid game while dealing with enemy ward, and that just makes, you know, your Sincero's job easier.
There's a namesake of the deck Marwyn picked up here as well, finally. Going to be overdrawing, so it's really important that the Marwyn was picked up there and wasn't a different 4 defense follower, because otherwise the chance of overdrawing one of your 3 Marwyns is definitely not a risk you should be willing to take. And here on the other side for Kyonus is going to be the Zeta Bea U-card debut, coming in here with 5 damage to face while taking care of the board. And then Sincero is just going to keep the hand under control here with these fuses.
It's looking a little scary for Kawi/Life at the current moment. Milling Sensor is also not amazing. You do need the heal against this deck, because otherwise you're at the mercy of Sincero 12 damage or Albert 12 damage, right? So without much form of healing and no way to activate the Temple of Repose in any, you know, meaningful turn soon either. And it's also really awkward here because he didn't commit the Grimnir early. If he wants to Marwyn now, his Marwyn will always forever be before the Grimnir Crest, which, as we mentioned earlier, is a consideration, and it just caps your damage by a lot. So, like, you would have wanted to play the Grimnir before the Marwyn, but now you might not have a choice, because the Marwyn is the cleanest answer to this 5/4 with the Torrent of Despair, right? Tough situation for Kawi.
There's a world where you could theoretically you could play out your Grimnir, but it doesn't really, you know, it's not a clean answer.
Yeah.
I think the Marwyn is indeed going to be the case, and then Grimnir this game is not going to be contributing as much. I do think you likely want to be swinging into the 1/1 here before using the Torrent, Okay, well, it's going to be the other way around here then. Marwin is going to go down to 1 defense.
So the 50-50 was important there. Like, if it hit the 5-4, obviously, it would have done 2 face damage that turn, but unlucky for life there. Or, I guess to not confuse the viewer, I will just refer to him as Hyakupaku Hoshi. But yeah, it's tough 50-50. And also, like I said, like, not committing the Grimnir in the early game means that, like, it's kind of a dead card now, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true. See here, it's going to be... Super Wolf is active, but we don't have these Sinceros yet at their full power. This one does have 2 cards fused already, so now let's see if we're going to just set up the 4. This also means that if you split, you can technically fuse all 4 at once, but splitting the fuses up across the turns means that the Octress crest gets its discount, throughout every turn that you use the fuse. And so therefore that also helps to add it to hand a little bit faster. So this way, next turn we can already have it in the hand, and then it's just going to be able to have that 12 damage combo already set up. And if you look at Life's defense, exactly 12.
Okay, the Rodeo pickup is actually pretty big. It pulls Sensor, right? No, well, you can't activate Sensor. Sensor costs 1 to
it costs 1
proc, right? Ooh, that's tough. And the Rodeo also might pull Temple of Repose, but with only 3 crests, you can't pop the Temple right away either. Because the Temple says engage, reduce the countdown of this amulet by the amount of crests you have, and it's countdown 4, so can't do that as an option either. This is looking a little dire for our young hero.
You could play Devotee or Grimnir and then Temple, or you can play Grimnir, Temple, super the Grimnir. He'll do the, I guess, little bit of extra damage, but
is that the best play? It doesn't feel amazing though. You go down to, I mean, I guess it. But if Hyakupaku Hoshi has been keeping track of Kyonus' hand, he should know there's a blade, right? Because that's public knowledge. So yes, the damage shield from the Temple might not end up being as relevant as we'd have liked as well. But it looks like it is going to be the play that you outlined here.
There it is. The 2 heal is also pretty important as well.
And now, as you can see here, the Marwin damage goes first and then the Grimnir damage because of the crest ordering, which is really unfortunate.
All right, healed up to 15 thanks to the crest. So now, technically safe. Even with the blade, they'd have to cash in the extra play points. You use the blade here, which means that after drawing into the Albert, you might want to be keeping that extra play point for another turn. So I do think since you already have 2 Sinceros that you're feeding up here, you can essentially cash in 1 here, and then just cash in the second plus the Remnant on the next turn. Or if they don't set up, wards of that are bigger than 3 defense, then you can also technically just go for the Albert as well.
Yeah, we didn't see Wilbert from Hyakupaku as well. And I think he only runs 2, which, may have contributed to not seeing it this game.
There is the big damage combo, down to 7 defense. Remnant in hand, that's another 4 damage confirmed, and then this Sincero, I think, has 1 fuse right now, but technically it is public knowledge because I do think Kyonus, having fused to that earlier, together with this current Sincero in the same turn, gave that information to Hyakupaku, and now we can see how the setup is gonna happen here for Hyakupaku. I think Rodeo is an option. You do get to heal with the extra play point that you have now. Shining Disenchantment also picked up, but not enough, unfortunately, to take out the Sincero on the board, even though the heal would be very much appreciated. I do think Rodeo likely going to be the play.
And we already saw both Serene Sanks out, so Rodeo is guaranteed to pull Censor, Dose of Holiness. Oh no, it might not. Oh no, he only has 1 repose, so Rodeo can't pull repose anymore, right? It would be De La Feel, Dose of Holiness, Censor, which is not enough to get out of range, so I don't think...
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, he just has to do this, and this is a really awkward play here. Yeah.
So much for negotiation.
Right.
This does put a ward in the way of Owlbear, which is fair.
Oh, I like your rhyme, sir.
I did that, wasn't even intentional.
That being said, though, while Albert does not clear this, you still have you can kind of just take an extra turn. I mean, you can just Odin go face, save your evolve point, and then
100%.
Back that up next turn with a very
You Odin Remnant. Yep.
Yeah, with a very
Next
good
turn-
combo, because next turn you still have the extra play point. You could technically Albert Gilded Boots for some ridiculous damage.
Yeah,
or,
14.
Yeah, where you just Sincero with the boots, and then that's also going to be, just use the boots and you have another, like, the last bit of damage ready. That's the biggest thing right now for Haven, is that it no longer has the easy heal 20 on demand that it used to have, and it's a pretty big debuff, honestly, because especially in these long games, that is where that card really shone.
I mean, it's tough in this matchup in particular, just because there's so much massive burst, right, from the Loot Sword. You got 12 damage Sincero combos, you got 12 damage Albert combos, you even get, like, the 5 here and there from Zeta Bea. You don't got that benefit anymore, and the sensor is expensive. Three play points, effectively, for a 4 heal compared to 2 play points for a 10 heal. That's not what you want to be doing, right? So, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, this is looking to be heal up first and pray. As long as your wards are more than 3 defense, it gives you a chance at least.
I guess you just play Devotee here then? It's a 50-50
Try to
chance
hit
to
the
get 2
50-50.
wards here. Yeah.
Let's see it.
Unlucky.
Ooh, whiffs the 50-50.
Is that curtains? That's the Sincero. Is that, I think, double fuse at the moment?
You can Albert Quick Blader with the extra play point. And
Oh
then
yeah,
the
that'll do it.
Quick
That'll
Blader
do it.
just
That'll do it.
clears
Yeah,
out
100%, 100%,
the ward,
100%. Yeah,
and you
yeah,
have the damage. Looks like game 1 is going to be going to Kyonus here after a very nice and meticulous game plan, balancing the loot tokens with the Sinceros and finding that closing damage with the Albert. Kyonus is going to take game 1 and become one step closer to securing the last chance qualifier spot.
So does that mean that 50-50 at the end mattered? I don't think it really mattered, because he already had a second Sincero that was already at least a 2 fuse. So I don't think it actually mattered that much. Yeah. So yeah, tougher Hyaku Paku for
I think
sure.
it would have mattered, because
Was it?
if you had both at ward, then if both were wards and they both survive with 1 defense, you only have 1 quick blader to actually answer one of the wards, right?
But he still had a super, right? So he could have just played Sincero that turn on 3 fuse.
In
I
that
think.
sense,
Yeah.
yeah. But I think the Sincero only had 1 fuse on it, no?
Oh, did it only have 1? Then if
Maybe
he
it was
fused
2, but I think it was only 1 at the time, and it would have gone to 2 with
the
it would have
boot
gone to 2 with
fuse.
the boots, right?
So that was only been 4 plus 1 damage, so 5 damage that turn. Yeah, that might have actually mattered.
Yeah, I think it did actually matter. All right. Well,
We actually
that
do
too
see
is Shadowverse.
Hyaku sees his Wilbert this turn. So I mean this game, which is good. He only runs 2 of them, which I think is a little unusual. What do you think about that ratio? Honestly, it makes me a little nervous.
I do feel like, especially going second, Wilbert is so good on curve, because it also means that you can extra play point into it before they have a chance to play the Odin, and so that gives you that edge. Going first, I think it's a little bit weak, because they can extra play point into an Odin to answer it. So that's like the only thing that's kind of leaves a bit to be desired. There's also a new card we haven't talked about yet, Gran and Jita. Of course, the protagonists of Grand Blue Fantasy are very powerful in Worlds Beyond, as well as a 3/2 4-cost body that also lets you either add 2 followers to hand or deal 5 damage randomly to an enemy follower. But if you have achieved the Skybound art, which is the keyword of this expansion, it basically means that if either enough turns have passed, or if you've evolved enough times, which is 10, then you get to evolve it for free, which is so strong, because having 5 damage to something and then evolve and another 5 body to swing into something helps clear a lot of targets, and the 5 random damage also can take out Intimidate followers at the same time, or if you need to find your parts, then you can just search for 2 followers. And so Gran, Jita, together with Lyria, are just MVPs of tutoring, basically, in Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. And, Lyria, here she's just a 1/1 body with a barrier, but if you play her for 8, he searches out for a 7 cost or greater follower from your deck, which is very, very key. And we see here Puppet playing very well into this matchup, where you just go very wide and then essentially just put pressure on them, so that on their Morrowind turn, they don't get to do a full clear, and then you get to snowball from that pretty easily, as long as you have the right hand.
I want to say, just a 1/1 body with barrier, maybe so, may seem innocuous, may seem innocent, but You know how many puppet games I've won just by evolving her and going face, and they can't remove it on time? Like, that barrier matters a lot, really. And it's kind of cool to see thematically, right? Like, Gran and Jita and Lyria being relevant in this set, which is nice. I will also say, if you play it in the English voice lines, when Gran and Jita attack, Gran says, "Eat boot," which is a pretty good reference to Versus Rising, which I like. So there you go.
It doesn't, the way the cameras are zoomed in when we cast don't really show it, but this whole time, ever since Worlds, even before Worlds Beyond came out, I've always had a Gran Blue Versus Rising wall scroll on my wall. So you could say we saw it coming.
He's got the Tims on. That's all I gotta say about it.
He do got the Tims
on. Ooh, you know what? Maybe Kyonus is better man than me. If I saw this board state, I would have just evolved the Lyria and went face.
Let's go. Ooh, but what's
this is exactly what
this Wilbert's safe.
No, because he get the play point refreshes. He can just coin he can extra play point into Odin here.
You're so right. I already did.
And go straight to the dome.
True. I've been playing too much Dragon. Sometimes it's like I'll be at 8 play points. It's like, wait, what do you mean I can't super evolve yet?
Exactly. I agree.
Agreed.
But yeah,
right,
there comes the Odin.
The answer is the Wilbert. This is the sad part. Having the crest up is good enough, and at least this time around, the Grimnir came in the right sequence, so it will be contributing to clearing boards now, unlike last game.
I thought you were going to say the sad part of tournament mode is that you can't use the Oguri cap altar. I legitimately thought that's what you were going to say.
No Oguri cap. My puppets, they look...
They don't have a frog on it?
Yeah, dude. No frog. No horse. I'm trying to go to the zoo, but I think I'll be shackled up.
It's a weird zoo. 2 exhibits. Frog, horse.
That's all we got, I'm afraid.
I'm gonna quickly go out of business, I think.
I would visit that zoo.
Do you sink a super here just for the clear? Honestly? I mean...
You're one off otherwise. Sinking it does mean that you get 3 damage into face. So that's also, I think, pretty decent.
I think my consideration is that you're also so low on health already, right? Like, you kind of need to be clearing these boards and not letting them stick. Because, like, what if they just land another Odin next turn? Or, you know, the turn after the Orcus comes out? Like, you got to be clearing these boards, I think.
Yeah. The one good thing is that because you force them to commit the extra play point for the Odin, that means that you don't have to worry about early Orcus, and most importantly, you don't have to worry about early Beelzebub. So they're going to have to play obedient and just play their cards for their specified play point costs.
Got to be a little slower. But that's the strength of the new puppet build, is that you can afford to get a little slower because of the Beelzebub getting that damage output. But all right, let's see what the Yudi pulls first. There's actually not really a great answer. Ooh, okay. There's a medical grade in hand, so with Puppet, Yudi, medical grade into enhanced, you can full clear here.
Yes.
I think that's the route.
We do get the full clear, and then next turn we do have the first Orcus. The only downside is that the Orcus does not actually have any puppets in hand to play together, so you might want to be holding that for another turn. In which case, we might go for Lyria first to see what that pulls, and then kind of build from there.
I think that's my line as well. I think you Lyria next turn, and you save the Orcus for after you land at least 1 Beelzebub. Probably is the idea, right?
Also the Puppet Cat, too. It's like that gives you such a buff puppet. In case you don't know, if you have a Super Evolve follower in play when you play the Puppet Cat, it gives you a 4/1 puppet to hand. So with Orcus, that's Orcus plus Beelzebub buff. Beelzebub. You get a 5 attack off of 1 0 cost card, which is pretty good.
And it's really strong too with the Puppet Cat because it used to be a 2 play point card that didn't have Rush, but now you can weave it in so easily with your other pieces.
It's a good boy right there.
Puppet Cat.
Man, on the live side though, this is not having that panic healing really is quite the big debuff. I think we're seeing it in action in these 2 games in particular.
But he can get the sensor with Rodeo, though. That's what I was going to say. Sorry, I'll start interrupting you there. But yeah, I think the Rodeo is going to be the play just to get the sensor and potentially even the repos. Yep. And that will heal him up to with Supplicant, Pop, everything back to 19 with a barrier. Or do you save the barrier for after the super is out? I think you do.
Looks like we're saving it. Also saving the destruction from the Dillafield as well, of course. You reserve that for Beelzebub incoming.
Ooh,
Odin pickup is pretty good. That's your 7 play point play potentially.
I think you just
Helps
take out the
to-
rodeo. Don't even bother with the repos that much because the repos barrier isn't super impactful right now because you still have both supers, right?
Exactly.
So the super ping from trade will just take out the barrier regardless. So I think you just take out the 8/8 here and don't worry about the temple.
Yeah, I do think you found arguably the best possible target you could ask for off of this Lyria. This is really her strength. Cashing in one of the supers here, try to equalize the damage that was just healed back. Also expecting, of course, additional heals to come through here down the line as well. Ooh, another
If-
sensor picked up.
I was just thinking he puts him down to 10. If oh my goodness, I wish his name was Life on the screen so that I could refer to him as Life instead of Hyaku Paku Hoshi. If Hyaku Paku pops the repos up to 12, 13, it is safe from Orcus Puppet Cat range, right? So I think Kyonus will just have to land the Beelzebub next turn, is the idea.
Yeah, I think you want to land the Beelzebub regardless next turn. Just to turn on the Beelzebub buff. But yeah, I think at this point you want to just get your 5th crest in. Oh, we're gonna just
Nice
go for
hit.
torrent. Double torrent sensor.
Oh, wow. Very defensive.
Okay, well,
But I like it.
Devo is going to be sticking around for a very long time here in terms of the crest. 6 whole turns, and finally the damage has flipped upside down for the first time in Life's favor.
And I was gonna just say, they changed the name to Life.
Yeah.
Thank you, production.
Thank you, production.
Life has the De La Fille amulet, which, by the way, I revealed. Pog you.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say Life looking a little low on hand, but remember that the De La Fille can just draw 2 like off the rip, so not bad either in that sense.
Mm.
And
That is
Life
true.
is going to be pushing a lot of damage next turn anyway, because if this turn for Kyonus is just Beelzebub, super easy clear with the Congregant, and then you just Shining, and then you win. So if Kyonus plays Beelzebub,
It could be GG's.
it could be GG's. Although the UD would heal 1, so it would be 1 off, technically. But almost there.
Almost there.
Yeah.
Getting close. Yeah, I think.
This is risky.
but
And
actually,
you
if
know
it's
that the De La
just-
Fille is hard removal. So pretty much a stiff breeze would take out.
Gunleys?
There's the second disenchantment. That's lethal, right?
Oh.
Pop De La
Yeah.
Fille.
Dillafield Destruction.
Disenchantment,
for 8
all
damage.
face.
Yep, that's it. We got ourselves a game 3 right off the bat, as Life is gonna be able to heal and deal damage all the way to a game 3.
Massive top there. If it wasn't the disenchantment, he would have had 9 damage there. But
Honestly, would
honestly,
have also done it because you could technically do the same thing, where you just do the DLF amulet destroy, and then you still have the 5 damage from Gilmilly's token spell. Oh, but no, because Kyonus wasn't on 10 play points yet. So never mind.
yeah, he wouldn't be able to. And also, I think that top didn't really matter that much though, because Life was in a really good position with repo setup. So even if it was an Orcus to turn after, he still would have lived. I think so. Yeah, not bad. But in the end, did get the nice card off the top to win that game. And now we're gonna see what I think is one of the most consistent decks in the expansion. It's Earthright Runecrafts. Who would have thunk it, right? Like, after all these years of spell boost, I mean, all these years, he's only been out for less than a year. After all these months of spell boost dominance, Earthright ended up being the big winner of this set because of the several new cards. We have, of course, Sandalphon, the neutral win condition, which works really well with Edelweiss and Granagita, but also Mirail and the other guy, the two cards in one card. I always just refer to them as Mirail. But yeah, that gets you such a huge board and free evolves in the mid game. So yeah, this deck ended up being really, really strong. But Life's version is like I said, a bit teched out here with 2 Odins and 1 Anangrea. What do you think of those techs, Chris?
Yeah, the Anangrea, I think, is something that I saw the Japanese side talk a little bit about in terms of the text that this deck can play, because they're already playing the one Valharia. So Gian and Gray is also an inclusion just to kind of give you a bit of that mid game. Because you already have a lot of ways to put on pressure. Like you have Mirail and Reset. They both give you, not just the balls, but they eat your Earth Rights. Which sometimes, depending on how you had your early setup, is not the best, because in terms of those like early to mid game Earthright consumers, you have Edelweiss that also eats the same amount, and also gives you the free evolve. So in those cases, I feel like Anand Greg gives you ways to deal with the board without consuming your Earthrights, and then that way it doesn't disrupt your little Anthem in the late game. But for those of you that are watching an Earthright game for the very first time, the way that this deck works is that you stack up the literally stacks of Earth Sigils that you see there at the middle of the bottom side of the board, and then you essentially use those to pay for costs of different card effects. For example, the glowing yellow Edelweiss says that when you play her, you can eat 2 of those Earthright stacks, and she will evolve without using an evolve point. And then when she does evolve, not related to Earthright stacks, deals 4 damage to a random enemy follower and recovers 2 play points. So you get to essentially, convert your resources into damage and board clear, and then we're going to see a full board clear thanks to that. The one thing I really want to say about Earthright in the current expansion is that I do feel like, depending on who uses the deck goes from like tier 75 to tier 1, because I feel like someone that really understands the deck and the sort of function of the cards, especially things like Norman. I think the modes that you commit with Norman, depending on the matchup, which cards you keep in the mulligan depending on the matchup, and also like how you sort of like pace out the game, whether you commit the Lil Anthem or not, things like that are very matchup dependent. And so someone that's really gotten in deep with Earthright in the current expansion, I think has very good potential of doing well as well. Where someone like, even in my own experience, just kind of trying to tinker with the deck here and there and trying to figure out the lines while not really focusing too much on what the opponent is playing, I feel like that the deck doesn't feel as strong in those cases. So I feel like for those, looking to pick up Earthright, I really recommend just kind of like putting your head down and studying the deck. And, not everyone, sometimes you come to play a game to relax and enjoy yourself, but so you might not feel very motivated being told to go study and learn, but I feel like with Earthright, it really does reward that commitment.
I also think, with card games, that's part of the fun. So.
Exactly.
And also, thank you, Chris, for complimenting me so thoroughly, because I've been playing Earthright, and I got to GM3 with it with like an 8-win streak here, 7-win streak there. So, I love the deck. It's really strong. What I wanted to say was, to your earlier point, Ann and Gray not consuming stacks is really important, because I think Norman really important in the mirror and in most matchups in general. And we saw earlier on Live's last turn, they played the extra play point into clicking the engage on the stack to just add 1 stack. And you might think extra play point just for a +1 stack, that's crazy, but it lines up really well this game, because like you see here, turn 5 Mirail Reset, and then turn 6 you have the 2 stacks for the Norman potentially. So just giving yourself all the options you need, I think, which is really good for life here.
Yeah, and this Norman is going to be quite strong as well. The only thing is that you will run out of stacks if you commit all the way to the evolve. And then
I think that's okay, because you do
is
have
it okay?
Like,
this is where, to me, things feel a bit risky at this point of the game when I'm playing the deck. I'm like,
well, you have the enchanting for the turn after. I think it's important to get the Norman down before they can Orcus it, because if you play the Norman after they're able to Orcus, the barrier doesn't matter anymore, because the Orcus just gets rid of it with the Bane puppets. So I think if you're gonna play Norman, it has to be this turn before Orcus becomes a factor. But then, of course, the Sylvia that people have been using these days ends up countering the Norman so perfectly, and we see why this set 1 card has made such a comeback.
Exactly. Being able to clear a barrier without having to worry about extra attacks or extra damage pings is very huge, and especially like looking at the swing in tempo here, now Life doesn't have any Earth Sigils, and that just changes everything.
I think the one silver lining, I suppose, is that that's a super that's not going into an Orcus. That's a super that's not going into an Odin. So
True.
that is a resource that Kyonus has used just to play reactively. But I think it was worth it. And now Life is in a bit of an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, for Life, I guess here Enchanter is a way, but you have to, you know, commit the Super Evolve there. I feel like Greninja would be a lot more attractive as an option. But
Maybe we apprentice first to see what we get off the top.
That's
It
true.
also adds 1 stack, and then you can engage the stack to play Edelweiss afterwards. Oh, we're going for the Greninja instead, though. Let's see.
For the draw.
Oh, drawing
Actually,
that
Enchanter?
Ryo is pretty big.
Yeah, that's true. That's going to give you board clear into the Orcus board, which is very, very annoying. Oh, commit the super as well.
Interesting. This is 2 big threats before their Beelzebub turn. So if they do play Orcus, they would have to commit at least either the Lloyd or an Enhance to clearing full. So that's less damage going face, but it's still kind of a tricky situation for life here. Not a whole lot of healing currently in hand.
It will be over.
This is a pretty
Greninja is
slow
available.
play.
Greninja with your full hand is basically a pretty easy commit here, because you get to just do the 5 damage and then still have a pretty healthy board. Not too bad.
Does life need to sink a super into Gilneys just to heal out of range? I think that might have to happen. Another option is that Penelope can super to heal 2 and add stack. And then you just try and stabilize with Ars Magna from Cagliostro afterwards. But I think the Gilneys might be necessary. It's looking a little dicey.
Yeah, I guess the good thing is that you do have so much free evolves in this deck that you can kind of live with just cashing out all of your evolve points quite early, and then trying, you know, once your opponent's evolve points are exhausted and they don't have any ways to evolve,
That's true.
your deck is built upon having free evolve, so you're not as disadvantaged in that scenario.
Yeah, and you're not really saving your super for Lanthem in this matchup anyway, because Lanthem just gets free cleared by a Bane Puppet anyway, so
Yeah,
I guess you're not feeling as bad about spending your supers versus this matchup in particular.
you think that might be the case? Igni Gilney's coming down.
Yeah, it has to be, because you're getting really dangerously close to Puppet Cat range, right, with Orcus, and then especially if they have a Beelzebub in the back, which we know they do. So this puts them to 3 play points, so then you Penelope and engage, right? Get back to 3 stack.
Yep. 3
Okay.
stack, and the heal, of course, from the Sandalphon Crest does give you 1 heal to all allies at the end of turn, or a set specific number of turns.
But here's
Beelzebub
Bobby.
can apply that deals a debuff, but does not evolve to do the final clear. That is actually fairly big, I think, in
These
terms of
Ryos
just
are
having
so bad
stats on
right
board.
now. Ooh, sending the Sandal back.
Okay, there's only 1 copy in the deck, so that will get invoked again next turn.
And it gets invoked at the start of the turn, right? So you would get the crest again.
Yeah,
Oh,
perfectly recycling that.
that's pretty heads up. Cagliostro is at 13, so not quite at the 15 that you need for the persistent crest. But is there another cleaner option to clear this? Because Cagliostro plus Ars Magna is able to clear the Beelzebub without committing any other resources.
Yeah, Edelweiss does also technically... I mean, Edelweiss Enchanting Perfumer does give you the clear too, no? Because you'd have to swing the Edelweiss in.
Yeah,
which
you
isn't
would
the
have
best,
to.
but it's not the end of the world either. Otherwise, this way you get to keep Cagliostro for next turn to get the crest for the rest of the game.
I think also very importantly, spells for Ryo are available next turn. Picked up that Sage Light, right? So that is actually a
True, yeah.
potential to clear an Orcus board here. And if you guys didn't know, what Ryo's effect is that he changes a random spell into your hand into a 0-cost Ursat's Elimination, which clears the entire enemy board, but it makes your hand cost more. But then, Ryo also reduces the cost of your followers in your deck by 3. So even though your hand costs more, every draw you get is suddenly a power play, which is pretty sick. But he is kind of a dead card if you don't have a spell in hand to transform, because then he's just a stat stick for that turn. So not having a spell is really important. But this time around, we do have the Sage Light for that option.
I do also feel like this Odin in hand has been kind of losing value as the game's been progressing, because when Life was on very low defense. It was one of those cards that can just quickly, you know, close things out. But now the triple Odin in hand is like, all right, well, this is a source of removal and 4 damage a time, but that's my only big play for the turn. It's like, oh, am I really that happy about it?
Yeah, right.
Now Cagliostro is ready with the Super Evolve or not the Super Evolve, the Super
Skybound.
Skybound art, SSGA.
Right.
So of course, if you've, you know, reached turn 15 or you've evolved enough times to push that count to 15, then you get to activate the Super Skybound art, which of course is going to give you the crest of Cagliostro that gives you the Ars Magna token spell every single turn in exchange for some Earth Sigils.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty clean. You can just trade this Sage Light for heal, I would imagine. Get yourself out of range.
Amazing.
I do think that's going to be like the case here. Sage Light heal. Yep,
You
that's
can
gonna be the case.
yeah, and then you save the Ars Magna for next turn because if you stockpile a bunch of Ars Magnas, you can combo it with Sandalphon, like 4 Ars Magnas plus Sandal is like such a huge swing. So
Yeah, right.
yeah. This is good, and also this leaves a spell in your hand as well, which is nice if you need Tarayo.
Don't miss.
Yeah. Here comes another Odin number 2 here.
This is a Gilnelly
Commit
sync
the
for
evolve.
sure.
Begs for me.
Gilnelly's buff as well for 8 damage, really trying to equalize things here. Kyonus.
Yeah, I think as
Both
soon as
players.
Kyonus saw that they both had 10 play points, they're like, okay, Gilnelly's has to come in because I need that sweetness for a little bit of burn because it seems like they're going to be healing a lot. Like, Kyonus saw Life toss back Sandal just to get the crest back, so he's like, okay, this guy's going to be trying to heal as much as possible. I got to make sure I have enough chip.
Yeah, chip he's going to be able to do quite a lot of. Now it's coming down to the fact that with no more Super Evolves left, that means there's no burst healing available now either. All that you have is the Sage Light, which we don't currently have in hand. And the best thing you can do here is, I mean, technically clearing this board is not that hard. The Rail Rosette is going to give you 2 evolved bodies, which you can easily trade one in and then use the Ars Magna for the H2 Odin. Getting the heal from the Ars Magna is also quite important here as well, and that's going to stack up over time. Back up to 14, just barely hanging in there.
Yeah, and no Puppet Cat from Kyonus' side. Like, if Puppet Cat was here, Life would be dead, right? But no Puppet Cat-ho. So Life is really hanging on by a thread. Because Puppet Cat with Orcus would be 17 damage. But, wait, is it?
Is there a
Yeah.
world where you still commit the Orcus to just do enough that they get down to Sweetness range? And then, because now
Orcus-
Sweetness is doing 6 because of the
Yeah.
deals a buff. And
But
then
if you commit Orcus now, you don't have the opportunity to get the Puppet Cat combo, and if Life suddenly burst heals next turn, that's kind of a concern. But
I don't think
I
he
think-
has much burst heal left. Like,
that's the thing,
Sage
yeah.
Light we saw
was just
used. I'm not sure if we've seen 2 or not, but we've definitely seen 1. I feel like committing here is not too bad because, again, everything gets buffed. Even the Super Evolved damage is 2 now instead of 1.
Mhm.
The only thing is with this Lloyd, I don't think it can afford to go face. I think you do have to take out the 5/5.
Is there a world where Life can kill through this board? I don't think so. I think you just go phase. Because preserving stat also means less damage from Sandalphon in a way. So effectively, it's kind of like healing. So it's fine. Yeah, but I think you're right. Once we saw, I think 2 Sage Lights and no supers and a Gildenlease already spent, the amount of burst healing that Life has is very minimal now. And it's looking tough for him to come back from this game.
Yeah. Sandalphon is active now. It does have the extra effect to deal 2 damage 5 times. If you gamble hard enough, could all hit face. But even then.
Even then, it's not enough, right? Because only one
Yeah.
Ars Magna in hand. Your maximum, if it all goes face, is 12, which is not even enough for game.
Exactly. So cashing in that other Ars Magna last turn was important at the moment. Ryo gonna come in here just for the clear, it seems.
Yeah, it doesn't have a choice, but we know that this is over. Kyonus is going to go ahead and slam that Sweetness of Veracity straight to the dome. And Kyonus is moving on to the semifinals, knocking out Life, one of the favorites to win the whole thing. Amazing.
Damn. Life once again managed to make the top 8. Last time I think he managed to find himself in top 4 of the first qualifier, but this time, unfortunately, we say goodbye to life in the top 8 of the LCQ. Kyonus going to be moving on to the top 4 with 2 more wins remaining to get that last chance qualifier spot. And up next, we're going to get to see who is going to face Kyonus in this next one as well. But life, amazing showing, a great set to start off the tournament. 2 veterans of the scene from original Shadowverse, 2 players that were hungry for that win. Again, don't forget, Kyonus was really close to qualifying for Worlds, 7 to 8 years ago. That was basically the beginning of Shadowverse, right? The very early days of the competitive scene. And so now we're going to see Nanahiro or Thorn go up against Photon, 2 new players that will face off against each other, with also some interesting lineups, including some decks that we haven't seen yet on this broadcast, but we have seen in past seasons as they are returning decks.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. And even the returning decks like Mode have a bit more spice now due to the new additions from Skybound Dragons, which I'm sure we'll see very, very soon. I think we actually have the deck list up right now as we wait for the players to get in. Shall we just look at the deck list, Chris, and talk about it? What do you say?
Yep. Take a look. Here we have Nanahiro or Thorn coming in with Earthright. Once again, we just saw it earlier. Some differences in ratios, just the 1 Gilnelise, 2 of the Valharia, and then we do see the extra Sandalphon, the second copy instead of the second Ryo. So a few differences here and there. New Brew at 1 here too. Then on the other side, we do have Mode Abysscraft, the deck that we saw quite a lot of in past expansions, or specifically in the previous expansion where it made its debut. But Mode Igni, I feel like, has gotten a lot of really cool new tools, not just cards with the Mode keyword on them, but just strong cards for Abyss from this set in general.
Yeah, 100%. Because of the existence of Fediel, one of the 6 dragons, of course, being able to res your 1 cost or 2 cost followers, people are now playing Winged Servants just to get a bat, and that gives the deck so much more survivability. It lets you just heal for a ton, and then because it's also a free evolve, it lets your Belial be played as a one-of, because Belial has super Skybound art, give yourself a crest, and at the end of the crest countdown, you deal 20 damage to the enemy leader, so that's pretty good. So having the Fediel and Belial be there as an option, and even if you don't get the crest off Belial, just him as a fanfare deal 10 to all really helps with your survivability as well. So Mode having all these new tools, really, really cool. And it makes the deck building feel a lot more flexible, because you can be like, okay, do I slot Cerberus in here? Or do I play Winged Servants for Fediel? Or how many bats do I want for Fediel, actually? Maybe I even play the Demoness to get even more bat generators and not only rely on Winged Servants, because if I only rely on Winged Servants, that's only 3 cards in my whole deck that generate a bat. And if I don't get it, I'll be sad. So yeah, very much it gives the deck builder so many options, which I think is really interesting. And part of the strength of this set, it just it makes deck building a lot less linear, and I thought that's what I really like about the current build of this Mode Abysscraft here.
100%. I think, I've definitely lost games where I'm like, all right, I've got lethal, it's looking good, and then, they just play the Fediel, revive the bat, heal a bunch, and like, man, so much for that. But
yeah, let's
take a look and see what the opposing side is going to be playing, as it is going to be Photon. Again, both players, their first tournament for Shadowverse, they already got a top, so I'm sensing a lot of good potential here. And speaking of potential, we have the Lootcraft coming back again from game 1, but Roach Forest is still kicking, still around, even with all the Havens running around. Ward Haven, not as much of a prominent deck as it might have seen in the first couple of weeks. I feel like we've had this pattern before.
That's right.
But Roach Forest, of course. We have Photon's actually coming from Australia, so almost feels like he's maybe got a buff there. But
he knows the Roach. He grew up with
it. He fights roaches in daily life, That's everything you hear from the average Australian. But Starry Sky is the one new card that has been added to this list. It is a 1-cost spell, which, even if I don't read the effect, 1-cost spell is already a blessing for this deck. But it deals 2 damage to a random enemy follower, and if you play it on combo 5, it becomes a crest, which has last words with countdown 1, deal 1 damage to the enemy leader. And as we all know, chip damage can be very important for Roach, because it makes those lethal turns just come faster, basically.
I think you're burying the lead there a little bit. I think the most important part about that crest is that it also puts Starry Sky back into your hand, which gives you more combo fodder for the turn after. So, like, on paper, the card might seem worse than Ambush from Above from the last set, right? But because it recycles itself, it lets you have multiple combo turns. So you're not all in on one turn, maybe, but now you can do a Roach turn with Starry Sky into another Roach turn with the Starry Sky that gets duplicated into your hand, right? Like, that's the strength, I think. And that's what's really cool about that card. But, you know, honestly, other than one of Starry Sky, the rest of the deck is basically the same. So Roach staying unchanged because of the downfall of Wardhaven. That being said, Wardhaven might see an uptick again. You know, that's how metas work, right? Wardhaven dies off, Roach gets good, Wardhaven comes back. Because in the Korean Grand Finals, I believe Wardhaven is the one that won it, if I'm correct. So yeah, Wardhaven is picking up in other places, but here in the SVO format, not so. So the Roach comes out to play.
Yes, Roach looking good in this tournament. Again, keep in mind that these lists were locked in last week, so the meta has shifted, but for these players, they've been frozen in time, and they have to play with what they believed in on that very day. And so today, we get to see who's going to join Kyonus in the top 4 match between Thorn and Photon. Again, these are both players playing their first Shadowverse tourney, and they managed to get all the way to the top 8. 2-3 wins away from qualifying to World Grand Prix, which is kind of crazy to think about. They've won so many games leading up to being here. What's just 3 more wins?
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the fun anime style story that Last Chance Qualifier allows for. You know, suddenly the dark horse comes in and potentially can win the entire thing. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be Thorn or Photon that advances to semis? I am interested to see the Roach. I believe he's the only Forest player in the entire top 8 today. So if Photon is eliminated here, Forest is out of the running entirely. So can he make that happen with this class that seemingly not that many other people believed in?
Yes, for sure. I think Forest, this is their only representation. Portal, we have a fair bit of representations. Quite an uptick from previous times. Dragon, unfortunately, still has not made it in. I'm very sad about that. I do feel like it had a pretty good chance this time around. But surely, we're going to get another wave of Dragon buffs next month before we have the World Grand Prix. Surely.
I hate to break it to you, Chris. Dragon is the potential class, man.
No!
Always when and if, but never is.
No, I don't want to be potential class. So sad, dude. We used to be so great. What happened? Man. Dragon Oracle, come back. We need a second rap spell.
Okay, Google, play Viva La Vida. All right, the players are currently in the lobby. Now, guys, just a quick reminder, this is single elimination. If you are out, if you lose a set, you are out of the running. So every game really, really matters here. The nerves must be going crazy, especially, like you said, Chris, for 2 players who've never played a Shadowverse tournament before. Let's jump into it. What do they queue first?
Ooh, Abyss versus Forest. I like that the Nanahiro, Thorn, showing off that CR as well. Legendary with Abyss. Woo! Like the flex.
That's right. And the Abyss actually, I feel like, has nice options against the Roach because of the card that we see in hand right here, Congregant of Entwining. You can just make 10 million wards, right? And just get in the way of the Roach game plan, which is a pretty nice thing to have in this matchup. And he actually keeps both.
Wow,
yeah,
I like that. You can see matchup knowledge just from the mulligan alone. It's like, all right. I have the ball for the early game. Did we touch on the ball when we were talking about the deck list?
Don't say that. Don't say it like that.
Oh my god. Dude, you gotta calm down, bro. I didn't mean it like that. Ball Elemental Resonance, my friend.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Resonance is good because he has deal 3 to a random, 4/3 play points, which is nice because that comes out earlier than Supplicant did, which means that you can actually take out threats like that card we just saw, or very importantly, Grimnir, for example, with Ball. And because, remember, when the Shamnaha Faith, I thought we didn't even talk about the Shamnaha Faith, so the way that mode works is that you start the game with a counter at 0 in your crest zone, as you can see there, and every time you play a mode, it takes up to 1, and then once you get to 10, you can play Shamnaha, and then from then on, every time you play a mode, you can choose one more mode. And that means that you can get massive Gian Yuzu boards, you can have Mr. Ball both do the damage and buff. So
You can't say that anymore, dude. I'm gonna be just laughing in the background the whole tournament.
all right. But that being said, for Photon here, quite an okay start because Godwood early is exactly what you want to be seeing as Roach. The same story since set 1, Chris. Like, you get the Godwood, you
Yeah.
get your draw engine, and that's how you are able to string into these combos that win you the game.
I was traveling to Hokkaido for a different card games tournament a couple weeks ago, and I was talking with a couple of my friends I was staying with, and they're literally, both of them play Worlds Beyond, and both of them only play Roach. So I was like, oh, how are you dealing with the meta? I mean, there's so much Ward Haven around. But it's like, oh, no, I think it's going to be the same as the previous metas where Ward, everyone's playing Ward the first week, and then it just kind of disappears, and then suddenly Roach is good again, and I can't believe that they were right.
I mean, this is like the 4th time in a row it's happened. So
Yeah.
the second verse, same as the first, I suppose.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a curse, man.
Do we just Glade
The
here?
bloodline.
If you're Photon, right? But you don't clear for free on the Evolve, right? Because you only get up to 6 cards, which is sort of unfortunate.
Yeah, you do lose it.
Uh,
I don't think you have a choice, though. Lily combo, I guess, is the other option.
yeah, you can do Fairy.
into Lily.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm a little concerned, I guess, because of the Cairn being spent. No Deepwood generator anymore, but the good thing is that playing these 3 cards does just activate both Godwoods, which is exactly what you want.
Yeah. Get you gas for next turn, and then you can technically bounce back the Cairn, so it's not necessarily the end of the world, especially with
That's
Bug
true.
Alert now in hand.
Yeah,
Helps
that
take
Bug
care
Alert
of
was a big
any
pickup.
small stat followers, but there's not that many of those in the Modibus list.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the Bug Alert is a big pickup there. Very, very nice to bounce that Cairn back. Of course, you want to save the Carbuncle for your Roach turn if possible, because the Carbuncle on the Super gets you 3 play points back. So usually the pattern is Fairy into Carbuncle, into Super the Carbuncle, into Fairy, into whatever, into Roach, bounce Roach, win game. So yeah, having the Carbuncle, I think, in hand for that kind of eases the mind a little bit. You're not having to draw into it. Wow, we are seeing a Death Slash just to kill that. Honestly, I kind of get it. The other options weren't that enticing. Healing when you're at full health and, you know, dealing damage when you're not clearing. But I wonder if that Death Slash might have been used for something more important in the future, maybe like with a Bale or something.
Yeah, it does feel like, I mean, the choice is either you burn your Death Slash or you burn an Evolve point. One of those would you rather have $1, $2 questions. But at the same time, it's like, I guess in the long term, the Evolves are more important because in this matchup, you're going to be using the Supers on the Congregant pretty exclusively. So having the extra Evolve or like a Rule Knight Valneric with like Wings of Desire Evolve to do 7 damage face could also be something that you're aiming for. So I guess there, hitting the Death Slash was more worth it. Now we see Rule Knight is going to eat that. Okay. Going to eat that to trade, actually.
I was just going to bring up, like, what you were saying is coming to pass right before our eyes. Yeah, just using that Evolve to instead try to clear. And then, like you said, you just have to have those Supers for the Congregant. That's your only real counterplay, right?
Yep. Putting up the stats. 7 play points now for Force, though 1 Deepwood in the hand. We have a way to bounce the Cairn and another Cairn in hand as well. We could see already 2 0-cost cards in the hand. The problem is, though, the Roach, the bug of the day, is not here. Another member has joined our zoo of a frog and a horse.
Frog, horse, and a roach. This zoo sucks, honestly. But
If
yeah,
you try hard enough, you can see it in your backyard.
Cool bug fact: if you don't get your roach, you can't do the combo with the roach. So, desperately trying to draw into it right now is going to overdraw, but you know, not so anymore because of the Garden's Lure pickup. Do you just get rid of the Fairy here? Ooh, the Bug Alert. Interesting.
Yeah, that too is a cool bug fact.
I think the Bug Alert.
Still, no cool bug though. What's going on?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the Bug Alert toss is fine because you already have 2 Deepwoods in hand, so you don't need to have that tertiary bounce anymore. But yeah, with no cool bug, we are looking at a game where potentially Thorn can stabilize with a Congregant before the Roach gets to do any work.
Yep. Bottom 22 for the cool bug. Unfortunately, all you can do is just glade here and try to draw into something, but there's nothing.
The world is full of splendor.
Where's the cool bug?
Fellowship. Trial.
Okay, you can. Oh, this is a full clear with May. It's not the worst, so you can trade the 5/5
Yeah, you
into
get
the
to-
8/4. Yeah.
You do lose your followers, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, just play May here, I think, and then combo 3. You don't have enough for.
You have to fuse one not to overdraw. That's the only thing. Fairy Fencer
Yeah.
can go. All right, cool bug fact incoming. No,
Incorrect.
It was not.
That's not a bug.
Incorrect. Not a bug. I'm
Triple.
afraid.
Triple Rhinocerochus in the bottom 19 of the deck. Unfortunate. I mean, the saving grace is that Thorn has not activated yet his Shamnaha. But next turn, we are going to see that, I believe, slam down immediately. But if Photon gets the Roach now, can he kill through a Shamnaha?
Here we go. There she is.
Yeah, but
Oh,
no
10
wards
reached.
if this is Roach. Wait! Okay. Deepwood,
Oh, this is
Deepwood,
it.
Glade.
Yep. The Bale gives you have double buff on board as well. So this is already.
This is so good.
Yeah, you have all the play points necessary. Now you have Baby Carbuncle ready to bounce, and then you're gonna get yourself the extra play points here as well from the Super Bowl. That is 6 play points
beautifully
remaining.
executed. Beautifully
Two
executed.
more roaches.
Roach
coming
again, and
down.
then Roach again with the Godwood for 9 damage.
And did all that without even hitting half of the turn timer. That
Ooh.
is a Roach masterclass right there. Photon takes a very convincing game 1.
Oh, such an important top deck. If he didn't get the Roach on that exact turn, the next turn was a Shamnaha boosted Congregant Super. But, you know, it was to be expected. The Roach had to come eventually. It was already bottom 18 of the deck, and it showed up right on time. You know, our true Roach doesn't show up late or early. It shows up exactly when you need it to. So there you go. Beautifully
That's
executed
another
from,
cool bug
from
fact
Photon
of the
there.
day. You're getting all kinds of cool bug facts today. Man, I do wonder if maybe Congregant on that turn where we went for Shamnaha would have been better, because there's only one Bale. technically.
Yeah.
So then
I guess-
you would have actually been able to answer only one of the wards without having to commit the rest of your play points to clear. But ooh, hold up.
No, I think it if he
1900.
committed Congregant without the Shamnaha, it was still answerable because Bale takes out 4, bringing 1 down to yeah, and remember the that takes out 1 of them. Then Carbuncle takes out another. The other one is at 7 defense. It's
don't
close.
think you have enough.
It's close. It's close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, the gamble didn't pay off, but let's see. Thorn, back against the wall, has to win 2 games now against this Loot Sword. The very strong opener here.
That is an
with
insane
Clear on
opening.
Turn 1.
2 Ultruses in hand is crazy.
Double Ultra, Supplicant. Going first, too, you're just playing curve, dude.
No, that's right. Now, we are also Shadowverse Evolved players, so whenever I see Ultras, I'm like, oh, she's back. Oh, no.
Ooh, Teachings picked up is very big into this matchup. You're going to need this AoE damage, of course. One of the modes lets you do 4 damage AoE, and that will help to clear some of these boards that might get out of hand as well. With Octopus down here, too.
Yeah, the teachings might be used for clear for Zeta Bea, but I'm also thinking that the heal mode might be super relevant too, right? Because if Zeta Bea does any chip, and then you just need to get out of range of the Sincero or the Owlbear.
Man, I do genuinely wish that one day we get the functionality to switch languages on voice lines for specific cards. You can have certain ones in English, certain ones in Japanese.
Would be nice.
Not hearing Dokkan is a little... leaves something to be desired.
I would like to switch the Lashena egg voice line to Japanese, please. If possible.
If possible. A humble request.
Ooh, no Sincero and no draw engine currently for Photon. Had a really great start, but looking to have no, and here it comes. Prepare yourself. Connective tissue into the end game. So
Can I get some echo on that?
so I mean, I guess you just Zeta Bea here and present body, and then next turn you can set up a Valse ambush, but Valse ambush is not great into this matchup because there's so much random damage in Earthright Rune, right? So honestly, I think this Valse might be looking a little dead at the mo. Tablet is picked up. That is a huge pickup for Photon. Forget everything I said about not having the draw power.
There we go. Draw power secured. Valse now, you do have to commit the evolve, but you do get double clear for just 3 play points and an evolve point. Now, you do know that you will have an easier time to draw into your Sincero, although there will only be 1 copy of him in your deck.
That's all you need,
Ooh,
baby.
the Lantham picked up. That is actually pretty decent into this matchup as well.
It's tough though. You don't really have that much sigils at the moment, and
Yeah,
if you're going to
right.
be spending 2 for Norman this turn, you'll have even less. Meaning a coin Lilanthem, like into a turn 7 Lilanthem, is really not going to happen. I think
No.
you just don't have the
I think you're
survivability
looking
for
more
it.
for like once the resources are a little dry, that's when I see it coming down.
Ooh!
Zero picked up.
Wait, is that like perfect for this turn exactly? Because it does help clear the. Oh, but it's not enough, right? Only
We're
2
missing
boots.
1
Yeah.
loot token, I think. Yeah,
Oof, that's tough.
'cause that's only doing 2 damage AoE on both instances, and then that way you're not actually clearing the ward. So
You're not clearing anything. Yeah,
we needed 1 more.
so
And
close
if
yet so
it's
far.
not that, then everything else feels a little bit suspect. Zeta Bea only gives you 1 clear off of the Bane. You can technically use a blade to take out a barrier and then toss the other one in. Doesn't feel very good.
But then you can't kill
Octris
the
coming
Normando.
down.
Yeah, this is tough. A tough situation for Photon. The blade takes out a barrier. Devotee takes out the other guy, leaving a 7/7 still on board, but at least you're progressing the Octris crest. Or maybe you necklace just to get a ward up so you're not taking that much damage this turn. That's pretty tough regardless, though.
That is. Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, you are setting up a Sincere for the next turn at least. And when the Devotee gets destroyed, you at least also get a Goblet back. So you do have some healing off the back too, which might help so that next turn you can Sincero Fuse, go for a 3 damager. That's 6 to face, plus the Octris spell, plus a heal, if you're taking a lot this turn.
This Edelweiss is also pretty good right here as well, right?
Yeah, especially since you can combo it into a Penelope, and you can even super the Penelope to not only top up your hand again, but also get 4 stacks back depending on what this hits. That's exactly what you wanted. Now you can trade the Edelweiss, Penelope super.
You need the board space.
Yeah. Penelope's. Oh, maybe. What is the angle? I think it is Penelope super because you're kind of running low on cards in hand right now.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Gives you so many resources. You don't get the super trade damage, but you're not really complaining since you have, quite a few outlets right now in the hand. Ars Magna gonna come in here.
Ooh,
Debated on
interesting.
pass, saving the resources. Penelope, I guess you can cash in on a turn where you have a trade target. And you're not losing yet. 18 damage is pretty hard for Sora to do on 8 play points.
My only concern about not Penelopeing now is like the great plays you have for 4 PP in this deck. So, like, if you Penelope now, you would have given yourself the option to do double 4 play point next turn. But I guess it's fine. Yeah, just saving it for when you actually do need the heal more urgently as well might be a convincing argument for this play.
I think on Photon side, you've kind of already leaned into the Sincero game plan quite a bit here with the double fuse last turn, and this should get you to 4 different types. So this gives you a full damage turn, full clear, and you also have the token for the extra damage as well here. So 12 damage will come down. Remnant comes down as well. Lair for additional loots next turn.
Yeah, so if
Only
Thorn
6
doesn't heal
remains.
If Thorn doesn't heal, the Zeta Bea is lethal. Also, Ravening is another 5 burn and survivability, which is nice, but I think Photon has to be a little concerned about like how long has the Sandalphon been in hand, and is it getting close to SSBA, right? Especially if they're doing free evolves with like Mirela and stuff.
Ooh, we're 1 turn away from SSBA. It's actually going to be active next turn already.
I think
crazy.
ours
Turn 9, SSBA is already live.
I know.
Alchemic Flare here will help to take care of the Sincero and still get the 1 extra damage down.
And I think you Ars Magna straight to the dome, right?
Yeah.
Means that you have less work for your Sandalphon has to hit less targets.
Yeah.
So much
Alright,
for
4 in the trade. Ars Magna down to 5. Heal up to 13. That also... Heal up to 13 is actually incredibly important because
it's out of Albert range.
Albert,
yeah,
that would have been actually just game.
13 is just out of Albert range. And this is what's really fun about Shadowverse is that there are thresholds you have to just know. And you learn as you play the game. And you can win in the margins. And that's what I really love about this. So, like, healing to 13 just means that if Albert comes out, you live on 1 and then you just win on the crackback.
Yeah. Very important choice there. But now coming back to Photon's side, 1 game away from going to the semifinals. But that 1 game is looking pretty heavy right now and might go to a game 3.
I think it will. Because if you Ravening Tentacles the Penelope, you heal to exactly 10. So you need to Ravening and Goblet heal back to 12. Oh, this is not enough to save you from a Sandalphon.
Sandy's just imminent now. The 1 extra turn remaining, going for the aggressive play here. Odin coming in with 8, but it's not enough.
It's not enough, especially with Edelweiss in hand, which is such a great card to combo with Sandalphon. Out she comes, taking out the Odin, no problemo, so that the Sandalphon can go entirely to the dome. Once the Super Skybound art is active, deal 2 damage to an enemy 5 times.
And there it is. Nanairo Thorn manages to win the game to take us our 3rd game here in this set. Already, just the beginning of the top 8, and we already have 2 3-game sets. Whether you're a veteran or it's your first time here, all the players are already showing what they've got. And honestly, I'm very impressed so far with both of them, right? Photon played so well with the Roach, really just cleaned it up, whereas Thorn has been just showing solid decision-making throughout the game. And now we get to see the Abyss run it back into the sword here.
There he is. Now, in this matchup, Abyss does have a lot of sustain, but the sword can potentially outmaneuver by not giving trade targets to the Fediel bats. So every decision is pretty important, I think. So that's the problem. Because I've played games against Loot Sword, right? Where they can just present no board and then just set up a multiple turn, like 2-turn, 3-turn kill, set up a Vulse ambush, set up a Ravening the turn after, then the turn after you Sincero, and then you have no trade targets for your drains. So that's the way that Loot Sword can really outplay Abyss here.
That is true. Let's see here. Replay points. Evo T does take care of the quick later. He's going to be sitting on as a 1-1 on the board, so it's not exactly the most threatening, but basically nothing to do here for Photon.
Yeah.
The necklace would actually make a difference.
Yeah, if that Albert was an Octress, you'd be sitting pretty, but kind of a bricked hand with the 2 Ravening Tentacles, which you do not want to see both in the early game.
Yeah, not at all. It's the reason why people play just 1.
I think the fact that
Necklace
he runs
into
2...
this, make it 1-2 in trade, does look good in a vacuum.
Yeah, but you know they run Creamy and Loathing, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's literally trade pass.
Yeah. I do think that is a better case. Just keep the tokens for the Sincero here. Have that diffuse up. Don't need to fuse early, just because you don't have the Octress out yet. Would have been optimal if you did. Turn 3 pass, and also tells Thorn that there is no Octress to be played.
That's right. That actually gives information quite quite important information. And because there's no threat on board, Screaming and Loathing can be played for double draw as well.
Yeah.
Looking pretty tough for
Looping it,
Photon in
keep
the early
searching.
game. Looking pretty tough.
Yeah. See to be up for stats on board.
Right behind ya.
Ooh, okay, Congregant drawn for Thorn. I think Screaming and Loathing only gets you can't full clear. So it'd have to be
No, it
either the
doesn't.
Gilnelise or the Ball or the Gran and Jita here, I think.
Grand Jeet, I feel like you do want to hold on to for the turns where it does have the Skybound art.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, I agree. I think it's Ball then.
It's like Ball with the Evo, or Giln leasing with the Evo and then getting some heal out.
I mean, the good news about this Evolve Ball is that it doesn't feel too bad because you do have the Gran and Jita in hand at least, so you are progressing the Skybound art there.
Hmm.
Pretty
Giln
big
leasing you get to
pickup.
hold because you probably are expecting this game to drag on a little bit. And so that way the Gilneys can also be what helps to close out once things do start getting to the late game where resources start to get a little bit thin.
Yeah. I would agree with you there. That was a pretty good pickup from Photon, the Congregant, being able to clear for free, but I don't know, like without Octress and without draw power, this end game is looking a little bit strange for Photon. What he can do is what I mentioned earlier. You just set up a Valse, hope they can't clear it, and then Tentacles into Sincero, giving them no source of target for trading with Drain. That would make the guild that would make the Guild release irrelevant. So if you just Ravening into Ravening, that is your way to win, but that presumes your opponent's not putting pressure on you. If your opponent's putting pressure on you, then you cannot just be hitting 5 to face every turn and hoping that that the damage sticks and that you don't die on the clapback, right?
Yeah, and this Congregant, without even the super, is already putting on that first bit of pressure. Giving boards that can't be answered easily. Even with the Valse here, you would have to commit the Evolve. Zeta as well would have to commit both bodies in. Doesn't feel too good. There is a world where I guess you can Valse, take out one thing, and then... The problem is, though, is like, if even one Congregant stays, they can Super Evolve face while generating bodies.
That's true. And if any Congregant lives as well, if Thorn has a second Congregant, he can instant click the buff and just go face for 10. So I think you just take out both. Yeah, no choice here.
Doesn't feel good, but it's also kind of like can't be helped at the same time.
This is, I've been studying Japanese, Chris. This is a classic Shogunai moment. So
That is very true. He knows. He knows the word for the situation. He's the man of the hour.
that's right.
Oh, this feels like a good Valse.
Yeah, seeing the Supplicant out means less random damage too, right? So Val seems like an okay commit.
However, we know there's a Screaming and Loathing in that hand.
If you evolve the Vals, it becomes a 4, so a 4/3, 6/5. You dodge Screaming and Loathing range if you pre-evolve it.
True.
But do you commit? Because if they have Screaming and Loathing plus Ball, you just spent your Evo for no reason. Really makes you think. But I think that might
Screaming
be
and
his
Loathing
only
search
angle to
itself
win. Yeah.
is also an option.
Yeah, taking out the ambush. But I think you just have to play to your out. And I think Photon's way to win this game without Octress is Valse into Ravening into Sincero into Albert and stuff like that, rather than like trying to get the token perfectly. I think the Valse might have to be the play. Gran Jita does just
Gran
snipe it,
Jita
though.
is also another
Yeah.
option, right?
Gran Jita just snipes it, yeah. Valse is significantly worse than he was before all these options came in.
Wow, we're just leaving the 4/4 on the board.
Honestly, I kind of dig it. So this is 4/4 is not that much pressure. So even if he takes some damage on the clapback, he can Ravening again the next turn, heal back 5, and then just Albert super if there's no ward on board. And that's already lethal.
Ooh, Shamnaha, number 2 picked up. 3 more modes to go. You can technically super heal 2 and then do your 7 damage, but
That feels pretty bad.
don't really want to be wasting your supers on not Congregants, I think.
I think the problem is that if Thorn does put up wards, Photon's out is what, Sincero, but Sincero is not doing nearly as much damage as Albert would be here. So he is going to go for the heal too.
Well, I wonder if then the castle, using the castle on the buff, I feel like could have been better to get the extra damage because the draw only drew you a second Shamnaha, so obviously was targeting something else, but just for this specific instance, I feel like the 8-8 is somewhat annoying. But since Sora does clear everything regardless, even if it did become an 8-8, so I guess it doesn't really matter in a vacuum.
Sincero has to come down here because there's no other clean way to clear this. And then... But the problem with Sinceroing is that you give a body for a drain target, which means that you're probably not killing with Albert next turn. Kind of between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's how this matchup is going to have to go, though. There's no easy answers for Sword. So it is definitely like Photon got the very smooth game one. And just being kind of like on the hard mode path here with the Loot Sword.
Yep, this is an 8 damage swing.
My condolences, you chumps.
Yeah, but we're starting to get to the turns where I think Thorn's going to be able to stabilize with Shamnaha in hand and a
10 modes on this turn.
10 modes on this turn, and then next turn Genyuzu if he lives that long.
Yeah.
How does he survive this turn though? I think he needs to Gildenlease super. Yeah, and then you have the Reaper's Death Slash to kill the 8-9.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the play, and then you still have 5 play points to technically get.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Use the buff here that gives you 1 extra heal.
And then you Shamnaha now.
Yep. Shamnaha is going to be exactly active. You get to cash it in. Overall, looking quite good.
Shamnaha now. Wait, no, you cash in the castle first for another heal.
Yes.
Then Shamnaha, then Reapers.
You do eat your extra play point, but at this point it is.
That's fine because
right.
that's fine because you have Gildenlease. Oh, sorry, Genyuzu on the next turn anyway, right? I think so.
Yeah,
should be fine. Yep. Then you just cash this in.
So much for negotiation.
Very nice.
All right. Very strong 7-6 on the board. After they've used their Sincero, does ask them to have enough resources for another one. Now even Valve doesn't take it out on his own.
That's right.
We've seen 1 Tentacles used. The defense somehow dropped in total. And now you're trying to find a way to push them down. Tentacle's not an option anymore because you can't ignore the 7-6. It's going to just heal them back down immediately. Valve's plus Quick Blader could be the option.
But you know that Genyuzu is coming out the turn after. That's the problem. And also that buff with the castle is actually really relevant here. Just making it really awkward for Photon to clear that 6 defense threshold.
Yeah. Yeah, so far this is starting to look quite favored for Thorn here.
That's the power of mode, man. Just has so much staying power. Even if Sword has a lot of burst, you can just heal it all back if you play your cards right.
Ooh, evolving the Quick Blader here.
That is tough. Okay, so this opens the opportunity for top deck lethal with Albert Quick Blader if they don't heal, but of course we know. Here comes Gian, Setsu, and Yuzuki, twin calamities. Board full of wards, healing to 17. Albert has to come out to answer these Fauxes. But super evolving the Albert means that that's 6 damage that's not going to the face. Photon's quickly running out of damage.
The only good thing is that if you pick up a second Albert with no more healing available, there is a world where... Just going face?
Wow!
Assuming there isn't 6 damage in the hand, which... I mean, technically Rulanai is only 5 here.
That's true. Technically, you'd be alive, because Rulanai plus this 9 attack Gensetsu would only be 14 damage. Can Photon take this back from the brink? We did not see a bat played from Thorn, so the Fediel is not healing either. This might be the comeback of the century from Photon.
Oh my god,
just leaving a 9 attack up.
You'd think it would be too much, but choosing to bet on the fact that there isn't an easy 1 damage source. Granagita gonna search for 2 followers here.
That's not healing.
That was the one extra damage that could have been the case if we had the ball already before the Rulanai. That would have actually done it.
I'll join you on some.
This might be the greatest comeback I've seen from Loot Sword.
There is no healing.
Never
Five
count the
defense.
sword out, because in hand we got that ravening tentacles.
It's not going to be enough. If you don't have the one heal, there is no way to come back. Photon. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! Photon from the jaws of defeat clenches a victory. 9 attack Yuzuki. Don't care, all right? I got 10 bajillion burn. So, pretty
That
incredible
was
set.
insane.
Photon being able to identify the line even with a pretty uncomfortable mulligan and early game. Can you believe that that was a match where I believe he passed turn... Didn't he pass to just trade on turn 3? Because he had no Octress. So, can you believe he was able to
was
snatch that
crazy,
victory?
dude.
Yeah, incredible.
That was genuinely insane. I can't believe that. Like, it was so close. Just finding the ball earlier would have also been able to secure the game, but just bet on that not being the case. And that's what it comes down to sometimes in competitive card games. You gotta bet on the off chance that they don't have it, and that if you see a way to win, that is the way that you are gonna win in the next turn if it connects to that next turn. And Photon managed to take it. Gonna be locking in that semifinal spot against Kyonus, but we still have a whole remaining top 4 to play through. But before we get into our remaining top 8 matches and see who gets to advance to the top 4 in the lower bracket, we are going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere as we'll be right back for more amazing Shadowverse matches. Different 4 defense follower, because otherwise the chance of overdrawing one of your 3 Marwins is definitely not a risk you should be willing to take. And here on the other side for Kyonus is going to be the Zetabea new card debut.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, back that up next turn with a very...
The Odin Remnant. Yep.
Yeah, with a very
Next
good
turn-
combo, because game plan, balancing the loot tokens with the Sinceros, and finding that closing damage with the Albert. Kyonus
There's the second disenchantment. That's lethal, right?
Oh.
Pop De La
Yeah.
Fee.
Dispel Destruction.
Disenchantment,
for 8
all
damage.
face.
Yep, that's it.
Jealous of
We
my
got ourselves a game 3 right off the bat, as Life is gonna be able to heal and deal damage all the way to a game 3.
Massive top there. If it wasn't
Good.
And also this leaves a spell in your hand as well, which is nice if you need Tarayo.
don't miss.
Yeah. Here comes another Odin number 2 here.
This is a Gilnelly
The
sync for
Evolve.
sure.
Gilnelly's buff as well for 8 damage, really trying to equalize things here. Kyonus 1.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is with this Lloyd, I don't think it can afford to go face. I think you do have to take out the 5/5.
Is there a world where life can kill through this board? I don't think so. I think you just go phase. Because
Moment, Ryo gonna come in here just for the clear, it seems.
yeah, it doesn't have a choice, but we know that this is over. Kyonus is going to go ahead and slam that sweetness of veracity straight to the dome. And Kyonus is moving on to the semifinals, knocking out Life.
Yep, the Bale gives you have double buff on board as well. So this is already...
This is so good.
Yeah, you have all the play points necessary. Now you have Baby Carbuncle ready to bounce, and then you're going to get yourself the extra play points here as well from the Super Bowl. That is 6 play points
beautifully
remaining.
executed. Beautifully
2
executed.
more Roaches.
Roach
Coming
again, and then
down.
Roach again with the Godwood for 9 damage.
And did all that without even hitting half of the turn timer. That...
Ooh. Out she comes,
she
taking
is.
out the Odin, no problemo, so that the Sandalphone can go entirely to the dome. Once the Super Skybound art is active, deal 2 damage to a random enemy 5 times.
And there it is. Nanairo.
Photon's out is what, Sincero, but Sincero is not doing nearly as much damage as Albert would be here. So he is going to go for the heal too.
Oh, I wonder if then the castle, using the castle on the buff, I feel like could have been better to get the extra damage, because the draw only drew you a second Shamnaha, so you've just been kind of like on the hard mode path here with the loot sword.
Yep, this is an 8 damage swing.
My condolences, you chumps.
Yeah, but we're starting to get to the turns where I think Florin's going to be able to stabilize with Shamaux's. But
Foxes.
super evolving the Owlbear means that that's 6 damage that's not going to the face. Photon's quickly running out of damage.
The only good thing is that if you pick up a second Albert with no more healing available, there is a world where... Oh, okay. Just going...
Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Photon from the jaws of defeat clenches a victory! 9 attack Yuzuki!
Beauty presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yudi, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
Welcome back, everyone, for the Shadowverse Open Last Chance Qualifier, where 8 players gather today to see which one of them gets to go to the World Grand Prix to decide who is the best Shadowverse player in the entire world. If you're just tuning in, we are your casters, myself, Different Fight, as well as the lovely Ignidius himself, who's joining us today. And Igni, we've already seen the first half of the top 8. Now we're coming in on the second half of the top 8 matches. And we have some big veterans coming up right now.
I'll tell you what, Chris, the tournament just started, but already 2 sets to game 3, and I feel like it's only going to heat up from here. As you mentioned, the veterans are coming up on this bottom half of the bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket right now, actually, see where we've been and where we're going. So we already see that Kyonus and Photon have moved on to the semis from the upper half there. Now on to the slower side of the bracket here, we have the effervescent Calby, who made his name with chess runecraft back in Shadowverse Classic, up against Gian, who I believe also topped earlier this year for Worlds Beyond. Is that right? So he's also making his way through. So that's a Canada versus Singapore matchup here, and again a battle of 2 veterans. And then we have Sui Kao, who I'm not super familiar with, up against Sora from Team Twilight Knights. So as usual, a good mix of old guard and new faces. But this next one I'm really interested in. Honestly, Calby versus Gian, that might be a finals caliber match, and we're getting it right here in quarterfinals. Kind of insane.
Yes, absolutely. And they have some pretty cool decks in their lineups as well. Nothing as crazy as Chess Rune from Calby, but still some pretty cool stuff. As we are going to be seeing, I think we'll get the lists up very soon in terms of what they are bringing here. But Calby, there you go, is bringing the Modibus that we just saw earlier, with the Cerberus still being included in there as well, which is nice to see. A lot of players have been removing that. But the archetype that we haven't seen just yet on stream is Lishana Portalcraft. Don't be fooled by the Orcus in there. This is not a full-on Portal puppet. What is unique about Lishana? We haven't seen her too much in the competitive scene in the previous expansion, but it feels like it's starting to ramp up in this current one.
Yeah, it definitely got a lot of life because of the new sustain tools that Portalcraft got, as well as the damage supplemented with Beelzebub. So Beelzebub relevant not only in pure puppet but also in this hybrid list, because it increases the damage from all of your sources by 1, and you know, it can stack too. So if you get multiple Beelzebubs down, and of course you want to generate the, you know, we in the community colloquially call it eggs, but that's not what they're called. They're called New Destruction, I believe, and New Melody, and the dark egg, whenever it gets destroyed, it summons the light egg, but it also deals 1 damage to the enemy leader. Of course, supplement that with Beelzebub, that becomes 2 damage, 2 Beelzebubs, 3 damage, all 3 Beelzebubs, God forbid, 4 damage per egg. And then you also have the burn from, of course, Axia, who not only does burn according to how many cards are on your field, but also pops your eggs. So that's more damage there. Odin for some storm. And then this is interesting, it's the hybrid list that's also using Orcus, because Orcus is simply just a good card. Can use it to clear the board, and also with Beelzebub it's a lot of burst as well. So very interesting. The only sort of consideration that you have to be careful of, Chris, is that the amulets take up space on your board, and the eggs are an amulet, and if you have a full board of eggs and wastelands and such, very hard to find the opportunity to play the Orcus because you're not going to have enough board space. So it's a hybrid list with lots of strengths, but also that Achilles heel that might end up coming to bite you. We'll have to see how Calby navigates it.
Yes, absolutely. And Calby, of course, no stranger to competition, but neither is his opponent. So Gian coming in here, as you said, from Singapore, I believe did also get a top 8 finish in the 3rd qualifier throughout the regular season of this year's Shadowverse Opens. So let's take a look. Oh, I love the pose. Very dynamic.
Cracks me up every time, man.
I love it. Gian bringing the aura to this showdown, and of course also bringing not the same portal lineup. We do have the regular puppet that we already saw a little bit earlier, but we do see some differences here with the Noah being played as one of, and another one of the new cards being included here, the Show Reborn Night King, who gets barrier as long as you've unlocked Super Evolution on Fanfare, and has Storm for a bit of that extra damage that also pairs quite well with the Beelzebub too.
It's just a nice little bit of chip in the early game. And in the late game, you can have it post Beelzebub, like you said, with Odin for, a potential with a super that's 5 + 4 + 2, 11 damage with just those 2 cards after a Beelzebub. So honestly, not a bad inclusion. I think it is interesting. And the barrier can be annoying, right? And since you have all these barrier followers, you got the 3 Lyrias and you got Show, suddenly your board gets really sticky. On the other deck, though, we have another return of Crest Haven. Also, with a pretty standard list here, it seems like everybody's on Censor now. One of Dose of Holiness, just to get it off the Rodeo if you need it in a pinch. But yeah, without the Benison, we've seen how this deck can kind of fall apart. Let's see if Gian is able to make up for that downside.
For sure. This is going to be, we saw the deck struggling a little bit earlier on. Life did bring it, and sadly, we said goodbye to Life in the top 8 as well. Spoilers if you're just tuning in, but we do still have Gian bringing Crest, and then also Suikao is also bringing Crest. We have 3 Crest players. Let's see if even one of them will make it into the top 4 here, as Gian is looking to challenge Calby's lineup of Abyss and Portal, and it's time to see these 2 players duke it out in a best of 3 set with both of their decks. If you win with one of them, you can no longer use it, and you have to win with both of the decks in your lineup in order to advance the next round. Let's take a look and see. Once these players are ready, they have you can't see it in game right now, but they actually have their SVO champion flares the months that they won. So this is, we have the spring against the fall with Gian's win in May and Calby's win in September. Let's take a look and see which of the 2 of them will spring forth into the top 4, and which one of them will fall in the top 8.
Whoa, bars! Get this man a pen. All right, here we go into the battle. Calby queuing up with the eggs first, up against Crest Haven. Haven does have a fair bit of sustain to, out-heal the egg game plan. And honestly, with eggs, they don't often put up a huge board either, because a lot of their board slots are taken by the amulets, right? So maybe the Marwin's able to sneak in a win here, just from first glance.
Blinding Faith Keep here was also pretty interesting from Gian's side, just kind of expecting the puppets to go kind of ham early game.
Let's see. Blinding Faith Keep is... Yeah, because you do still run the same early game, whether you're puppet or Lashana, I suppose, with the Puppet Lancer or the Lovestruck Puppet Master. Getting the sensor down early is pretty important. We saw that earlier with Life's game. Getting the sensor off of Rodeo, you can't pop it in time just because it costs one to engage, right? So having it down is not a bad thing. Thing is, Calby got exactly what Egg wants, which is an early egg generation, right? Without an egg in the early game, the deck really does fall apart. And that's sort of the downside of Lashena. Hey, whoa, what the heck? Lashena Portalcraft is that there's only really 2 effective generators for the amulet, which is Lashena herself, as well as the Soprano. And if you can't find those, you might be playing eggs, but you're cooked, as the kids say. But seeing it in the early game here, the Soprano is really, really important.
Not fried, not scrambled, but cooked. Unfortunately, it's looking to be pretty decent on Calby's side here, as you said, with that early start. Here for Gian is a little bit awkward, where it's like the Blinding Faith doesn't give you as much of a reward just yet. Technically commit the Disenchantment or cashing that in later, but gonna just use the Blinding Faith already. Not expecting a much bigger board down the line, I guess.
Pretty weak turn from Calby. I think it is true that Portal tends to have pretty weak turn 4s, so it's not honestly Calby might just pass, but he does choose to play the Axia just as a body. The fun thing about Axia is that it can't get destroyed, so even if Gian wanted to commit the Congregant, he would have to trade into it anyway and not get the draw. So in the end, he ends up going with a Marwyn right away, which is a little unfortunate. We mentioned this on the last Crest game we watched. When you get the Marwyn before the Grimnir ends up being a dead card most of the time. So, but with no Grimnir in hand anyway, and a Wilbert on the next turn, I think the Marwyn is the right play here.
And this Legion pickup is so huge, just
Big.
drawn for this turn. Gives you the Melodious Melody as well for the turn 5. This way you get to not only get the second egg from the Evolve, but this also means that you have the Melody to take out any annoying targets down the line. Now you have your 2 eggs, and you've already sent your puppets as well for that extra bit of trading possibilities too. So very, very smooth start here so far for Calby. And now we get to see Gian play down the Wilbur and pray for no extra play point Odin. Unfortunately, we know that is very much the case here.
Yeah, that's true, but it's fun with this deck with Lashena how many options you have, because technically you don't have to sink the Odin here if you don't want to. Another option is just Monody to take out the main body into Wired Assault, or you could Monody into extra play point Sylvia, or you could Monody into extra play point Congregate. So many options. I do think that the Odin is still the straightforward one, but he's actually going to go for draw first.
Ooh, okay. That does, you still with the extra play point. It doesn't, the fact that you commit the extra play point doesn't necessarily change.
I don't think you need to. You just leave the 2/4 up,
anymore.
right? And then next turn you can save the extra play point for when you need it more. You can also you also have a Lashena for the next turn, so you can set up Lashena into 3rd egg. I keep calling it egg. It's just a colloquial name. It's hard not to say it.
Yeah, the community is very much chosen to call this deck Egg Portal.
I'm at the whims of the people. Okay.
He's a man of the people.
Well, if you're gonna sink, with already two amulets on board, it's kind of hard to sink the Octress, right? So this is one of the downsides of the list, where sometimes you just have a dead card because you have too much of a good thing. So, what's the easiest way to clear this?
Congregant technically is an option. The Melodious also gives you the damage, but if that hits the 5/7, you're not the happiest about it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, in that
Congregant
case,
and hope it hits the 5/7 doesn't sound that great.
why don't you just Monody first, because you have a 66.7% chance repeating. Oh, 66.6 repeating, right? So that gives you the best. I think that gives you the best odds. You could also just play this and then play Congregant. Wired Assault takes care of this really nicely as well, actually, without spending your extra.
No gambles. Puppets to take out the 2/1 as well. Trying to keep the extra play point as well for potentially drawing into Beelzebub next turn, because that would be very good to play down early. And then your
big
damage
true.
suddenly scaling ridiculously.
That's a big true. That's a big true. That's probably why Calby is saving the extra play point.
Hasn't drawn it yet, but not giving up on the chance. Orcus is also an option for next turn. Even we still have the puppet in hand here too, but Orcus does kind of go down in value the more of the amulets you prop up.
Oh, that Shining is pretty nice. Getting that on the field, really mitigating the. Oh, you see Calby's expression there. No Beelzebub drawn. Not what he wanted to see.
This is a
what's
list that plays 3 as well. It's not like Puppet that plays like 1 or 2.
Yeah. So what's the move then? If you Orcus, you can take out both. You don't even have to sink the super if you don't want to. I think saving the Puppet for a Congregant turn is probably the better play, though. So you could dig with Wasteland, right? Just try to cycle through your deck a little bit while dealing a bit of chip or healing a bit. I think you might start with Wasteland here.
Yeah, just trying to draw into the Beelzebub at this point, right? I feel like that's the reason why this deck is considered good right now in the first place.
Right, yeah. I think it is going to be it. Yep, let's see if we can get into it. No Beelzebub. Calby is not happy about that, but at least the Odin gets to banish the disenchantment, which is a lot of damage off the table.
Yeah, that does also remove healing as well, which is
but
up over time.
alas, the second one.
Ooh, very big damage coming down already here. This is a pretty good start if you're Gian.
Beelzebub.
There's a Beelzebub.
But it's a bit, honestly, a little late, right? Because you're already at 9 defense here going into a turn 10 from Crest. Crest is going to be able to deal 5 without really committing anything next turn. And with 2 sensors on the board for Gian, I don't think Calby has enough burst to take out essentially a full defense opponent.
Yeah, it's gonna go long regardless, and it's the fact that you can repeat your heal effect multiple times that does help. I think if you Beelzebub here, barely survive, and then Congregant to sort of loop your heal eggs would maybe barely be enough, but I do feel like it's just a question of time at that point. And because the Torrent is in hand, that means that if Beelzebub is the only thing on the board, Torrent just banishes it, and that's confirmed damage next turn.
Yeah.
And that kind of requires you to go kind of wide the turn after to prevent the second Torrent from doing the exact same thing again.
This is looking a little dangerous, right? Gian, like you said,
just
can
to give
torrent.
an extra target is quite valid.
Yeah, make the Torrent random, but we know that there's Congregant in hand. And that's another Shining picked up. I think that's just out of lethal. Wait, no, it's not. It's exact lethal. Shining?
It's exact lethal.
Yep,
This is exactly 9 damage. Gian,
the double Torrent.
I won't give up.
There's the dub for the Haven, and did it on turn 10 as well. Set up so much healing for the late game, but it didn't even matter. We managed to find all of the options nice and quick. Gian takes that first game with the Haven, and now we have a chance to see the Portal Showdown between Puppet and Lishana.
Yeah.
I think, well, it kind of feels Lishana favored if things go long.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
I feel like Puppet does take a bit to find his pieces, finds a bit to find the cat and everything. So we are going to duck that matchup here and play the Abyss first.
Now, Calby's Abyss is the one that still runs the 1x Cerberus. Is that going to be relevant in this matchup? Honestly, it's one of the better responses to an Orcus board, right? So maybe we'll see it actually be played.
Ooh, Winged Servants picked up this time. Fediel actually going to be used for her full value.
That's really good. I agree with this.
Play it
Yeah,
out.
just play it out. Get the tempo on your side before they're able to take the board with Lovestruck Puppet Master. The theater is going to be able to deal with this pretty easily, but you know they're not even that mad about it because now the bat is in your destroyed pool, and like you said, that Fediel is going to be doing
That's all
more.
that matters.
Double
Shamnaha
Shamnaha is
picked
a
up.
pretty bad pickup in the early game.
You needed a 3-drop.
Your mentor.
You needed ball, like
Yeah.
specifically, you needed ball here.
All right, Puppet's going to keep on doing its job here. Do we find something? Nope, it's a Supplicant.
That's pretty ugly, Chris.
Yeah, it's not great. Shamnaha going to come down just 4 stats on board, but that's not that hard for Puppet to take care of. We do have medical grade assassin here ready to make a Bane follower. Leading has Puppet.
My pleasure.
And that UD goes straight to the dome. Hey, shout out Shadowverse Evolve. You're getting UD and Evolve soon too, right?
That's right. Still a little while away, but soon to be approaching.
Super.
Just as, and she's neutral. I feel like people would have expected her to be neutral in Worlds Beyond as well because her effect is so generic. But
Right.
she's in Portal. But
It's-
at least in Evolve, she's neutral.
I will also say that enhanced puppet living really problematic for Calby because supplicant is a random target.
Yeah.
If the supplicant hits the puppet, oh, saved. Okay.
Save.
Now he can go for heal.
Yeah, you would have had the full clear regardless, but the heal is very important here in this matchup. So even the small bits really do add up over time. And just like that, I'm going to see the answer here. And now
Very nice.
turn 5. Yo, Grand Jita. Don't have enough puppets to answer boards otherwise. Oh, okay. Some good pickups that would have been appreciated earlier. Gonna have to commit this evolve for Grand Jita. Let's stick this out. And this full, so Puppet's gonna come on down. Next turn though, 6 play points. Sylvia's an option. And of course, your Puppet generators are also in abundance here. Potential use as well.
We have yet to see the actual power play from Puppet the entire tournament. The turn 5 Zwei. Players have just not been drawing her on time, unfortunately.
You're so right.
Yeah.
So right, yeah. Very much in action. Lancer coming in. The stats that this one card makes is still so strong even to this very day.
That's right. Ooh, interesting. I think you might just extra play point Rulinai here. Make a board of 3 big guys. Force out a Sylvia super. That's less supers for their Orcuses the turn after, right? That might be the play.
True.
Yeah.
That could be an option.
Yep.
Just mousing over it.
I agree with this, 100%.
Yeah, this board is just so much pressure. Stats that you cannot ignore. And with only 7 play points, you basically just forced to go into Sylvia with no medical grade picked up. That's only 1 Bane. Not enough puppets to really take care of everything else.
Can if you evolve the medical grade and trade it in, I guess. So you can medical grade, then play regular puppet, run it into the 5/5, then play enhance, run it into the 5/3. And then you're even able to, if you really want to be jiggy with it, you can evolve Illyria and have that survive because of the barrier.
Wow.
You save your super this
2
way, which is
followers
really
on board.
important. Yeah.
It's too early for the Fedial at this point.
Yeah.
Kinda, like your mode game plan has not been advancing as much as you'd like. Something here, trying to just commit hard into the modes, is pretty good. 8 now.
He uses an Orcus Slam because he has Orcus plus Puppet Cap the next turn anyway. No Beelzebub required. I
2
think.
back-to-back Orcuses,
Yeah.
both pushing. You know, this one's already pushing 8 damage on its own, down to 11. Copycat next turn is going to be even more.
Yeah, the next Orcus is 12 damage if Calby has any trade target. And that presumes he clears this whole board as well. So, and even if Calby does somehow clear the whole board and stabilize, you can always pivot to Beelzebub first. So Gian's looking pretty good, yeah.
This Fedial is looking to be very important here, just to give you the heal off of the bat. And then the Death Slash does give you a way to take out the Orcus as well, technically. I mean, you also just have regular evolving that helps you deal with this board, but the 14 would be just barely enough. So Beelzebub, I guess, might be the pivot for the next turn.
I was gonna say, yeah, like if Calby didn't tempo play the Shamnaha turn 2, he would have had 6 healing here, right? But unfortunately, because Shamnaha's in the pool, the Fedial does not rest 2 bats. Alright, gonna get that Shamnaha down, I think, sooner rather than later. So that next turn Ginyu can come out. And this presents 3 wards, so Orcus probably can't kill through this.
Yeah, so it's gonna be. The problem is that, you know, Beelzebub on his own only takes out 2 targets, so you have to commit your last Super Evolve, which then takes away your Orcus pressure.
Yeah, that's tough. No real other alternative other than Sylvia-ing, which is not
the best.
great, but at least if you Sylvia here, you do get to play Puppet Cat alongside, which gives you less. That means that you have to spend less play points the turn after for your lethal. But yeah, this is pretty tough situation for Gian here. Calby navigated that well with the triple award.
Yeah, this has been a very close match so far. I just feel like Lyria doesn't really fetch you anything that would help with the situation, so spending the play point on that doesn't really feel that great personally.
Yeah.
Saving that for the cat is a little bit better. Beelzebub going to come down. Are we going to see the super on this?
I think if you Beelzebub the ones that aren't evolved, and then just tank a 9.
Yeah, at least you don't have the extra effect coming through, but still a very big amount of damage coming through.
I think the Gildenleys might have to be played for a bigger burst heal.
You also can get to buff one of your attacking followers, and then after that, go in for the heal off of the super.
That's true. So you're pushing 11 this turn?
Damage already.
Yeah.
Is there... Rule of Valkyrie is only 5, so this is going to be 9...
Ulanai Valneric is 8, which would be 1 off.
There's 17 maximum damage, I think, on this board right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. It's Rulanai Super is 8, and then plus 9 is 17.
Yeah. 1 off. Very close one.
Ah. This is probably the safest
double
bet.
effect. That also works.
Yeah.
Very resource efficient. No need to be impatient, but
Svi is way too late here.
In play.
So Calby's playing 2 control decks, right? And I think both of them have a pretty good matchup into this puppet, so might have been a good meta read, right? Because you have so much to stay in either of them.
Yeah, it's true. Sort of asking them the question of when will you cave and spend that last super evolve to deal with this board, but the 2/3s are not so much the problem. It's more so just the fact that after you could commit this last super evolve, resources are going to become very thin, and not so much resources maybe, but the damage output that you get normally is just not going to be as crazy.
I think this has to heal you up 100%. And then you Grand Jita clears the full board, leaving you with oh yes, of course you have to play the puppet cat this turn.
Yeah,
you'll never get the opportunity to do it again. Okay, so you leave a 2/3 up. Maximum damage from Calby right now is 2 plus Rulanai Val is 10 with Gildenleys 12 damage this turn. So can't do that. Have to answer the 8/8 Sylvia. Is it just another Ginyuzu?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it's just another Ginyuzu. You have the both effects live. You're still putting up a board full of wards that you can clearly see your opponent is struggling to answer.
Mm-hmm.
This would just be the answer to the problems of Calby to try to take us to another Game 3 set here.
I think with the Fediel play, you do heal a lot because you get to buff up your Bat Drain with the Gildenleys, and you set up to have Veracity the turn after. So I understand this.
I like it. You have the debuff at the end of turn from Fediel. She gives -2/-2 to everything we put inside of the board. Be clean.
This is gonna pull Beelzebub. Oh,
Still Orcus remaining.
Uh-oh. If that was Beelzebub, I think that would have been pretty good that turn.
Ooh, Noah picked up the one of finds its way into the hand, but it's gonna be a Zwei. The only thing is that the 0/3 Gildenleys does remain on the board here. Unless you commit the puppet, or we're gonna see it. Does get war. Doesn't really matter too much in this matchup for the most part.
I don't think he's gonna bother clearing this. I think there's better targets for Calby to super anyway, like that. So he just picked it up.
Yeah, we're still a bit short on damage in terms of what you can do with your play points here. Having the Reaper's Deathslash still chilling in the hand basically this entire time. Just waiting for the opportune moment. This could also... The Ginyuzu is the easy answer to this board, but you're not pushing damage that way.
Yeah. Shamnaha is up, so you could Rulanai, get both, push 5, deal with 3 board, leaving the Lyria up. Yeah, we're just gonna do this.
Easy way out.
Yeah.
Touch me.
The 0 damage, of course, very important. And then no Beelzebub.
Yeah. No Beelzebub, no evolve point anymore either. Noah does give you a lot of puppets, but they're only 2 attacks, so they're not taking out all of the pressure on this board. Another Zwei picked up.
Zwei's an okay pickup, but you don't have a clean way to deal with the 5/9 here.
Yeah, that's the problem. You don't play that much pinpoint removal. This might just be a game 3 angle for Calby into the portal.
I think it is.
Mirror.
I think it is.
It is indeed, as we know there is enough damage, and Calby essentially is going to just take this second game, take us to a game 3, and take us to the Portal Showdown. Lishana versus Orcus. Time to see which one of them is going to go to the top 4 here. Very close games. So far, it really feels like, you know, when you have people that are very similar in skill level, it really comes down to what you see off the top, what you're finding from those draws and from those searches that can really, you know, make the big difference. And also just navigating situations, right? Choosing whether to invest certain resources at certain situations, you know, things like the Ginyuzu over other forms of clear. And so here, going to be a very similar early game between these two decks, but the late game is going to look completely different.
I will say, Chris, every set into a game 3 so far, the players are really playing their heart out. They know this is their last possible chance to qualify for World Grand Prix, unless they want to fly to Japan on their own dime and
For the LCQ,
there. So it's pretty tough. Oh, very good pickup for Gian. Being able to take out the Lancer with basically no commit.
Yeah, that's huge. And hand top, it does take out the 2-2 easily, but so we're going to just commit to it.
I think Calby is a little upset with no Soprano. At least he has 1 egg with Lashana here, but yeah, no Soprano makes the early game a little more awkward, basically doing nothing until turn 5, or turn 4, turn 5. Yeah.
Ooh, double Congregant. It's going to get enable some very big burst damage down the line here.
Oh, and
Ooh,
Gian
Grand Judah
actually,
cleared the 3 damage. That's big.
Gian has the power play next turn too. This is by Evolve, right?
Yep.
Finally seeing it today.
Trajectory calculated.
Here comes Lishana. Roll of the hour.
Louder, louder, nobody else but me, etc. and so forth.
Defects are my heart.
Evolving the Zwei as expected. So this is one of the buffs that happened last set. Now she summons an enhanced puppet on Evolve, and look at the presence it presents. Hiding a 5/5 body behind 2 wards, not an easy thing for Calby to clear this early in the game.
Yeah, you do have, you know, puppets to take out the 6/1, but how you're going to deal with a 5/5 is the big task at hand.
The 5 defense threshold also dodges a clear from Melodious Monody, which does 4 damage, so pretty big deal, honestly, that stat line.
This starving world begs for me.
Gil start does
This might hurt.
look good.
I don't think you can clear, though.
Touch me.
Have to just heal, yeah. And then you just sink a Love Struck, and then you just pass, letting the 5 damage go through.
Yeah, that's the power of the buff, right? You create so many stats that she remains, and now you can still present more puppets down the line. You set up more wards. You might not be able to answer.
That's right.
Here we go. This is big.
No great clear for Calby here. You know, usually you'd expect a control deck to be able to stem the aggression, but when Gian gets that Zwei on 5, you know, they're not at the point where they have infinite clears yet, and you can pressure them real hard in the early to mid game, and we're seeing that exact situation play out right now.
Yep. This is Congregant not having enough reach yet. Those puppets, they come in for cheap cost, but they do so much work, as they're just taking away targets from the backs of other cards on the board. And so now, yeah, you don't have enough puppets to set up enough. Wasteline's gonna come in, heal up, and try to draw into something, but it's all
None of that.
end.
None of that is what you need right now. That is really
That's why it's
unfortunate.
so much work. 5/5 surviving forever.
Extra play point also no longer an option to get the Congregant out to at least clear some bodies.
Song of destruction.
Axia just for a ward is the only play, and I think that is back-breaking for Calby.
You have so many ways to take care of this. You have 9 damage just as it stands. You can push this to 12. There isn't much other burst damage just yet, but we are going to 8 play points next turn. So a big damage swing turn here is making Orcus's job very easy on that turn 8.
This is a really good super on the Love Struck. Remember, this guy actually does have an evolve effect. You get that puppet. But be careful, Axia has destruction immunity, so Wired Assault doesn't do anything, but that generates 4 puppets to exactly clear the Axia and push 12 to the dome.
This is huge. This damage is going to be so important in closing out next turn. A total of 12 coming in, down to 3. Gian is looking to lock in that top 4 spot.
Gian's looking good here. Cracked open a cold one with the boys, and he's ready to take this set. Let's see if Calvi can come back. I don't think there's any way to come back from this position. If you puppet into Congregant, you heal and clear board, but you don't heal enough. You know the Orcus is on the back.
Exactly. Them Orcusing and Super Evolving just to trade over the Lloyd will be already enough. As you said, Congregant heal is also not enough either. This is looking to be the game for Gian to take and to lock in that top 4 spot.
Puppet's good. All right, Congregant is going to clear, but it's just not enough healing. And even if it was an Orcus, like Odin would have done it too. In fact, Show Reborn Night King would have done it too. It's just,
yep.
Oh man, so tough.
Here we go. Gian is going to lock it in.
There it is.
Orcus Super Evolve. Summon the 2 remaining enhanced puppets and run in the 3 damage to take the game and take the set. Gian, 2-1 victory over Calvi. Is going to be going to the top 4.
Yeah, pretty amazing day today so far, Chris. Every single set into a game 3. Players are playing with their lives on the dang line, it seems. Knowing that this is one of their last chances to compete at World Grand Prix. Let's take a look at the bracket where we head into the final quarters. We see that Kyonus, Photon, and Gian making it to semis. The final one will be decided between Sui Kao and TK Sora. Now, TK Sora, part of Team Twilight Knight. Sui Kao, a face I've never even seen before, I'm pretty sure, unless it's a name change. So this is one of the interesting ones where it's, old guard versus new face. Who's going to bring it? And we also mentioned earlier, every single player in this tournament is playing a pretty different lineup. So, and Sora and Sui Kao are no exception. So very interested to see what they're bringing into this last quarterfinals.
Exactly. So Sui Kao did actually get back to me while we were watching the remaining top 8 matches. They're actually a free-to-play AA rank player still. So managed to make it all the way to the top 8. So even if you're not master, don't shy away from these tournaments. This is your reminder that anyone can make it in. And they've actually been playing original Shadowverse since Classic. Very beginning of OG Shadowverse. So they're very much someone that is familiar with the IP. And Sora on the other side has been actually playing competitive card games since they were 12. So, and they started playing card games, I think, when they were like 6 in general. And they've been playing original Shadowverse since Brigade of the Sky, which is kind of fitting because that was the first Grand Blue expansion in original Shadowverse. And now we're at the Grand Blue expansion in Worlds Beyond. So this could be the buff. Could be the buff that brings Sora to the skies of the top 4.
Bars. Bars,
bro. What can do today?
Honestly, it's a little bit poetic. Honestly, like we get this player who's still AA rank, which is crazy, but somehow competing at the highest echelons of play. Meanwhile, Sora, and his name is Sky. I just realized too.
It is.
It really is all lining
up. What's
up.
funny is that Sui Kao's Discord icon is literally a watermelon as well. So they're both Pun City in this top 8. And I'm really curious. I want to really look at the deck list of both players. In particular,
take a look.
I think people will be quite surprised with Sora's lineup. But first things first, here's Sui Kao running that Motobiss. We've seen it here and there, but we also see the Belial here that I think we did feature earlier. Together with a Dark Side to give you a bit of that extra damage reach your early board stick. It also helps to buff your bats for extra drain, although we are running the bats without the Fidiel in this list. Instead, it is just the Belial.
A little strange. I actually don't know what the dark side's there for. Like, is that just for additional reach with Rulanai, or?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess it is just additional reach with whatever 6 on board / Rulanai's storm damage. So expecting the game to go long. 1 Rage of Serpents as well for that surprise damage on top of that. And then the second list, of course, we see the Crest together with a Sandalphon in it. So we don't see Sandalphon and Crest that often, but it kind of makes sense. You know, you lost your burst healing. We're still seeing 1 copy of the Benizen in here, despite its current 4 cost. So
Chris,
still not shying away from the option to heal 10 when the stars align.
there's no Wilbert.
Ooh, you're so right. There is no Wilbert.
What's
That's
happening?
surprising.
Sweet Cow got the sauce. All right. If this works out, I'm taking notes.
Yeah, right. We're going to have to see. But I think the viewers will be quite surprised by what the opposing side is bringing. As Sora is bringing Sword, but it's not the Sword that we've been seeing throughout the tournament. It is not loot. It is Evo Sword, baby.
Oh,
it's actually here in the tournament, and I'm very excited to see it perform as well. This is kind of a callback to the older mid-range days of Sword. Saying older kind of weird. It's like that prehistoric gamer meme where it's like, you know, his deck was active like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
But he got some cool new tools, of course. The Seophon is the main thing, where his Skybound Art evolves all of your unevolved followers, and his Super Skybound Art super evolves all of your unevolved followers. And there's plenty of cool ways to combine that, as he costs 4 play points. You can play the Luminous Magus and then play him down, super evolve your 2/2 wards into 5/5s, and then, you know, you're setting up big defenses while also just doing 5 damage potentially that turn as well. And there's just like Golden Knight as well that gives you the option to either super evolve or heal or do AoE damage or do all 3 effects if you are 9 play points when you play it. So lots of interesting tools, lots of ways to get some early evolves. Sandalphon, of course, is if you're evolving, you might as well play it. And then, you know, there was also Gildaria that already had the evolve option to begin with if you reach the rally count. So already was a built-in free evolver. Only 1 Albert, though, is interesting. I think it's still a very strong top end, a very strong finisher for this deck, especially for the non-loop versions of the deck. So 1 Albert is a bit of a question mark for me, but I'm really curious to see how the rest of this list will perform, especially having made it this far. And of course, Legion of Portal we just saw earlier, not necessarily have the strongest showing, as Calby sadly had to say goodbye in top 8 running the Lishana, but this is going to be a second chance for Lishana to make it to the top 4 at TK Sora's hands.
Very cool. And also the hybrid list with the 3 Orcus as well. So there you go. That is seeming like the list that's popping up. And I will say, remember, these guys had to lock in their list last week. And they had some pretty heads-up predictions, because I feel like Sword and the hybrid puppet list, a hybrid puppet Lashana list, only recently really got traction. So these guys were maybe ahead of the curve in that respect, which is pretty cool. I will say the 1 of Albert is, I think, standard for Evolved Sword now, because you're such a controlling deck. You're mostly just trying to control the board. And if you get Albert early, it's actually pretty dead on your turn 5 turn, because you'd rather be playing Gran Angita or Luminous Magus or something like that on that turn. And because you're going so long anyway, you're likely to draw that 1 of Albert. But I ran 2 in mine just because I felt unsafe. So, all right, going into the first game here, Chris, it is going to be that Abyss versus that Puppet Lashana hybrid. Now, I really want to see how effective the flexibility of Darkside is in this list.
Yeah, I'm also pretty excited to see how it's going to play out as well. We have both players locked in and ready. These are 2 decks that we've been seeing a fair bit of throughout this tournament. There's not that many of each of them to begin with, because overall, while, you know, each deck has been brought by a couple of players, or, you know, just 1, I guess, who are Evo Sword, but the lineups are overall very different across the the entire.
Every single player has a different lineup, which I think speaks to the amount of variety in this set, and is still being developed upon as well, which I do quite enjoy. I think last meta in Heirs of the Omen was more centralized, and this time around there's a lot of different options that can definitely sneak wins if you pilot them correctly, which I think is healthy. All right, going into this turn 2, do we just land the Winged Servants right away? I think it is the case.
Looks like it.
This gets pretty easily answered though with a Love Struck, right?
For you, dear, I would give any
Yeah, just
And
puppets.
in Suikau's like case,
sacrifice.
them entering the res pool doesn't matter because he doesn't run Fediel, so
Ooh, the one of Belial picked up. That is going to be an interesting alternative win con if you do get to the Super Skybound. But that's very late for this version of the deck, especially if you're not playing Fediel.
yeah, you don't have that many evolves, right? And usually the evolve centric version also runs Almeida, as well as the 3-cost Aura evolver, right?
Yep.
To try and accelerate the Super Skybound art activation. And in this case, I think it would be too slow for Suikau to win with Belial Crest before Sora can find a lethal with Beelzebub. Oh, extra play point into the Supplicant there takes out the less healthy Love Struck. A little unlucky, but I don't think it'll matter in the long run because next turn he has the other Supplicant anyway, so should be fine.
I'm doing the maths on all the decks. The most represented decks that we have throughout the tournament is actually 3 crests and 3 modes of our 8 players, by the way. So really is a very balanced representation overall, and we have quite a few other exciting decks popping up here and there that maybe people wouldn't have expected. So, 2 Earthrights, 2 Lishanas, 2 Loots, 2 Puppet, and then 1 Rote and 1 Evil Sword.
Yep.
That you are seeing in this.
I will also say 3 modes, but the modes are all built pretty differently, which I think is really interesting too.
Yeah, right. So, 16 players with 8 different decks across them. 16 decks, 8 players, 8 different decks.
Yeah. All right. Sora getting that wired assault right off the top very nicely into this turn here. I will say Sora's list little interesting. He's playing that Lashena sauce, but his hand looking like a puppet hand right now.
I mean, it is the hybrid build for a reason. You get a lot of the early hand puppets, and you get the top end of the Orcus. It's like, well, I guess might as well. The best part is that Beelzebub synergizes with both archetypes, so one card supporting 2 different decks, might as well just combine them, right?
That does seem to be the idea. But how do we deal with the 7/7? This is suddenly a problem. Do we have to sync the Sylvia here?
Oh, could be the case. Doesn't feel very good value, but you do get the card draw to find you other
There's
pieces.
Lashena.
There
Okay.
she is, the namesake of the entire deck.
Trajectory calculated.
Fan favorite Shadowverse character, as we all know.
Paradise.
Very much so, yeah. There's no early eggs, as we call them. It's not going to give you the craziest amount of leech.
It's a little
But
awkward
at
for
the very
Suikau,
least-
though, right? In this turn? We mentioned this earlier. I think you mentioned this earlier, but like you said, the puppets just taking up board slots that could potentially tank a random damage ping. Super relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, and we've seen it come back time and time again as well. So it really is something that I think as the meta develops could be what pushes out certain decks out of the meta as well. If that really ends up being, a sore spot matchup wise, right?
I think this Lashena, you want to play it, but how are we clearing the board, right? It's sort of the downside. Lashena super only gets her to 5 attack, and you only have 1 puppet in hand. 1 Monarchy can clear 1 of the 4/4s. And then how are you taking care of the rest? This is a little dire.
Okay, we hit the 33%.
That's pretty good. And then now you just hit the other 4/4, leave the 7/7 up, and then you heal
Okay, I
off.
guess it can't evolve to get out of hand, so that's the one saving grace.
The risk, of course, is if Suikau has another Congregant in hand. Suddenly,
Yeah.
this gets very scary very quickly. Suikao does not have it, but Sora doesn't know that.
And could still happen to come to the hand off the top. Does not.
Screaming and
Now, the
loathing.
way this game's been going, there is a world where Belial actually does get its full effect. Especially with Gran and Jita in hands. That is a free evolve that you do have access to.
It's true.
So, in loathing, this will take you to your 10th mode. This finds you the Shamnaha off the top, and that's something you're quite happy to see as well. Dark side also technically can take out the Lishana here too, since he is targetable.
Wasn't able to find the Shamnaha. I wonder if it was better to
Jita just
do.
for Surge.
I wonder if it was better to do 3 cost draw and follower draw there, because then you would still have enough play points to dark side the Lishana, and you didn't need the damage off of the Screaming and Loathing, and you would have had another Screaming and Loathing in hand to try for another draw.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah.
Food for thought. Gran and Jita looks like it is being kept for a turn where it can free evolve.
Will be bound.
Yeah, see, now we just float play points, and the dark side is staying in hand. I think if we went for Screaming and Loathing, follower draw, 3 play point draw, you would have had 4 play points left. Could even have done dark side or Screaming and Loathing again into extra play point dark side. Or if you find the Shamnaha extra play point, Shamnaha, I think would have been another valid option, but because now you don't have another Screaming and Loathing in hand to try and find Shamnaha
Exactly
the turn
right.
after. Yeah.
Losing out on that is also very negative. This is a pretty big Orcus turn, though. I mean, you are getting a full board, you're getting to clear everything, and you're also just pushing so much damage to face at the same time, equalizing the life differentials. And yeah, we're gonna get rid of that bat just to make sure it doesn't start healing things.
Just
back.
finds it off the top.
Shamnaha picked up off the top.
Don't even worry about
Definitely
it.
want to see that.
You know, everything I said earlier, whatever.
All that matters. Ooh, 4 more turns / 3 turns and a evolve. Or I guess you have 2 evolves in your stock already here. Belial's full effect is actually approaching your location.
I think it's a pretty great turn here, right? You Shamnaha, you Gran Jita takes out the Lloyd, and then you can use Reaper's Death Slash to take out the Orcus.
Yeah.
And you draw 2, free evolve, and potentially snipe the Lloyd without having to sack your Gran Jita. 25%er.
Yeah, now the full mode is active as well. Don't forget, Gran and Jita is a mode follower, so you do get the full effect once Shamnaha's buff is active, even though it is a neutral.
Lloyd has to be
is this-
targeted first, so we cannot be stealing that Lloyd. I think if you're gonna do this, you should probably spend the Reaper's Death Slash first and steal Orcus. Steal. Wait, no, hold up, steal Lloyd. How much play points is Lloyd? I've never paid attention to this.
Hard
It's
play to
3.
Lloyd at 3. Huh. Guess it is a tool. Ooh, I don't like that waiting for a response window. Are we seeing
A disconnect? Oh no!
That's not good. Not mid-tournament. Reconnected a little bit too late. The Orcus is still on board. The Odin is literally lethal damage. Oh no. The disconnect mid-turn. That will cost the game. I
Oh,
don't
that
think
is
we've ever seen that
so
before.
unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, Damage Orcus is going to take it, unfortunately, when the stakes are this high. It's a little bit tough to,
All right.
to give up that opportunity.
You got to turn on mobile data. You got to turn on the second router. You gotta, come on.
Yeah. Don't, no McDonald's Wi-Fi in this tournament. We gotta be fully locked in and make sure that this game, these next 2 games for Suikao, are not ones where you're just playing around. This is very, very important, especially because things were looking so good. You had the full clear. You had so much good momentum. Belial's crest was actually within reach too, in case you needed to go for that game plan. But unfortunately, sometimes life gets in the way.
Yeah, that is really upsetting. I would have loved to see Suikao play that out entirely, but yeah, that was the most heartbreaking disconnect I think I've ever seen. Oh man. And now he has an uphill battle, has to win twice against Sora's evolved sword.
Don't even leave the dust behind.
Oh, man. All right, we got the devotee coming out on the turn 2 for Sora. Answered by a devotee of Suicao Zone. At least in this case, Suicao has the Shamnaha very early in hand, as well as lots of ways to proc mode here. Both the Screaming and Loathing and the Castle in the next few turns here. If the Vols comes down from Sora, it's going to be a Screaming and Loathing for sure. Pass!
Okay. A pass. Interesting. What are we holding this Vals for? It's going to be a Screaming and Loathing double search without any risk.
I think Screaming and Loathing double search is pretty good. Castle is also okay. Sometimes getting the Castle down first is nice because you just like want to get it off the board for your other stuff. Belial back in hand. Second verse, same as the first.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that gives you the, you got a bit of extra damage. Now Vals has a bit more
Value, I guess. Value. Is that anything?
value.
Chad, is that anything?
Are we cooking? Or is it cooked?
I think we do just Screaming and Loathing here. Take it slow.
Yeah.
I think generally against Evolve, you have the. Sorry, I was just gonna say you have the tools, right? Because they make a big Sailfon board, bam, 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 a bajillion stats, but Gensatsu and Yuzuki don't care about that, right? So
Exactly right.
yeah, so I think you can take it slow.
Yeah, true. A lot of the good tools that Evo Sword has do just kind of get checked by Ginyu, huh?
Oh, doesn't go for the second Screaming. I think I would have gone for second Screaming instead of Follower there. Oh, to be
Yeah.
fair, his Follower plays this turn are pretty bad. So
Well, I like this Luminous here. This is the early turns are a little bit harder to answer these kind of wide boards, especially without. Oh my god! Well, forget that.
I got really excited. That was like the top deck of the century. All right. The universe giveth, the universe taketh away. All right. They made Suicau's Ethernet cable really bad, but he got that top deck magic.
Yep. Balance and everything. That's what I was gonna say. Without devotee, but so much for that.
Grand Jita here for draw. Yeah. I guess you can just use the boots. Save your evolve. Saving your manual evolve is actually really important in this matchup because Gildaria manual evolve, even when you don't have the rally up, is one of your best answers to Congregant. I pronounced that weird. Against Congregant of Entwining. It's really, really strong. And I did play Evo Sword a little bit on ladder just to study the deck a little bit. And Gildaria, man, so good. Especially in the Earthright matchup as well. Just solos Norman too.
Yeah.
So
checks the barriers.
yeah. She's
So
like
good.
one of the best cards in this deck for sure. And the deck would not be nearly as strong as it was if it didn't have Gildaria in it. So having that answer not only to, it answers Ginyuzu boards, it answers Norman boards, it answers Congregants. So saving the manual evolves for Gildaria, even when you don't have the rally active, is pretty important, I think.
Now this could get you you can get to 10 modes and then extra play point into Shamnaha.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel great though because you want to hold the extra play point for Ginyuzu.
And you don't really have anything to play next turn anyway that capitalizes on the Shamnaha activation early, right? Yeah.
Right.
But just gotta do it to get it out.
Was there.
I guess you can.
Let's see if it's gonna be rewarded or not.
I guess you can Gran and Jita next turn, right? With Devotee, technically. It's not the worst.
That is true, yeah. Grand Deal is going to be also active. You get both the damage and the draw. Keeps your gas going. Sailfon here, still not even doing the base minimum Skybound.
Yeah, Sailfon's looking
But
pretty
this
weak.
isn't exactly a very threatening board, so... Full hand, so Amelia is overdrawing, unfortunately. That's not the best.
I think it's still the play because you want to play it alongside Zirconia. Taking out a Sailfon is actually kind of... oh no, he already has two in hand. Okay, he's fine. It's fine. That's actually an okay move.
Yeah, you don't mind the third being
Yeah,
done.
yeah,
You don't
yeah.
really use that many per game, so...
You need two, I think, but you don't need the third. You're
Yeah.
good. Okay. And you saw Suicao struggle to top deck a Devotee last time, right? But this time around,
Yeah.
different story. Oh!
Wow, Belial already.
I think you could have taken that out with Devotee, right? Devotee Evolve would have done two made a 7-7.
Yeah,
and then you
Devotee
Grand
plus
Jita.
Gran and Jita, I feel like would have taken out that board as well, but I guess choosing to hold that for maybe a Gildaria board?
I guess Gran and Jita is quite relevant against a Seophon board because usually you Seophon on things that have 1 to 3 defense. So like that 5 damage ping might be really relevant, but I don't know. Yeah, I think I would have liked the Devotee there as well.
So let's see here. The next decision from Sora's side here.
Because now playing the Belial here means you don't give yourself that option of potentially winning through Crest. And you know that Evolved Sword goes long. So, Devotee up.
Ooh, does this give you enough? The last evolve for the Skybound. Now Greninjito does get an evolve, so that's going to push Seophon's Super Skybound quite a bit. And in the boots, just to control the hand here, so we're not overdrawing.
Seophon Super Skybound. Really strong with most of the cards in this hand. For example, you just play Zeta Beo for 6. Seophon that. Gildaria. Seophon that. Also incredible. So everything pretty good here.
Greninjito coming out now from the side of Suikao. Gonna get that full board clear without having to worry about running out of gas. And yeah, now you don't need the Shamnach anymore, so might as well just commit that to the board. Ooh, Luminous with the regular Seophon is pretty good.
This is big. That also progresses the Super Skybound art of your Sandalphon by an incredible whopping 5 gauge.
Yeah, that's going to be a very good closing option as well. Especially, again, like, you can combine that, you know, just after board clearing with Gildaria. You don't really have, like, the easiest way to board clear for 4 in this deck. There are some decks that do, and then you have, like, you know, like, I guess in Dragon, you have, Galmu 1 damage to everything, Eileen destroy everything damaged, and then Sandalphon 10 damage face.
Yeah, yeah. You could say that.
No dragons in this.
Unfortunately,
so many decks in this top 8 with no dragons.
Unfortunately, Dragon is a fake potential class. So sorry to say.
Can't believe it. Can't believe the word potential hurt me so much.
The Devotee is quite nice here because you just evolve this. It clears 3 bodies, and then you can play Supplicant to clean up, I think. Oh, or Grand Jita. Grand Jita cleans up too. Ooh, actually, this is a little awkward. It doesn't quite get everything.
Yeah, it helps us not run out of gas, but you're also...
Oh, that's a nice hit. That's what you wanted. So.
Important hit. 3-1 remains, though. That's actually going to be pretty important because everything is still going to be getting the ward from the Luminous here.
Gildaria, Rally not active, so is this turn just Zeta Bea Seophon, or do you want to save the Seophon for something else? Oh, I think the Olivia is actually a pretty good pickup. Hold up. Yeah, I like this a lot.
With the draws first.
If this picks up Grimnir,
oh,
everything's coming up
big.
Millhouse.
You get,
that's big.
You get good damage here as well. I mean, 2 damage from the supers trading, and another 3 to the face, so that's going to be a good 5. And that is also slowly pushing you towards the Sandalphon full range as well. Ooh, Real Knife Valburn is not nice.
That is not nice. And also, I want to mention the Grimnir Super Crest works with the Gildaria Auto Evolve too. So you always have board clear options now.
Ooh, Riley 20 now. So we're just on the Gildaria count, so that's going to be a nice Super Evolve. 2 boots.
If you Gildaria
Super Evolve conditions, everything's basically checked. Now it just comes down to how you're gonna progress through this game to get them down to 10 and be able to win off of the Sandalphon on its own.
The great thing about Evolved Sword, Chris, is that it just makes a bajillion boards every single turn. And Suikao only has 3 Gensetsu Yuzukis there. You're only allowed to run 3. So it's like, you know, it's a game of, do you have the answers to everything I'm pumping out here, or do you not?
And the big thing is that you can see here that Suikao was really trying to deal with these boards without committing the Ginyuzus, and I think that's a very important part of this matchup. You can actually use the Gilnilies here on the Luminous. Looking it works too.
I like this. Yep. I think this is going to be a Gildaria. Because Gildaria should be able to clear.
Yep. Gildaria number 1.
Moving out.
You can still, technically, if you don't want to use Zeta Bea for damage, you can also play her down just as 2 bodies, and that gives you 2 damage pings off of Gildaria to take out, well, most importantly, put the 11-9 down to 7 as well. That's tradable into, then one of the Zeta Beas could have traded into the current 6-3, but...
Leaving up a
leaving-
6-1! Why didn't he trade the Ironclad?
Right, that would have definitely prevented...
Oh, sweet cow,
issues,
oh no!
but speaking of issues, waiting for a response is not the issue you want to be seeing. It happened at the beginning of the turn, so we still have the turn timer.
Sweet cow,
Reconnecting,
please!
we're back, and the timer has only just started ticking.
Oh, okay, he's
Still
back.
good.
He's back, he's back, he's back. Give me a heart attack, man. Come on!
Dude, this is not good. This is... Okay, we're panic selecting the Ginyuzu at first. It is an option when you're completely out of time, but Congregate here does have, you know, the ability to just swing and buff everything for 11 damage.
Not killing that Congregant with the Steel Clad, I think, is costing Sora the entire game, because that is lethal with Rage of Serpent!
Oh my god, Suikao brings it back from the brinks of defeat. Suikao, after being faced with not 1 but 2 potential disconnect losses, manages to take us to a game 3, and with that, every single top 8 match has gone to a game 3 here in this LCQ. That is a first of all the Worlds Beyond SVOs.
I am shocked that Sora didn't trade the Steel Clad. Did he forget that Grimnir Crest was up? Even if he forgot Grimnir Crest was up, he could have traded both Steel Clads anyway. Still would have been better.
Yeah. So I feel like there was some miscalculation there that cost the game very much so. Like, it's not a card that you leave up on the board because it just has infinite potential.
Now he's saying potential. I infected him. Oh, this is a great hand from Sora, though.
Yeah, it's not only that, but also, I do think matchup-wise, though, Even is going to be a little rough.
You think so? I feel like because, I mean, the cups, the unholy vessels, is your enemy, but once those are out, it's really hard for Haven to deal with all your boards all the time. Because if you think about it, you have so many army and a can cards, Luminous Mages, you got, and when they're evolved off of Seophon, they don't get cleared by Blinding Faith either. So I think it does depend on whether you're able to get the ball rolling on that and how many vessels Sweet Cow ends up drawing throughout the course of the game.
I feel like here, we're committing resources to push this aggression, only for extra play point Blinding Faith to answer
that is
that.
fair.
And then next turn, commit more stuff, get answered by another Blinding Faith. Are we really just putting on the Grimnir here, though? I feel like Blinding Faith extra play point is quite big, because if the Grimnir comes down, you are so happy as Sora. Oh my god, you just go Val's, clear this 5 damage face.
Yeah, but now this all gets cleared by Blinding Faith. But then your next turn is Luminous Mages.
Yeah, you mind that way less. You're just replacing your board. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. But if you blinding, if Suikao Blinding Faith's here and Sora Luminous Mages is, I guess Suikao just has to Blinding Faith again.
Yeah, but that's also delaying your Marwin.
Yeah, true.
Delaying their optimal plays. They're just playing reactively, whereas Sora can keep pushing the offensive. And because Amelia is in hand,
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
you're not running out of gas. You have Amelia, you have Granangita. So in the past, you would have had issues where it's like, you get answered, and then it's like, well, I didn't draw Amelia. I don't have any other ways to draw things from deck, so I guess I lose. But now Granangita's added another option to start answering these boards like that. So I think here you can Luminous Magus. Even if this gets answered, you have, again, even, Zeta Bea picked up here. Ooh, in the defensive evolve, I don't mind this.
Yeah, I like this a lot. And I was just gonna say, to your point, 100% agree. I think the reason why this meta feels so much more like other decks have the opportunity to shine now is because of that neutral draw power that we were lacking in the first 3 sets with Granangita and Lirio.
is going to be... I think the heal has to be also committed, potentially, so... Very, very reactive plays overall, and might not even clear everything. Blinding Faith. The thing is, you don't really have a better option.
Yeah. That's pretty tough. Blinding Faith Sensor, leaving up a 4 attacker. If they just Zeta Bea evolve, oh man, that's 9 to the
9
dome.
damage.
Right behind ya.
Just pushing the offensive here. Data and Bea swinging in down to 7.
This is what I meant earlier. You met army and a can every turn. They can't have answers every single time. Hold up. Can Rodeo on Super Evolve does have the Divine Thunder effect, right? So
Yes.
that takes out the
This will
5-4 and the
clear
4-1.
everything.
And then you just trade in. So you do full clear here.
Oath is fulfilled.
Yep. Full clear. No issues. And you get some draw power from the DLF if necessary.
Yeah. And you know that the Evolve only runs with that one Albert. This is what you were saying. Maybe they should run more than one. Honestly, it's starting to look pretty good.
I'm like this, right?
Gildaria for the body, I think. Yeah, because Amelia was not a guaranteed clear. So this is the only guaranteed clear you had in hand. So I do understand this.
Judgment delivered.
And it presents
it
another
is
board
valid.
they have to deal with, right?
Ooh. That would eat up the second Super Evolve, though, at
Yeah.
Rodeo. So I think Congregant... I guess Congregant Super also does... I mean, either way, to clear this, I think you're kind of forced to run the Super in.
Are you? Can you Congregant
Because of
normal
the-
evolve De La Fee for Destroy?
Yeah, DLF,
Leave
yeah.
a 2-drop up? Oh no, he's gonna go for the Super. Okay. You gotta heal though.
Lady Himika.
Yeah, that's the important point. Don't forget to heal. Whatever you can get.
No Marwin.
Oh, Zeta Bea number 2.
We're going into turn 8 with no Marwin, Chris. It's looking pretty dire for Suikao.
That's already, yeah. We were so focused on just Operation Survive that and I forgot the whole point of this deck.
Yeah, right?
Is to get the Marwin down.
Ooh, this is
Yes,
big.
for the Super Evolve. That's huge.
Now Marwin isn't a guaranteed. Oh no, with De La Fee you should be fine. If you get Marwin here. No Marwin. Marwin bottom 20.
That's crazy. Gian is really looking to be potentially the only even in top 4 here.
Can't even Benison risk free here. Only 2 crests set up. Suikao doesn't run Wilbert, to be fair. So that is a deck building consideration, but yeah, this is pretty tough.
Rodeo is now also no longer an option for the removal.
Unholy
Yeah,
Vessel.
this is you could technically DLF random destruction twice, and that does clear the board. The Benison, the one of Benison has actually been picked up. I forgot to point that out.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, but it's not risk free because not
Yeah,
at 5
right.
crests, and without any Wilbert, it's harder to get that 5 crests because the permanent crests are what really helps you find that threshold, and you're running one less permanent crest in this list. There's Albert picked up.
Amelia finds the one of Albert. You could just Zeta Bea here and push.
I think you Zeta Bea 100% here.
We're trying to
Interesting.
Oh, Amelia again, just going wide.
Fate howls like a
Grimly, okay, we're just choosing to go very wide here, knowing that we already have lethal with the Albert. But the thing is, I can't forget what deck you're playing against. This deck does have ways to set up tall ward followers
And heal.
and avoid the Albert. That's been kind of the whole strength of this deck into this matchup once it gets to the late game.
I guess the good news is that if you set up against Albert here, you do still kind of lose to just like slamming Gildaria down. So either way, Sora I think is in a position of command here.
In true sight from slow.
All right.
It comes down. That's going to be another source of healing. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Message that nobody likes to see.
With no Marwin though, this is pretty tough, man.
Reconnected.
The Dose can take out one of the Amelias at least, but then
Here's the booster.
Double DLF.
I must stay strong, but don't touch.
Is this the only way to clear?
Jealous of my jewels.
Without cashing in the evolve, it really is.
And you overdraw
11
next turn.
defense remains.
If you overdraw the Marwyn, you're going to be really sad here.
Oh, you're so right.
Oh, wait, no, this is... No, Albert's not lethal yet, so... Would have been lethal if he had a Quick Blader, but no Quick Blader in this list, so... Gadaria's at 18.
I do feel like the Zeta Bea
Heart of darkness.
angle would have been real last turn. Here you do set up a very dominant board where nothing gets taken out. You've also seen a lot of their AoE board clear already be used as well, as we saw
Vessel
the double
milled!
blinding faith early. Oh no, dude.
Vessel Mild is crazy! Oh!
Especially now. I think there was a vessel used earlier
Yeah.
where it could have been something else to board clear, I think. You have a Grimnir Crest, but you don't have the super evolves to back it up.
Can Gil Nalise heal 4? But you're not dealing with the board that way. I think Sweet Cow is pincered here.
Conger can take out the Amalia, and then Gilnalise trying to do something, essentially, is looking to be the angle here.
But we know that Albert is in the back, and even if it wasn't Albert, there's also just like a lot of bodies that you're still having to deal with. So even if Sora didn't win this next turn, I think it was still an uphill position from Suika to climb out of.
Yeah. Regardless, but time is ticking and the waiting for response messages up again.
What is going on with the internet in the UK right now?
Oh no, this is not looking good. Back just a second left. Can he make the evolve? He does make the evolve. Get a little bit of time just from this. Does get the trade. Heal to 13. But unfortunately, 13 might have been enough to evade the Albert on his own, but not when there's another body on the board. And with that, Twilight Knight, Sora is going to lock in that top 4 spot with this lineup of the Evo Sword and Lishana Portal.
Evolve Sword doing really well. Really happy to see it. Very unfortunate Sweet Cow disconnected in that one game in that set. That could have changed the entire course of the set. But yeah, I think Sora played really, really well for the most part. And yeah, that Evolve Sword showing off what it can do, man. Honestly, just infinite boards. You can't have answers to everything. You know, you're only allowed to run 3 Gin users. You're only allowed to run 3 vessels. So, you know, just keep the pressure up. Very, very cool. And you see why it's definitely made a uptick, not only in tournament, but on ladder. I believe I saw a couple of Beyonds playing that Evolve Sword as well, favoring it over Loot. So very, very cool to see that meta call. But guys, that was it for all of our quarters. Let's take a look at the bracket, see where we've been. And when we come back after a short break, we're going to be taking a look at the semifinals. Only 4 players remain. Kyonus versus Photon, and then Gian versus Sora. Very exciting stuff. But guys, that's going to be it from us for now. Come back very soon after this short break for the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. But at least the Odin gets to banish the disenchantment, which is a lot of damage off the table.
Yeah, that does also remove healing as well, which is
Oh, but
up over time.
alas, the second one.
Ooh, very valid.
Yeah, make the torrent random, but we know that there's Conger in hand, and that's another Shining picked up. I think that's just out of lethal. Wait, no, it's not. It's exact lethal. Shining.
It's exact lethal.
Yep,
This is exactly
yep.
9 damage. Gian.
The double torrent.
I won't give up.
There's the dub for the Haven. And
No. He uses an Orcus Slam because he has Orcus plus Puppet Cap the next turn anyway. No Beals
yeah,
will be required. I
2
think.
back-to-back Orcuses,
Yeah.
both pushing. You know, this one's already pushing 8 damage on its own, down to 11. Puppet Cat next turn is going to be.
Even with an Eye Super is 8, and then plus 9 is 17.
Yeah. One off. Very close one.
Ah. This is probably the
Uses
safest
double
bet.
effect. That also works.
Yeah.
Very resource efficient.
Play, you do heal a lot because you get to buff up your bat drain with the Gildenlays, and you set up to have Veracity the turn after. So I understand this.
It is what it is.
I like it. You have the debuff at the end of turn from Fedios
It is.
here.
I think it is.
It is indeed, as we know there is enough damage, and Calby essentially is going to just take this second game. He is making Orcus's job very easy on that turn 8.
This is a really good super on the Love Struck. Remember, this guy actually does have an evolve effect. You get that puppet. But be
now
careful,
we have the
Axia has
Bane.
destruction immunity, so Wired Assault doesn't do anything, but that generates 4 puppets to exactly clear the Axia and push 12 to the dome.
This is huge. This damage is going to be so important in closing out next turn. A total of 12 coming in.
Yeah.
Gian is going to lock it in.
Don't miss.
There it is.
Orcus super evolve, summon the 2 remaining enhanced puppets, and run in the 3 damage to take the game and take the set. A little bit too late. The Orcus is still on board. The Odin is literally lethal damage. Oh no. The disconnect mid-turn, that will cost the game. I
Oh,
don't
that
think we've
is
ever seen that
so
before.
unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, Damage Orcus is going to take it, unfortunately, when the order to answer these kind of wide boards. Especially without... Oh my god, well, forget that.
I got really excited. That was like the top deck of the century, all right? The universe giveth, the universe taketh away, all right? They made Sweet Cow's Ethernet struggle to top deck a devotee last time, right? But this time around,
Yeah.
different story.
Oh!
Oh!
Wow, Belial already.
You know, I think you could have taken that out with devotee, right? Devotee
This
is
is pretty
big.
good.
This is big. That also progresses the Super Skybound art of your Sandalphon by an incredible whopping 5 gauge.
Yeah, that's going to be a very good closing option as well. Especially, again, like, you can combine that, you know, just after board clearing with Gildaria. You don't really have, like, the easiest way to board clear for 4 in this deck. There are some decks that, at first, it is an option when you're completely out of time, but Congregate here does have, you know, the ability to just swing and buff everything for 11 damage.
Not killing that Congregant with the Steel Clad, I think, is costing Sora the entire game, because that is lethal with Rage of Serpent!
Oh my god, Suikao brings it back from the brinks of defeat. Suikao, after being... I feel like Blinding Faith extra play point is quite big, because if the Grimnir comes down, you are so happy as Sora. Oh my god, you just go Vals, clear this 5 damage face.
Yeah, but now this all gets cleared by Blinding Faith. But then your next turn is Luminous Mages.
Yeah,
But-
you mind that way less. You're just replacing your board.
Gildaria for the body, I think. Yeah, because Amelia was not a guaranteed clear. So this is the only guaranteed clear you had in hand. So I do understand this.
AoE board clear already be used as well, as we saw
Vessel
the double Blinding
Milled!
Faith early. Oh no, dude.
Vessel Milled is crazy.
In that top 4 spot with this lineup of the Evo Sword and Lishana Portal.
Evolve Sword doing really well, really happy. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Open 2025 Last Chance Qualifier. Chris, we just went through 4 amazing quarterfinals games that all went to Game 3, and now only 4 players remain. The winner getting the chance to go to Japan for World Grand Prix next month. Man, tough day.
This is going to be a very high octane set of matches remaining, as we have 4 players remaining. Take a look at the bracket, show you where we are if you're just tuning in as well. Kyonus versus Photon are going to be the 2 players facing off here. Kyonus, of course, was very close to qualifying for Worlds in the past in original Shadowverse, and now trying to get that second chance ticket through the LCQ, whereas Photon is playing their first Shadowverse tourney and is already 2 wins away from making it to the World Grand Prix, which is an insane route to be taking into competition. And then after that, we're going to be watching the top 4 between Gian and Sora, but that's going to be after this first set. Let's take a look at Kyonus and Photon. We should have a head-to-head between these 2 players for you guys as well, as of course we do have some similar classes in this matchup, but not necessarily similar decks. So again, for those of you just tuning in, Kyonus is bringing the Loot Sword and Puppet Portalcraft versus Photon, who is also playing Loot Sword. Apologies, we have 3 swords in top 4. Damn, they all kind of just showed up at all of a sudden, huh? So we're gonna have a Loot Sword mirror potentially, but Photon's second deck is the Roach Forest, still out here, still making bug noises wherever you go.
Absolutely. Skreekikikit, as we say. I will say also, guys, if you are just tuning in and are wondering what the exact lists are, we covered them back during the quarterfinals. So make sure to check the VOD over on the official Shadowverse channel on YouTube if you're curious about the deck lists. But we already covered them, so we're not going to waste your time and cover them every single time they show up. But yeah, if you want to see the list, just scroll back a little bit and you can take a peep there. But yes, right now, let's head into it. Photon versus Kyonus. First time tournament ever versus guy who played all the way back in Classic. Let's see who makes it to the finals.
Loot Sword mirror. Start us off.
All right, so Kyonus already got the Sinceros, but it's a little too early. Can we get some early game? Oh, ask and you shall receive.
Nothing but early game for you, sir.
Hi, as they say.
I do think maybe keeping 1 0 would have been fine.
Maybe it's more valuable to try and mull for a tablet, but yeah, I think not having 1 0 is it feels a little bit risky, maybe. But at least you have the quick blader into the quick blader here.
Yep. The bladers answer each other. Supplicant is going to be the optimal play here. No easy answer for this other than extra play point Valse. That leaves the next turn very awkward.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad.
See a turn 2 pass, but nope, gonna actually swing with the quick blader, not keeping this for any late game bonus damage combos.
I think you go quick blader face and then next turn extra play point Zeta Bea is the idea, potentially. Oh, Val's picked up though, does mean that that's an option. No, but it's Zeta Bea.
Yeah, you get to keep 1 on the board still. They need to use the blade to answer your Zeta Bea. And so that means that
but what if they just
can't do their own Zeta Bea in that turn? Unless they Zeta Bea your Zeta Bea and then have 1 Zeta Bea left of their...
There's too many Zetas, too many Zetas. Honestly, Chris, you sound like an insane person right now when you were commenting that turn.
It's all things that are happening.
It's funny, I was looking through my old belongings and I found some old Shadowverse swag from back during the Brigade of the Sky days. And it was a bunch of can badges. And I was like, oh, okay, I got Fairy, I got De La Fiel. And then I opened it again and there were 6 Zeta badges. And that's exactly what that turn felt like just now.
Bro is her #1 fan.
Yeah. By accident. He just showed up. Oh no, there were 7. Oh my goodness. Anyway. I think the Congregant probably here, but it feels pretty bad. Like, Kyonus has some burst, some, like, Valse, some tentacles, but none of the actual things that make loot, right? It's like you're playing Scuffed Sword right now. It's kind of bad with the Kyonus' hand. Meanwhile, Photon has what he needs. Got the Sincero, got the Odin. The only thing missing is Octress and Tablet, pretty much. I think they're both actually quite starved on loot generators in general, actually.
Yeah, Sincero's not going to be doing much in either side, but the thing is that they both also have storm tools, except the Photon side comes with removal.
Yeah. Albert come out just to trade.
Okay,
that is some sad play, man. I'm not gonna lie.
That in a while.
Whoa! Massive pickup for Photon.
All right, that's a big one.
Allow me to explain to the viewers who may not know. Tablet of Tribulations removes all duplicates from your deck, and then it also lets you engage it once per turn to draw a card. And you might be thinking, oh my goodness, I get rid of all the cards in my deck. But for Swordcraft, for Loot Swordcraft in particular, it really helps you to thin your deck to find your combo pieces. Because if you think about it, you only need 1 Sincero, 1 Owlbear, and 1 of each of your storm damage sources in order for you to make an impact. So it actually helps you draw into your pieces much more consistently. So having that tablet while Kyonus doesn't, I think is a huge deal.
Sincero, though, drops the 4 damage Sincero without the Super Evolve available, just as a stat stick. I guess sort of going like, all right, next turn, I will just Odin, and try to win the game from that.
Yeah,
Because I guess
maybe you don't
you
need
didn't play so aggressively here because you have so much damage output in this hand.
True.
You don't need to necessarily worry about, you know, having a weak turn 6 just to keep it, right? You might as well have a decently strong turn 6 into, you know, this relentless burst from turn 7 onward.
That's true. Maybe the tablet won't even become a factor because you're just attacking
Might
with the
not.
Odin and the tentacles. But I don't know. I'm a little worried. Kyonus has healing of his own, right? With the tentacles in his hand. So
Even their
Yeah.
lives are
This will be a
ours.
very back and forth, I think.
hmm.
No fuses, so would have to extra play point or trade the 5/5. You don't want to be doing that.
I think it's extra play point necklace on the 1/2.
Yeah.
That way Odin doesn't have like a fall where it can just ignore. You can just tablet
That's
vault
the
here.
timing for
That's a
tablet?
big pickup.
Yeah, this gives you good clear. Tablet's going to give you the draw power to come back from the situation, but then it calls into question the Sincero play last turn a little bit.
That's fair.
Call honestly from Kyonus.
But couldn't have known to draw Valve at the top, to be fair. Photon, right? Like that's-
Those stars evolving, interesting.
yeah.
I'll miss you.
The 1/3 is somewhat ignorable, but I guess if you're worried about, if you are still targeting down Odin into Albert as your win con, then trading everything off as soon as possible is definitely the play. Especially because, you know, there's not many good targets here for Kyonus, and just Val's pass
Free
looking
evolve.
to be the option.
Pre-evolve is super hard punished by Congregant, but if it's not a Congregant, it's really, really good. You already saw Sincero played.
Right. What are the chances without any fuses? Evolve is going to come out.
If Congregant's off the top for Photon, though.
This isn't Evo Sword either, so we don't have to worry about Ren and Jita doing the 5 damage.
Tentacles.
Let me just-
That's Congregant!
Oh!
Oh!
Good thing you draw first. Let this be a lesson. Always draw first before committing to your plays.
All right, let's... Yeah, because... I think if you leave the 6/5 up, it's a bit of a risk. But it's not the greatest risk because the opponent doesn't have Albert next turn. So, can you ignore it
Yeah.
this turn? You Albert here, then when you need to, you can Congregant for healing or tentacles. And if you don't need to, you just win with Albert the next turn. Sorry, Odin here, I mean, and then you Albert the next turn, right? So,
Yeah. They have to have 4 heal here to come back or more. They're forced to go for tentacles. That leaves them with essentially Lair or Boots for more damage. That being said, though, Boots plus tentacles, you do get 12 damage this turn, putting them down to 6, losing to your Albert. Maybe a bit of a tug of war. And the thing is if they go to 6 here, but then that means you're ignoring the Odin. So
I think
you can't afford to be doing that.
I think you tentacles the Odin, heal back to 13.
and then you push 7.
Boots on
and
the
that gives you
false. Push 7, they're at
Yeah.
11. You win with Albert. Or you lair here.
Yeah, either one worked.
But now they have tentacles.
Very tug of war.
Both players are telegraphing hard that they have Albert in hand. So
Yeah,
the tentacles have to
very
come
much
out.
so.
Oh, actually,
Especially on the Photon side. The one remaining evolve point is very much being reserved for that.
can you justify not tentaclesing here and just healing with the 2 from Congregant? You get to play Octress this way too. No, but if you Octress, Congregant,
No,
heal, and ward, you lose to Albert. No, but then the ward gives +1 stat. So your Congregant, your Octress or your Congregant would have 4 defense, which blocks an Albert Storm.
that's true.
I think that's right. I think that's correct. I think it's Congregant, Octress, play both loots.
This is likely the case, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Hungry comes down, Boots, and
Oh, we're not Octressing.
The-
That's interesting.
Zeta Bale. That does get the job done.
What's stopping him
However-
from Alberting face here? Oh! Boots plus Albert from Photon. Next turn is 14 damage. He can't Albert face.
True.
Yeah.
And you know that the boots is now added to hand that was literally just played last turn.
So
14
Kyonus...
damage.
That's such a heads up
You
play
have
from
to-
Photon.
Heal 2 from the lair is the starting point.
You have no choice. You have to. Or you can heal 2 from Devotee.
Behind.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And the super on it.
Any plus. Give it here.
Still has one more remaining.
But you can't get the goblet from the Devotee now, so you need to get it from Lair.
True. It has to be goblet. If you don't take goblet, you lose.
Yeah. I think it's... Ooh! What?
Ward, I guess, with the necklace does technically do the job.
Ward with the Devotee?
This technically does the job as well.
And now,
Although it's
and now Kyonus has 14 next turn. So Photon has to heal out of range. And he doesn't have a good way to clear the valves. Oh my goodness, Chris. This is intense.
Oh my god. Should the congregant be... Oh, man.
Albert can clear the valves, but then you're not healing enough to get out of range.
Exactly.
I think Kyonus might have checkmated Photon here.
Oh my god. This was... Dude, this... To think that it's not the battle of the loots, but it's the generic tools.
This is...
The only sincere play this turn was a 4 damage one from Photon.
Yeah.
And instead we're just doing tug of war with Albert and Tentacles.
This is a pincer. You have to Ravening
Yeah.
to heal, but if you Ravening Valses up, you die. If you Albert... Yeah. Wait, no, wait!
I don't get it back.
Albert is 14. That's 18. That's exactly enough.
There's exactly 18. Yeah, it's still not enough.
Oh,
Get
man.
off. If you don't clear the 4-3, this is going to be an additional 18 damage coming with the boots, thanks to being on 10 play points. And Kyonus is coming in close to qualifying for Worlds, way back in original Shadowverse, and now 1 win away from sitting in the finals. Could potentially lock in that spot. This was a
man.
very close first game. That was crazy.
That was crazy. It's really cool to see when both players have a suboptimal hand, how scrappy they get and like how they use
Yeah.
what they got to edge out the win. Very cool game to see.
100%. I'm excited to see. All right. So far, we've only seen 3 game sets, and I'm expecting to see the same thing here as well, because these two, you know, even though Photon is, you know, having their first term experience, they've been playing very well. Let's see how Loot Sword is going to match up this time into the puppets.
In this match, Puppet doesn't have that much recovered is the problem. I think Loot is pretty scary. But the problem with Sword, right, is that all of their boards get free cleared by everything Puppet does. So whether they can get the chip in to get the Sincere to get to the finish line is another question. Like, for example, you just play Love Struck here and kill the Quick Waiter, so...
Exactly.
Dear, I would
Like,
give
a
anything.
mid-range based deck against a deck that can generate infinite zero-cost tools to answer the mid-range.
Right. Oh, that's a big pickup! I think you extra play point that out.
Yeah, Devotee loses to another puppet anyway, and you know they can make them so easily.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I would have liked the Auctus there, I think, personally. Oh, to be
We
fair...
know there is no one-cost puppet or zero-cost puppet, but still.
To be fair, Auctus did lose to Puppet Lancer, which, you know, is very likely, so... But I don't know. I think getting the crest up is just good. Oh, now you got 2.
Right.
What you could do now is Auctus extra boots, full trade.
You do lose both bodies in that trade, though, which is not, like, in a matchup where you're losing your board at all times in the first place.
Yeah.
Not what you want.
Yeah, I think it's probably better to save Auctus for the Evolve turn because you need the loots in hand. So maybe this turn is just...
do agree.
extra Zeta Bea?
Yeah, extra Zeta Bea does leave you with one follower on the board at least, whereas the other option is not.
Okay, going for the original.
The only thing is
line.
you get the crest up, right? So
Yeah.
that gives you that.
Yeah, with 2 Octruses, I think getting the Octrus up is correct because you just want to get both crests. So you got to start progressing, I think. And
But then under that logic, it does feel like extra play point on 2 would have been pretty valid as well.
yeah, Kyonus is turn 4. We all know Puppet turn 4 is pretty weak, but this is probably the best you can do.
Wow, double. You already have all like every single one of your top end cards, right? Odin's there, Bubs is there,
Yeah.
Orcus is there.
This also plays best around Congregant Fuse, so pretty heads up
True.
from Kyonus. I think we're just gonna kill one Lyria here. Well, if it isn't the Lyria twins, have you heard of the Zeta Beta twins? Holy moly.
4 against 2.
This is bullying. This is cyber bullying. No Zvi, though. Zvi would have been a crazy pickup here. See, I
I would have actually answered everything.
I wonder for Kyonus if Grangita was the better play turn previous to try and draw into his Zvi, right? But
It will be over soon.
Medical grade. Third Lyria as well, but that's something I need to save for later, I'd assume.
Trajectory. Calculated.
Going for the evolve, okay. We're really valuing the barrier here.
the barrier can tank a Congregant ping, I guess. Second Sincere. That's actually not what you want to see here. It's a little awkward.
No, you need
Yeah.
your generators. The guys who make the loot. All we have, the only loot makers you have are ones tied to evolving, which is never that great, considering that you are very much limited
I mean,
in those options.
Congregant
Then-
makes loot, but it's just heavy, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's gonna be the option, though. Loot and Goblet, and we are gonna cash in the evolve to refund the play point to be able to play both of them. Trade into the Lyria just to make sure that everything gets traded off here by the effect damage.
Yeah, fuse this. Get the Octrus down to 2 count. Problem is, no generator means we can't actually get the Octrus to 1 to play the to 0. I mean, to play the Octrus next turn. The only generator, ironically, is Octrus, which you don't want to be doing because you want to both crest.
You don't want to be doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, all 3 Lyrias played for their 2-drop.
Ooh!
Slash.
Big pickup! Big pickup! Slash, fuse, then Octrus evolve, right?
Yeah, I do think that is going to be... That resets your crest. You get so much damage burst potential as well, with potentially 2 of them in play here. See what Photon decides to do here.
And if the slash hits the Grand Gita, you can kind of ignore the Lyria too.
That's true.
Pretty big, pretty
We'll
big.
begin with a slash. Zeta Bea is also technically an option. The Sincere only has, what, 2 fuses on it right now? Zeta Bea, I guess it'll be a Bane and a... Bane into the barrier?
Slash here. Okay, I understand
And the
that.
slash? Okay,
That,
that does
honestly,
take it
not
out, and
bad,
you're also
not bad.
pushing some good damage.
Yeah, not bad. This also lets you play Octrus next turn, get the crest up, and then evolve it for more loot immediately. But then,
Yep.
kind of running out of draw is sort of the concern.
The other good thing is that the Blade Fuse is also going to contribute now to the next crest. So that way the speed at which you're going to get your second spell is also a little bit better.
That's true.
That way you can kind of cash in the first one to answer a board if you need to, and then still be able to expect to see the second one before the game ends.
On Kyonus' side, I think the Sylvia is actually kind of low impact here. You might want to just Wired Assault. If you Sylvia for draw and then super, wasting a super is pretty tough. I think you just, Sylvia for heal, knowing that they have Sincero fused in hand,
Why seek to guilty?
but this is still a little tough. Like, they're both running out of resources a little bit.
Yeah, before making the big high impact plays. Oh, this Odin pickup is not bad.
That's actually huge, right? You can just Odin now.
And then Remnant on top of that as well if you want to burn that. Oh no, sorry, 7 play points. Never mind. You get to Odin. Fusing without having the Octus Crest up is a little bit sad, but it does give you a high pressure play. Only thing is, because all the regular evolves have already been used, that means that you can't push them down to 12 to put on the pressure of an incoming Albert.
Yeah. I think you Odin.
I think it's pretty good. You Odin here.
Yeah.
You expect the Orcus next turn, and then Sincero answers that pretty easily.
Yes.
So that feels like the only downside is that you don't get the Octus Crest, but so be it.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct. That was a massive top for Photon.
Pluie de paix.
Oh, even the super! Okay, so Sincero is two fused, potentially 3 with the knife. So that's 6 plus 4, 10 damage. Trade into the Octus is exactly 11.
There's nothing tall enough that... Oh no, wait. If you're only doing 6 from Sincero, that means Orcus lives with 2 defense, so Sincero can trade
I was
the
just
last
going to say,
damage.
that's exactly 11.
Huh. That does work out.
Yep.
Photon trying to keep the tradition alive of 3-game sets.
Any mathematicians in the chat? What is 7 plus 4? Somebody help?
But funnily enough, not going for the Orcus is the correct play.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
This doesn't give lethal.
Owlbear off the top.
Oh my god, okay, this is do or die win next turn, and unfortunately Puppet does not have a 1-card 12 damage card like Sword does.
Yeah, unless Kyonus top decks Puppet Cat, and then it does have a 1-card 12 damage card, or a 2-card 12 damage card.
Ooh, get this mana true. Then that's 2 cards. That's not
Yeah, real.
real and true.
Yeah, but if that Puppet Cat comes off the top, this might still be Kyonus' game. There's no easy healing for Photon.
No, not right now, not in this hand. Do you stick with the game plan?
It really is contingent on Kyonus top decking Puppet Cat. If Kyonus doesn't have Puppet Cat, and you saw him never draw the entire game, but the stakes are so high, do you gamble on that chance?
Right.
All right, this is
0
6.
fuse. I
This
think
is
we're doing
exactly
it.
10. But if off the top, wait, not spending
We're
the
saving
super.
the super for the Albert. I like that.
I like it, and no Puppet Cat.
So
But
this means that if you don't have a single heal, Albert can trade and then still do 6 damage face. Gilnelly's has to be used here.
that's true. Albert Super means it can trade over the Lloyd. It has to be Gilnelly's.
But Gilnelly doesn't heal enough. That's also the problem. It's a catch-22.
That's right.
Orcus.
Pincered.
It's once again. These games between these two are just landing in these checkmate scenarios. Orcus is unfortunately not gonna be enough because the Lloyd can be traded over.
Trajectory. Calculate.
And it was not picked up. Orcus is gonna come in with the super. He's pushing 8 damage, but unfortunately 4 off.
Yep.
The cat would have given just enough.
Photon sees no cat. Photon happy. Owlbear lethal.
Yep, Albert's gonna come on down. 3 damage AoE. 6 damage off the trade. There you go. That
Wham.
is gonna be
Give up.
another 3-game set. The tradition continues. We see Photon even it out. And now it's time to see between these two players. It's gonna be Portal versus Roach. And Photon played that Roach really well in the quarterfinals. If you missed that game, I definitely recommend checking it out.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get a repeat of that performance in the semifinals.
And also, just keep in mind, everybody in the chat, the only Forest player in the top 8. If Photon comes out here, he'll advance, being one of the only people to play this class. If he loses, Forest is out of the running entirely. I think you hard dig for Godwood Staff, right?
I do think so. Fairy Fencer.
That was an
going
odd
second. Well, this hand
mulligan.
barely changed.
Just got everything back.
Yeah. Admitting the cat early.
Ooh,
Pressure.
that's a big pickup. Convoke on turn 1. That's very good.
You get an extra play point. Trade. And next turn you have Fairy Fencer.
Maybe extra play
But no,
point?
Godwood is a little bit sus.
Yeah, I think extra play point Fairy Fencer now. They love Struck. Double trade. And you're left with the advantage because you can Fairy Bug Alert or just ignore the 1/1. Oh!
Oh my god.
That's big, Chris. That is big. Oh, you know what you could do? Fairy into the 1/1, Fairy Fencer face Bug Alert. Get the Fairy Fencer back. That gives you another generator for your turn 4 on Godwood.
True. You lose out on the bounce, but I don't think you mind that now that you have Godwood.
Yeah. The Bug Alert is there to be cute. The winning bounce is the Godwood. I think this might be the play. Fairy Fencer face Bug Alert. Oh! Convoke instead? That's fine too. I think either of those would have been valid. But, yeah.
This is likely just a UD draw pass. Turn 4 is always looking kind of suspect.
Yeah.
Turn 5, on the other hand, looking very good for puppets, thanks to Spy.
Why did he play the puppet here?
Yeah, what are we worried about? Because, I mean, they're just playing Godwood here. That would have been a Spy ward.
And that doesn't play around May either, so I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe...
Grand Vegeta solves the issues of the bad turn 4, I guess.
Yeah.
It does give you just a draw.
And this Vi is pretty good next turn here too.
Yep.
Lily is massive pickup! That's draw and double clear while establishing a board. I think you save the Lily.
Fairies to use as well.
I think you save the
Line
Lily for
McCain, I
after
do
the
feel like-
Vi, right? So that you can take out this Vi behind the wards. Yeah. Oh, really?
Fairies, here comes the Lily.
I don't know if I like this, Chris. Because now we have no answer to this Vi.
There's light, there's joy. See you tomorrow.
Ready to draw into Glade.
Everything hurts.
Okay, that could work.
Arrow does help.
Yeah,
Arrow
yeah.
does help to a certain extent, but you not have a lot of big plays for next turn before that arrow.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I think I would have saved that Lily in case you run into this Vi, but I guess value's a draw. You just slam Vi here if you're curious?
I do think so. I mean, you get to clear out everything, and that's why remains with 4 defense. It's like if you get taken out by Glade and can accept it. If you're gonna counterplay it here, you'd have to cash in a Gil Noise then.
Yeah, no shot.
Like Spy just gets the job done.
He's got to try. Yeah.
And if they don't have Glade, then it's quite a tough board to handle.
Especially after you see them already commit a Lily to a pretty unimpacted
Right.
board, yeah. So this Vi has very high odds to survive here, depending on what Photon draws. Garden's Allure.
You can definitely cash that in. Because theoretically, you have Starry Sky. That gives you a little bit of damage. And then I guess this turn it might just be... Like, optimally, you just need to take care of, you know, the permanent followers on this board. But unfortunately, a lot of this is random damage, so you don't get to choose.
I think best odds is Cairn, Bug Alert the Cairn, Fairy Arrow? Okay.
Let's see what we... Ooh, okay, Bugler are going to be fused in. Let's see what this draws. Oof.
I don't know
Not
about
quite.
that. That's tough. Cairn, Bug Alert the Cairn, Fairy Arrow was not guaranteed. Okay. That's tough too. Wait, was it? Cairn? Buckler.
Use a lure. Ooh.
There's Blade. And then Eradicating
Blade a
Arrow
little late.
hits. Ah.
Okay, we're still getting 5 damage, but at least it's not 11. Could have been 11.
It could be 7 here if the Gildan Lease just hits the 5-3.
True.
This
Could be,
starving world
yeah.
begs for me.
Out of my
That's big.
A very strong push. I mean, the game plan against Roach has never changed. You need to win before they get the combo.
I don't know. I think there are a couple of plays in the early game that Photon, I think, maybe used some resources too prematurely. Like that Lily
I think
sync
especially
was
the
tough.
Lily.
Yeah.
The Lily, I really think, was a little premature there.
I mean, this is an easy full clear, but you're already in, Odin into Orcus turns, right? That's the problem. And if you're not presenting
Yeah.
threat, the Odin's also going to banish your Godwood. Carbuncling now.
Don't look away.
Just for the heal off of the Deepwood?
You get to trade everything away pretty safely, and the May does give you the answer.
The tribulations continue.
But even then,
Starry Sky. Okay. Odin and a puppet cleans up really nicely here. Zvi as well cleans up really nice here.
if you can connect for one more turn, you do. I mean, this Bale is gonna go down to 1 if this board is cleared. So you do have 2-0 costs in hand, together with double Roach. Winning from.
I think. Is this crazy? You just Odin the Carbuncle, evolve it, go face. Just have 3 on board sticking. And then. Do you even need to Odin evolve? If you Odin regular, don't even evolve it, make them go down to 5. They can't trade their full board into your Odin. Your Odin only has 2 health. They're kind of stuck with board space problems. And then next turn you just Orcus and win.
I think the game plan is valid. The other thing I was thinking is you can Zwei, and you do have 3 wards you can set up from this,
This might hurt.
or just trade, of course, the puppet in too. It looks like that is going to be the option.
I can't.
This does give you full clear, but as you said, now there's only 2. Okay, not even full clear.
I guess it's
2 wards.
I guess it's fine because Orcus plus Puppet is 9 damage anyway. But do you know that they have Deepwood in hand? They can heal out of range. I think I like the Odin that previous turn, but I'm simply a humble caster.
I mean, thing is, Orcus on an empty board with the puppet that's in hand is also 9 damage, no?
No, but they can heal out of range with Deepwood, and we know that he knows that
he's alright.
he knows
He's
that he
alright.
generated it with Lambert Can the previous turn. Whereas if he pushed with Odin, Odin would have pushed the forest down to 5, and they wouldn't have been able to heal out of range of Orcus the turn after. Right? So
True. Hold up, Deepwood. Combo 4, combo 6. This is. You do get the 1 damage ping off of this. Bale to 0. Wait, this is actually game.
Is it game?
Isn't it?
Game.
No, wait, we don't have the bounce, do we? We don't have the bounce.
There's no bounce. Oh no, but there's
we
a
have
second
2
roach.
roaches.
There's a second roach.
This is going to be the 2.
7,
Yeah.
7 plus
This is
8.
15.
It's 16.
16? 1 off?
It's 1 off. Yeah, I knew it wasn't game.
Where did we go wrong?
And now if you just recover with Sylvia, you win, right? Sylvia up to 5. Oh, but can you clear?
Sylvia super evolve. Oh, you're missing a puppet, huh?
Oh, no, what, you can
puppet-
just Sylvia-
Yeah, Buffstar Puppeteer.
Sylvia kill the 5/5, the 4/4, and the 8/3, and then just Love Struck double puppet, right?
Yes, exactly.
I lost my strengths.
Or set up a ward, also an option.
I don't miss.
I don't hate this option if you're expecting third Roach.
To be heard, let down your guard. Come back.
And honestly,
Yeah, I suppose.
you kind of do expect third Roach in these situations.
Let down your guard.
After seeing 2,
I think you have to trade both the enhanced if this is your line. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to keep the 1/6 as healthy as possible here.
Wait, Photon has lethal with Starry Sky? Oh no, Starry
The
Sky only
Starry
procs
Sky
off the
is-
crest. It's last words.
Yeah,
It's only on the start of his next
last
turn.
word, so you don't
Yeah, yeah.
get it yet.
Yeah, it's only on
It
the start.
has to
of his
wait a turn.
He doesn't have it. Wait, Glade? What can Glade pull?
Blade does not.
Nothing enough. Yeah, not enough.
Yeah. Carbuncle Bug Alert? No, not quite. Just give you 6 damage in.
I see.
Starry Sky is a 2 random damage ping, and then you can trade.
This is a breeze.
This is a full
And
clear.
then Fairy, and then Starry Sky, and then that way, if they don't heal, you win.
No, you don't win because Starry Sky's combo 5.
Oh, you're so right. Oh, it's combo
This is
5.
a
Yeah.
breeze.
Good lord. This is much further away than I thought.
I failed you.
So you fairy, and then you have to Starry Sky just to kill the. Oh no, you can bug alert technically.
You can Bug Alert.
No, you can't. There's nothing to bug alert. You have to Starry Sky.
True.
Darn. Okay.
And that's not
You have to Sylvia here. You just Sylvia.
Sylvia heal. Sylvia heal, and if they don't see the second roach, the thing is, if they do draw a roach, they can just randomly win.
Yeah.
18 cards left. 5 defense is not a lot. You have no way to set up wards.
Do you?
Maybe super evolve
but-
for a heal.
I think that might have to be the case.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Haven't seen this one in a bit. But hey, if
A
that's what
lure?
you need, Guardian's Alert can help you draw.
Okay, fuse the Godwood, 100%.
Yep. Let's see what this finds. If it finds a roach, there's
That's
a
not a
world.
roach.
That's not it, and you don't have the clear anymore.
Yeah, that is curtains. It is curtains. GG and Kyonus moves on to the grand finals of the last chance qualifier, knocking out Roach Forest Craft from the competition.
That's crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. Whew. What a close set. Another banger 3-game set between these two players. Kyonus is going to be moving on to the finals. Oh, man.
That was nuts.
Incredible.
And now we're going to find out
Can't
very
believe.
soon who's going to fight Kyonus in that finals. This is going to be Gian or Sora. Two very different lineups, too.
That's right. Gian and Sora are remaining players. Will they also deliver us with a 3-game set? Another banger. And I'm excited. Again, as a reminder for those of you just tuning in, these two players are bringing some interesting lineups. Gian is also playing Puppet, and he's the only remaining Cresthaven player in the top 4 here as well. And Twilight Knights' Sora is bringing Leash and Up Portal together with Evolved Sword, a deck that I think people might not have expected to see in this top cut. So, man, so far it's been very, very interesting. Our 4 players, 8 different decks between them, and it's been nothing but banger after banger after banger. I'm trying to count in terms of the decks that we've seen. We've got 2 Loots, we've got 2 Puppets in the top 4 as well. We've got 1 Roach, 1 Evo Sword, 1 Lishana, and then I think I'm missing the 1 Crest. Yeah, so very interesting lineups overall. So we down to 4 players, but 6 different decks between them, which is also very nice to see. And we'll see between the last 2 that remain what deck types will remain. So for Kyonus, it is now Loot and Puppet going forward. And so then we'll see either a Puppet clash in finals or 4 different decks in finals. It's going to be very exciting to see which way it ends up going. But any predictions? Now that we have Gian and Sora here, Evil Sword, I think, definitely fell under a lot of people's radar. How are we feeling about that one here?
I think Gian is a very, very good player. I would like to see Sora win to get the 4 different decks in finals. I think also very surprisingly, Chris, to your point, no Earthrights, no modes in this top 6 here. Or into top
Right,
4.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty crazy. Like the meta is
With
still
3
pretty much
modes,
wide
with
open,
3
yeah.
modes in the top 8, none of them advanced.
and no
2
Earthrights
Earthrights,
advanced.
none of them
either.
advanced.
Yeah. Crazy, right? Crazy
Both
to think
Luke
about.
advanced, though.
Yeah, that's true. Loot's just that good.
Just had that.
All
I mean,
right.
a lot of people were saying, especially like the discourse in Japan has been very much like, oh, Loot really is just like the deck that if you know, as long as you play it right, it does feel like it has the best chances against the more wider format. A lot of the discords I feel like with this expansion has been like, you know, I play this deck, it beats everything except for this, and then I lose to that. Then I switch to this deck, it beats everything else except for this one specific deck. And so I think there is a bit of like sort of like Ferris wheel format going on, but at the same time, it does feel like there are some decks that have a bit more even spread of matchups. I guess Sword, Loot Sword in particular, is one of those decks.
I just love this photo. It's hilarious. And it's so good.
Yeah, dude.
All right, guys. Once again, this is the last semifinals before we go to Grands. TK Sora with Evolved Sword and Lashena Hybrid up against Gian with Cresthaven and Pure Puppet. Who is going to take it going into this match? The players are already in the lobby just waiting for the game to start. What do you think they're going to queue first? I think maybe you just scout with your more comfortable deck. Like,
Haven first for Gian, maybe?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, there it is.
That's the case.
I mean, Gian is a Haven main, I think. So,
yeah.
Yeah,
I like their
kinda
CR is actually the same, so this could just be a ladder match.
Evenly matched, man. Absolutely. Love the
Starting
Southeast
with the Evil
Asian
Sword, though.
style. Big ceiling fan. Shout out SEAO. Let's go.
Love to see it.
Ooh,
very
Marvin
good
already
opener
picked up.
Here for
Yeah.
Gian. Look at this hand.
Meanwhile, sort of bricked in half. What the heck? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We're not doing anything until midway through the game.
What? Oh, no.
This ain't good, Chief. This ain't good.
Just lay down the sensor. Yep, 100%. Sora has to pass turn 4, too.
Oh my god, what is happening? This is a free Marwin. You don't see a free Marwin
Absolutely.
very often in this tournament.
What a... That's crazy, man. What an unfortunate hand from Sora. Oh, man. And now the 2-drop comes into hand.
Ugh. A little too late, but even the Luminous Megas here, all it can do is go wide.
Not even good, because you know it gets cleared by Blinding
defensively
Fade.
evolve one of them. Yeah, because otherwise you just get answered by blinding.
I mean, Blinding is really good here anyway, right? You just do it.
Yeah, regardless, still amazing.
Yeah.
Well, you can blinding extra play point is going to refresh anyway for the torrential, and then that gives you a full clear, and you're still doing 6 damage face.
Do you need to torrent a 3/5? Do you care? That's
You're
what I'm
losing the play
wondering.
point though, so what else are you?
Oh
losing?
yeah, you might as well.
You can
right?
only use it on 2-drop.
Or you could just play
If you're gonna
devotee.
the blinding.
Okay, he's got
Yeah.
to go for it. All right,
This
go
is-
face.
This is a strong play.
Clean. Man, Sora with the absolute brick in this first match of this set. Can he claw it back? It's looking a little tough given the quality of Jean's hand. Gian? Gian's hand.
Gian.
Gian? Yeah, that makes sense. I think I've pronounced it a different time every single time I've said it, which is pretty funny. Good stuff.
That's really good. Rodeo.
That is big. Oh, man.
Removal without needing to... Like, that's the thing with Gildaria. Is like, you think about which way you should be trading, whether you want to trade in the small ones. You just saw an AoE board clear, so you're like, oh, I guess there's going to be more AoE board clear. Let me leave one tall thing up. It's like, nope, doesn't matter. Heal takes care of it.
Such a good card.
Already down to 12. Could be a Golden Knight Super Evolve mode.
Golden Knight can heal you to 16. That's something.
That is something, yeah. But is that something enough?
I think you gotta save a super for sure, because you want to Amelia Luminous next turn. So this might be Golden Knight auto evolve.
Yeah.
They-
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and then just next turn Amelia Luminous. Oh, interesting.
Ooh, Luminous here, super evolving the Steel Clap.
Oh, to be fair, Amelia Luminous wouldn't have been good in this matchup anyway. I just remembered that they have Unholy Vessel. So yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
right. You do get
Yeah.
fully cleared. can technically do that here as well. But maybe if you don't see the vessel here, you think, oh, you don't have it. Interesting.
Not bad. And then you evolve this.
Lumiere
And
effect.
the Grimnir effect actually procs after the Marwyn effect, though. So nope. Yeah, you just gotta trade. No point in proccing the Marwyn.
Fulfilled.
Okay.
8 play points. I guess we might be holding onto both Golden Knights for 9 play points, and then
Yeah.
you actually do get to heal a lot from those for 2 turns.
It's actually not over by any means, despite TK Sora skipping 4 turns in a row.
Right.
Kind of crazy to even think about it, right? But it's true. Super Evolve Gildaria plus Luminous. Oh, you can do yeah. That's a full clear. And presents a huge board. And you saw no Vessel last turn.
Moving out. You.
This gives you a good clear. You are out of evolve points. So Albert Lethal is now out of the question. However, you do have 2 free evolving 9 play point cards in hand. And that will definitely help to claw you back into this game.
Oh, there's Vessel off the top, though.
Likely a good place to play it.
Yeah, not bad. Like, given perfect information, we can see that Gian can Vessel, and then next turn they play Golden Knight, and then you just De La Field. And you're totally fine. You can even evolve Wilbert as well.
The other thing is you can Vessel and Devotee here. Vessel will also free up the face, so that's 4 damage. So you're also lining up for a Disenchantment lethal next turn if they don't have any heal.
Right. And you have Gildan Lease in hand, too, if you actually need that extra burn. It's looking really good for Gian.
Yeah. Well, the question is, I guess, if you're assuming you won't see more vessels, when do you want to go into it? This is also not too bad. The Wilbert doesn't give you full clear. But you get
Yeah,
5
because the Marwyn...
rest.
Oh, yeah. The 7-1 stays alive, which is really sad. Can Sora take advantage of it? I think not, because the 5-9 stat line is just way too big. Like, you play the Golden Knight, but you're still going to leave up a 2-4 and a 2-4 on the field.
Yeah.
Unless you... and then you trade Gildaria, so you're still leaving about 2-4 total.
Yeah, it is a little bit suspect. Zeta Bea is also not really doing enough. Immediately gonna see what we find off the top first. You are somewhat limited in your options, but this Luminous is quite good because it gives you
Luminous
the
Seophon.
damage. Now Seophon will evolve everything.
You can at least connect... You can connect most of this to face now, right?
Moving out.
Yep. Needed. 5 damage can go in easily, and then you have... It's not the cleanest, but you do have ways to answer the 2-4s that come out.
Yeah, and the 7 just goes to the dome.
Be good. Full clear, even without any evolve point. That's the magic of Evolve Sword. So much built-in evolve, but just don't run out of time on the 7 damage. Here we go, down to 11. Ooh, Blinding Faith is quite
Blinding
green
Faith is
here, and you can just
so
cash in all your
good.
healing.
That is such a good draw. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my heart and stars. All right.
Down to 8. This is a Disenchantment lethal.
This enchantment also got Gildan Elise. Oh no, yeah, still got Gildan Elise in hand. That's right. Right there, the
True.
third card. I think Gian is pretty happy about this, right? Saw your opponent skip 4 turns. All right. Good first
Yeah.
game.
Looking good. I think you're kind of forced to Golden Knight here.
Golden Knight bring up to 12.
Yeah,
But
you go up to 12. The problem is that DLF answers this,
yeah,
and then
DLF.
you get to...
Oh no, Marwyn's better because it extends your supplicant. for the next turn.
True.
Yeah. That is really good.
Checkmate situation.
And now, Gian has Gilnelise and... Yeah, this is curtains. Oh! Insult to injury.
Another disenchantment. Here comes the
Yep.
vessel. And that is going to be 4, 4, and another 5 to give Gian that first win And one game closer to the grand finals here of the last chance qualifier.
Really didn't get to see the potential of the Evolved Sword there, though. That was a really unfortunate early hand from TK Sora. Yeah.
I do feel like when you see 4 turns of nothing, it's a little bit tough to come back from that.
All right, let's see if he can run it back or if the bad luck will befall him yet again.
We have much to
Yeah.
discuss. With rain.
Oh, already a
This
better
time.
hand, significantly.
Not
This is
really
hard
much of a
for
mirror.
Sword, though. This is really hard for Sword. I feel like Puppet farms this like board-based strategy every time. Yeah, this is really hard for Sword now.
Yeah, I mean, the value of your 2 drops is already quite tough. Luminous Lance Trooper doesn't get to trade anything well. Devotee gets taken out by a puppet. It hurts either way.
And Gian has the Zwei on the Evo turn, which is just backbreaking. This is really tough for Sword to win, I think. Okay.
Yep. Trade. Leaving up the 1-1 as it's not really posing much of a threat. You can Puppet Theater, take out the Devotee next turn. It's really not much of an issue. Gilded Boot's going to help to balance things out a little bit. But
Kind
honestly,
of.
emphasis
Oh,
on the little
another
bit
Love
part.
Struck.
Oh my god.
Goodness gracious, all 3 of them. It's not
This is
February
such
yet,
a
man.
huge
Slow
start.
your roll.
The only downside in this current hand is that beyond Spy, there's no other top end, so you're gonna have to gamble on the Lyria, but Lyria does have a lot of good targets to find here,
But what does Gian do against this Zwei?
right?
This turn is kind of awkward. I guess you just play Puppet Theater.
Yeah, Theater pass. I don't know about the Lyria here. You don't have any top end in your hand.
Do you believe in miracles?
I mean, I think if you've made it this far, you gotta be believing in miracles to a certain extent.
This is a...
These are Zirconia uncontested. That being
But
said,
Zwei answers this so cleanly is the
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
5 for 5.
Okay, to be fair though, Sora has a really great hand. He's got infinite gas with the 2 Amelias. And now that we're going into turn 6, instead of the turn 4 extra play point to Zwei, he actually does have an answer with Gildaria, right?
That is true. That is true. Yeah, the question is if you want to cash in another puppet just for the wards. I don't think it really matters here. You're not playing as an aggressive matchup that's trying to go face where the wards would matter, or like random damage like Abyss where that would matter either.
Yeah, and you know that they have
Preserving the puppets is
Gildaria on
much
the
better.
list. That's the thing.
Harmony of death and destruction.
Remember when this card came out first, and then everybody on Twitter just drew fan art of her for like 3 months straight? That was pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like that. Are we still in the middle of that 3-month straight period?
No, it's just
Oh,
another
Orcus picked
Zwei.
up. That's a
Yeah.
big one, especially next turn.
This might hurt.
This is huge. Another tie comes down. 6-6 is nothing in front of Victoria as she does the trade without any repercussions. And now we have an extra play point. Orcus, potentially for next turn to keep piling on the pressure. Odin is also another option. Lyria can be used down the line as well in case you want to fish for a Beelzebub. Quite a lot of options.
I think you do not go for the 5 damage gamble to hit Zwei, do you?
Other
have any
options are
other
kind of limited though. Devotee here gets to swing in with the boots. That takes out the first target, and then
This is
I mean,
now
Grand
a
Vegeta can do
50-50.
random. If it hits the 5/5, you pass. If it doesn't, you have to super
Oh,
evolve. Luckily, you don't.
nice, very nice.
That was a big gamble though.
That was big, yeah.
Duty draw
Noah?
finds a Noah, the one of I think.
Remain calm.
I believe so, yeah, because they're on 2 Sylvia, 1 Noah now.
Scalp up.
Everything hurts.
Not bad.
Serving the late game pools here.
Could be a Lyria into... Lyria can pull either Golden Knight or the one of Amalia. or Olivia. Ooh, that's an interesting pull. I think this is going to be Zirconia, though.
The Lord
Yeah.
Commander dons her mask.
The Zirconia. I think you have to
Of the stars.
get rid of the medical here because of the Bane pressure.
Wow!
Ooh, this Bobs is huge. I mean, you get to extra play point, take out 2 things, super trade 1, cash in 2 puppets on the 2 to ignore the Lyria.
Ignore the Lyria, go face for 4 with the UD, making that 6 damage this turn, putting them at 12. Next turn, Orcus is 8 plus 4 is 12 if they have no healing. Or go even further beyond, ignore the damage.
Oh my god.
Next turn, Orcus plus Enhanced Puppet. You've got us in the bag. I don't think there's any healing that can get out of this range now.
I don't think so. Even with Golden Knight, it comes down to if you want to choose to use the puppets to take out one of the 2/2s.
I don't think you need to.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Heal up to 20.
I like this a lot. I like this a lot.
Yeah, even if they had Albert, it would only be 18 damage.
Fly forth into an endless sky.
All right, Olivia. That's not healing. Gotta
Grimnir.
pump the Gilded Goblet.
Even
He goes in with a super. Passes
Yeah,
it
this
to
is a clear.
Grimnir.
Yep.
Vortex, dance!
So is this out of Orcus range now, right? No, Orcus is 12 plus 3 plus 4, 16, right?
We currently have, because of the enhance, right? There's only 1 ward on the board, so she's gonna take that out. It's gonna be
It's 16.
Oh, Puppet Cat off the top! Oh my god! Forget everything.
Even if it wasn't Puppet Cat, right? The enhanced puppet would have been 16 total, I think.
I do think so.
Yeah. So I think Gian had that in the bag. The first 2-0 of the day.
It is indeed. There you go. As you said, 16 damage. The Beelzebub buff coming in clutch. +1 damage across the board. And Gian is the only 2-0 to make it to Grand Finals. What a place to do a
Incredible.
2-0 as well. Really showing the domination and aura going into that finals against Kyonus. But of course, shout out to Sora as well, representing Team Twilight Knights, making it all the way to the top 4. And, you know, for everyone that doesn't make it past the, finals of LCQ, while this might be the last tournament of the SBO for this year, I think there's definitely a lot of expectations. The game's been very popular. The tournaments have seen, record-breaking attendance every time. So I do think that surely should have a good implication for tournaments going into next year. So, don't slack, keep it up, and make sure to also tune into World Grand Finals as well to, cheer on all of your fellow SPO reps as well.
Absolutely. But now, guys, that was it for the semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're headed. The Grands is going to be between Kyonus and Gian. Kyonus, a player who played all the way back in Classic and almost made it to Worlds 8 years ago, versus Gian, who's been consistently topping this entire time. Who is going to make it into World Grand Prix? We'll find out in the Grand Finals right after this short break. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. No, but it's in.
Yeah, you get to keep 1 on the board still. They need to use the blade to answer your B. An additional 18 damage coming with the boots, thanks to being on 10 play points. And Kyonus is coming in close to qualifying for Worlds, way back in original Shadowverse, and now 1 win. Into the barrier.
Slash here. Okay, I understand.
And the
that.
slash. Okay,
That,
that does
honestly,
take it
not
out, and
bad,
you're also
not bad.
pushing some good damage.
Yeah, not bad. This also lets you play Ultras next turn, get the crest up, and then evolve it for more.
Yep, Albert's gonna come on down. 3 damage AoE. 6 damage off the trade. There you go.
Wham!
That is gonna be
Give up.
another 3-game set. The tradition continues, and you don't have the clear anymore.
Yeah, that is curtains. It is curtains. GG and Kyonus moves on to the grand finals of the last chance qualifier.
DLF answers this.
Yeah,
And then
DLF.
you get to...
Oh no, Marwin's better because it extends your supplicant. for the next
True.
turn. Yeah. That is really good. Yeah. This is curtains. Oh, insult to injury.
Another disenchantment. Here comes the vessel, and that is going to be 4, and another 5 to give Gian that first win. Again, one game closer to the. Forget everything.
Even if it wasn't Puppet Cat, right? The enhanced puppet would have been 16 total. I think.
You think so?
Yeah. So I think Gian had that in the bag. The first 2-0 of the day.
It is indeed. There you go. As you said, 16 damage. The Beelzebub buff coming in clutch. +1 damage across the board. And Gian is the only...
UD presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yudi, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
An azure cradle of all existence. The skies are at once fragile and ephemeral. And it is we, the wedges, who rise to anchor it. Nature incarnate, unsullied by any force. Unwavering in our resolve. Unbound to convention. Forever evolving. We are sentinels, with the power of the world itself. So come what may. Be it a cunning evil seeking to taint the skies, or a crushing despair hoping to sow chaos. Skyfarer, fear not what lies ahead. For the 6 dragons shall forever stand at your side. Shadowverse, Worlds Beyond. Skybound dragons. We are the foundation of the skies.
8 players showed up for the last chance qualifier finals today, but only 2 of them remain, and only 1 gets the ticket to the World Grand Prix on December 26th and 28th. And today, we get to see which of them is going to be the one to take it. It's going to be between Kyonus and Gian. We are your casters, myself, Different Fight, and Ignidius. If you're just tuning in, you tuned in at the best possible time, because we're about to crown our champion of the LCQ and the last player that we send from the SVO region to the World Grand Prix as well to represent our region. Let's take a look at the 2 players that are going to be duking it out from the bracket. Of course, they've had a pretty long journey to make it here. They've been playing since the beginning of the day, the very early morning hours, where they had to, of course, go through quite a lot of fierce opponents, both new blood as well as veterans of the scene from OG Shadowverse onwards. And of course, you can see here, I think in particular, Kyonus had a bit of a mix going up against Life, one of the OG GOATs from the 2023 circuit. Of course, very close set there with a 2-1 record, and then beating Photon, one of the newer players, in the semifinals. Whereas Gian had to go through Calvi in the top 8, which is also another OG name from actually a lot of these players were very prominent in 2023. And then just finished up against Twilight Knights' Sora, who's been playing competitively from a very young age, and that ended in a 2-0 finish. And now we have these two players, both seasoned veterans of Shadowverse, but only one of them can go to World Grand Prix.
That is right, guys. And if you want to take a look at the decks that they are running, we covered it all during the quarterfinals, so make sure to check the VOD on the official Shadowverse channel. But just as a quick reminder, Kyonus is playing the Loot Sword Puppet Portal match, and Gian playing Cresthaven Puppet Portal. So 2 Puppet Portals in top 8, 2 Puppet Portals in finals. Can you believe it?
Yeah, pretty crazy. 2 of them managed to convert so well. It's kind of unthinkable. 2 of the loots that we had, one of them is also in the finals here as well. And Gian also, one of the 3 Crest players.
Yeah.
Is also in here as well, which is very, very impressive.
I mean, if anybody was thinking that Puppet was not the top dog, reconsider. I mean, it's pretty clear what is going on here, right?
Right. Lishana made a good effort, but didn't make it quite far enough. Now we're going to see the Loot versus Haven. The non-puppet list are going to be in the lead.
With rain comes death.
Okay, this means it's actually quite likely we get a Puppet mirror later in the day.
Yep. So far, all but one of the games today have been 3-game sets, and hopefully the grand finals gives us a banger on top of that.
Fantastic pickup from Kyonus here with that tablet off the mulligan. Now having a turn 2 supplicant into a tablet, trying to find the Sincero right away.
Very good curve off, from the very beginning of the game. Tablet, also as you said, going to give us that extra draw power, and then that gets smashed into pretty good turn 4 options as well. So the curve right now is looking pretty top tier.
I think it is just Slam Tablet here. I don't see any other play that's worth it, right? Return the slab. Hey,
Ooh.
wow. I really called that.
I guess the only concern is if the game goes long, since it is Haven. You could risk checking out, but you have... You could choose not to draw from the tablet. It's not compulsory. So
Yeah.
You could have as many as 12 turns if you choose not to use it at all going forward, or as little as 6 to 7 turns.
I think if you also don't kill with the pieces you get off tablet anyway, it was over in the first place, to be fair. So.
Yeah.
Oh, great pickup too with the Octress from the top. Kyonus, the deck is singing to him right now.
Oh, it absolutely is. Might be a little bit hard to hit the face. Slam the Octress here. Gonna go for the Zeta Bear instead. I do like this. It does get answered fairly easily by a Blinding Faith, but they don't have the Blinding Faith, and they want to do the optimal case, which is of course Marwyn, and this board is pretty nasty.
I think Kyonus is pretty happy to see the Gilnelis here. Tells no Blinding Faith, no Marwyn, no Grimnir, I think.
Yeah.
Gives quite a bit of information. And then next turn with 5 play points for Kyonus, I think it is going to be the Octress Evolve, get the loots in hand, right? And start fusing.
Yep. That way you have a pretty clear path towards winning the game as well with Sincero, Odin, Tentacle, and then any other closing thoughts basically in terms of
Owlbear in there, right?
Plays.
Yeah. I think Octress is very likely, and then you probably fuse the knife into the slash, I would guess, because the slash gets you another knife. Go from there.
The second tablet is really not the best thing to see, but
kind of dead. Yeah.
you don't have any way to discard it in this deck either, which is the unfortunate part.
Slash Fuzeroni.
Flash does give you an extra card draw as well, so that's just one thing to keep in mind. You choose to just draw from that without necessarily drawing from the tablet this turn too. If there's nothing you're particularly hunting for.
That's another knife. You choose that into the Sincero.
The tribulations continue.
Or face, honestly. Yeah, actually, I like that.
Pretty good.
All right.
Control the hand with the necklace fuse. Down to 5 on the countdown.
Well, you only have one Sincero. I think there's no reason to keep the necklace. You just play it onto the Octris here.
Yeah, right. Grimnir, but no Marwyn.
No Marwyn, and importantly, no Congregant as well.
Mm-hmm.
Fate howls like a tempest.
Brace yourself.
Here's the board.
Ooh,
Gets
that's
evolved.
really bad.
Wow.
Tribulations.
That's really bad. Oh, man. All right, strong start from Kyonus.
The one good thing is that the play point was going to expire anyway, so cashing an
Yeah.
extra play point just to heal for was, you know, kind of worked out. Devotee,
True,
the
that's
Sincero
true.
starting to get pretty tall.
So Sincero only has necklace in it right now. This is a free boots, so
And
another
as you said before,
slash.
you only have the one Sincero, so you don't need to necessarily be keeping any of the loots that aren't as necessary in duplicates.
Yeah.
But the blade is always extra chip damage. The boots is always extra, you know, face damage.
I think you just
Heals
play the
over
slash.
healing.
You play the slash with no
Necklace, you're going to
fuse.
be cashing in multiple times.
And then I think you just play the boots on the quick blader evolve phase.
That is a line, and I think we're going there.
Hollowness
Remnant
acquired.
also now picked up.
I'll leave you in the boy, you're slow.
I think the Octris. The Octris was an opening hand, so there should still be
No, it
one
wasn't.
in the deck, right?
The Octris was from tablet. There's no more.
Oh, it was from
Octrises.
tablet. Okay, never mind
No.
then.
The Sincero was the first draw from Sincero. It was first draw from tablet was Sincero and then Octris back to back.
Okay.
No.
Goes to show how
pretty
important
sure.
it is.
Fair judgment.
Rodeo. Oh,
This can clear without evolving.
Behold the
but do you want to save the? I think you save the DLF for after the Sincero turn because it's a 0/0 play point clear 9 attack or 9 defense body.
Ooh, but man, this is a very clean set of turns, I think. Oh, we're shutting down the heals.
That's very
Evolving
important.
face. And this is
And I
lining
think-
up a lethal.
Kyonus is actually also pretty happy. The Supplicant crest expires, and no way to activate this enchantment. No Temple of Repose, so everything's lining up pretty well.
You do have a fair bit of healing here in this hand.
Just the sensor, no?
It's the sensor and technically the dose.
Heal to 13. But you.
This enchantment is going to get counted down. But you do, if you get one crest next turn, which you do have the access to, that does give you 4 heal back. So at least you're avoiding the Albert surprise lethal. And this should be likely just, I mean, Sincero plus the token spell is not giving you enough right now.
Especially since you want to save your super for Albert. So.
Yep.
Actually, Gian lines up pretty well here, where if Kyonus doesn't present a lot of threat, it's really easy for him to heal back up because his amulet goes down to 2 countdown, and then he can just play Devotee and pop it, healing 4 back. Interesting.
Longer again, we're going to just go for Sincero fuses, Goblet heals, and take care of this board.
I think you fuse the boots, or his boots already in there. You can pop
I feel
this
like
to get
it might have already
cup.
been.
Yeah, you can get the cup from this.
Oh, we're missing boots and cup actually.
Judgment
Yeah,
delivered.
and then just remnant
Yo,
now.
and then remnant for the 4 damage down to 9.
So this is tough because we know that this disenchantment will heal him back to 13, which is out of Albert range.
Yeah, you need to wait another turn for Albert boots. That doesn't help either. And even then, now you're going to start lining up the 4 defense wards.
Yeah, very likely this is Congregant.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Just going for the. Oh, and he needs the. Yeah. He needs the last play point for Morrowind. The last evolve point for Morrowind, which he still doesn't have.
True.
I just realized. Okay.
Ooh, Zeta Bear pickup is good here though, because that gives you a bit of extra chip damage. You can't. You're not doing enough though, because they can heal to 17 theoretically here. So even if you do 3, they're on 14. That's not enough. Technically, with Albert boots, that's enough. Then you have to pray for them to not have another 4 defense ward, and with the devotee crest, that's coming up.
Yeah. I think
Definitely.
what you foreshadowed at the beginning of this match may come to pass. Will Kyonus deck out while Gian holds on just by a thread?
Yeah, there's a pressure of that as well, which is pretty rare in a lot of these matches. So we're gonna just push in some damage. Can't forget the Sincero angle is always there.
If you spend the boots now, that's 1 less damage from your Albert.
Yeah, they heal back up to 13 again. I guess there is a line where you tentacles next turn and hope that they're out of healing.
They heal to more than 13 if they play the Blinding Faith as well.
Yep.
They heal to 16.
And this is a good
right?
board to play it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point you don't need the Marwin, you can just stall out until deck out essentially. This should be the draw 2. Still no Marwin, bottom 16.
Bottom 16 Marwin. Gilnelise is okay. I think you do just Congregant and then pop the thing now.
Blinding Faith is also neat.
My concern is that you might need the Blinding Faith clutch heal just to get out of range. Because Sword has very limited reach. And if you're just past the threshold, you can outmaneuver.
That's true. 3 turns. Kind of tough. Sincero gives you 8 damage. You need a way to do enough that you can get to that point.
So can you just Odin here, go take them down to 9? Odin plus Quickblader, take them down to 9. Wait! No, Albert Quickblader is just out of range as well.
Yeah. But this one Quickblader is actually going to be very, very clutch.
I think you save the
Comes
Quickblader.
in. Ooh, being faith up.
The good thing about this Odin too is that can't blind play Gil and have to play DOT first, or else they can't heal.
Yeah, that's a very heads-up play as well.
Yeah.
Limits the healing potential. You can technically DOT on your own DOT
Back to
in, but it was a 12.
This is lethal now with Albert plus Quickblader. Albert,
Yep.
super evolve Quickblader trade. Go face.
Later can go in. Albert
Yep.
can take it out. Kyonus is looking to make his regrets turn into new achievements. With
What
this
is
Albert coming in with a 12 damage and putting him 1 game away from going to World Grand Prix.
Chris turned into a warrior philosopher for a second there. I don't know what that was about.
Hey man, he was this close to making it to Worlds all those years ago.
That's
He's been
true.
living with that regret for how long? Can you imagine?
And now he's finally about to get there. Only 1 game to go, as you said. But Gian will not let that go so easily.
We have much to
As you can see the pressure on his face.
It's okay.
Just look at the expressions.
Enjoy yourself.
Ooh, another weird hand from Gian, honestly.
Surely
No
this time not
Sanctuary.
bottom 10 Marwyn though, right?
Yeah, right?
Just need the deck to do its thing.
Oh, and Kyonus has extra Zwei into Zwei, which is really good. This...
I don't know about cashing in the Puppet Cat. Early pressure can help into this matchup, but you don't have a 2-drop that sticks on the board right now. Yuri is nice. This gives you Puppet Theater, Yuri, Zwei. Very nice curve.
Yeah, it's nice. And the Zwei with a 5/5 stat line, kind of hard for Gian to answer in a lot of ways. I think you do just Theater here.
I think Theater is safe. It'll just give you gas for the long term.
Interesting. Extra play point Yudi plays better against turn 3 Grimnir, which was definitely a consideration. So I understand that. But the problem with this is now your turn 3 is super weak.
Yeah, it's gonna be just Theater unless you pick up something better than that, but Grangita, not quite.
That does help a little bit, because now at least you have Grangita turn 4 into Zwei turn 5, but I think if you save the extra for Zwei turn 4, that could have been backbreaking potentially.
Yeah. Rodeo. This Blinding Faith will take care of the board.
This is just an easy Grand Slam.
Grand Slam, Boot Slam.
Didn't even realize. That's kind of a pun. That's kind of art what I did there.
It's kind of, you know, I'm not the only one saying random lines that you'd find in a book.
Yeah, this is true.
Ooh,
If you think we say random stuff on cast, you should hear what we say off cast. Some literally just like adult Coco Melon coming out of the... Okay, Congregant is a great pickup though. Finally have some way to tutor that in Marwyn. Oh, not there yet though.
Doesn't find it. I don't like it. Why though? I'm gonna give an easy answer to this board while presenting a lot of stats.
Yeah, can this force as a vessel or nah? Let's see. He does have another Kong,
no
I guess.
easy, like devotee evolve. It's not exactly that great. Marwyn also is very awkward into this too.
Yeah, it's like the only thing you can do is like Congregant the 5/5 and then trade into the 6/1. That feels really bad though. Or you just Vessel.
Yeah, I do think Vessel is just not great. It's a card
There's
card.
Marwyn.
Man of the hour.
Man of the hour. Bro got fit.
Dude, it's crazy. Like if you only play Shadowverse Evolve without looking at, you know, any other Shadowverse like data, IP, digitally, then you look at Worlds Beyond gameplay and like, I don't know this Marwyn. I don't even know the fact guy.
I really miss Big Back Marwyn actually. I like him a lot.
Yeah. It was him.
Ooh.
No evolve.
Not even
that.
not even evolving.
Blinding Faith does answer this, and you do have. The problem is you don't want to be Blinding Faith in here. You want to be Marwinning. Marwinning. Damn.
Whoa. You're so good.
Crazy.
Well, why not evolve this Zwei here? I wonder.
Yeah, I feel like if you're afraid of Blinding Faith, it's good. If you're worried about Marwyn coming down, it's also good because it gives more random targets for them to whiff into.
I guess, yeah, if you evolve this Zwei, you do just get answered by Rodeo. Kind of.
Yeah.
No, do you? No, because the Rodeo takes out the 6/1. And then the enhanced puppet would have been in the way. So yeah, I think evolving this
You would
Zwei
have had
was...
to burn the DLF and gamble
Yeah.
on that, yeah.
I think evolving that might have been the way, but...
What, 2 blobs in hand.
Yeah, we definitely save one of our extras for that, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Wired here gets to take out the 8/8.
I think that's totally fine.
It's a pretty low impact turn, especially against a deck that you want to be pushing against.
But they have no permanent crests. No Marwyn out
so
yet.
right.
I think it's totally fine.
Judgment
Yep.
delivered.
Yep.
You, dear,
Good stuff.
I would give anything.
Just the one puppet, okay. This will get answered quite easily by the Morrowind. It's just give them the Morrowind setup turn in that sense, but you can only
no
put in
Grimnir, no
so
Willy.
much pressure without overcommitting, right?
Be your salvation.
Like this Morrowind's honestly not even that big of a not even that big of a deal.
Take my life.
Because right, no Wilbert, no Grimnir. You just extra bubs every time here. Is that his name in GBF? Beelzebub? Does the community call him Bubs? What do they call him?
We call him Bubs,
Not-
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We very much just call him Bubs.
Oh, speaking.
Lord. Wow, Grimnir in the wrong sequence again. Well, not wrong, but the not optimal.
Not ideal sequencing, I guess we could say.
Yeah.
Play another DLF. That's totally fine, I think.
But don't touch.
All right, getting some damage in.
Well, also,
But this is
emergency
gonna be another
healing available
Bubs.
as well. Beelzebub number 2.
That's big. And Puppet Cat in hand. If Gian plays literally anything, that is 2 bubs. That is 12 damage plus 5 is 17 plus 5 is 23. So
22.
22, 23? Yeah, something like that. Math?
So
Either
to
way.
break it down, I guess, for people watching,
Yeah.
we do have 2 buffs from Beelzebub. That gives +1 damage to the opponent's face every single time. But the heads up plays to not give anything to attack into.
And no trade targets for Puppet Cat.
Yeah. So that means that Orcus, normally, she would have been able to do a incredibly huge impact damage turn. But now the only way to heal here is actually Sylvia to heal 4.
And if you don't
is the maximum
Sylvia, you
damage-
die to Gilnalise and a disenchantment.
Ooh, is there a world where you still commit this? 'Cause, I mean, you do have Gilnalise to commit next turn for the finishing damage. How much does Orcus do if she doesn't have the thing, right? It's like 3 from the Lloyd, and then you still get 2 enhanced puppets. That's still going to be 13 plus a regular puppet, so you can still do 15 damage.
No, wait, is it? It's 4 plus 7 plus. No, yeah, right. With 2 bubs, yeah, that's pretty good. That's still a lot of damage. I think you still do.
Yeah, and then you just finish it with
Yeah,
a
yeah,
Gilnalise. I think. Well, you don't get the heal. I don't think you need to be worried at 12.
And you make a big board to get in the way of the Marwyn and the disenchantment.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Puppet Cat did come down in the end. Instead of going for a regular puppet or the damage here. Lightning Faith takes care of almost everything. Gives you some draw. You do have the dose.
Yeah, the
14.
Dose is good. The dose is really good here.
15. Heal to 19.
19 sank.
Down to
Down
10.
to 10. All of that burst damage has been completely undone. And that's the problem with committing an Orcus when you don't have the OTK. Gotta heal up with the Sylvia.
And grave.
The one good thing is that you still have the evolve points. And you still have ways to search the deck. Lyria picked up here as well. I think you gotta put down a puppet. Seeing how much of the burst they're putting down here. Let's make sure you don't overdraw your Orcus once it comes down. Ooh, some big cards being burned there.
I guess it's fine for the most part, though, because 2 Gilns in hand. So,
Yeah.
pretty good options here.
Only 10 cards remain in deck also for Gian here.
Do you spend the last super on Wilbert here just to get a permanent crest?
You do have Grimnir active as well. That being said, the Grimnir is also acquired after Marwyn.
Maybe you super the Kong and then set up a Sweetness of Veracity for the next turn. Oh, or just Supplicant. Okay, that works too.
5 crests. Back up to
Orcus
20.
picked up.
Picked up.
Orcus plus Puppet. Puppet is... That's lethal, right?
Nice strings.
That's lethal?
Yeah, this is, I think with the cat, this is indeed lethal because
This is lethal.
the cat buffed one is 6 damage on top of everything. just this trading is 3 damage. 3,
This is 7
plus 10 is 16
Yeah,
plus
that's
another
super
6.
legal.
That
That's
is going to
super
be 22.
legal.
That is
Yep,
enough
yep, yep.
damage. This puppet is coming in, and we have a 2-0 victory for Kyonus, locking in the World Grand Prix slot after
Incredible.
failing to do so at the very beginning of original Shadowverse. He comes back, a new evolved form of Kyonus, and manages to make it into World Grand Prix in Worlds Beyond. That is an amazing story right there.
Incredible, guys! Huge shout outs to Gian as well for putting up a great fight and coming in
That's in the chat.
second. But big congratulations to Kyonus, who is now qualified to the World Grand Prix. Just as a reminder, what these people were playing for, the World Grand Prix is a tournament happening at the end of next month in Japan, where the best players from all over the world compete for a chance to win around 700,000 US dollars. It's 100 million yen that you're competing for. So massive congratulations to Kyonus here. And guys, we will be having an interview with Kyonus in just a short moment as we get ready. Before Kyonus gets, all set up, I just want to ask Chris, I mean, this last LCQ here, the culmination of the Shadowverse Open circuit, kind of an incredible way to finish things off.
Yeah, dude. It was also really cool because it's the first tournament of the new expansion for the English scene. And the next one that we get to watch, essentially, is going to be the World Grand Prix, which is going to be the last tournament before the next expansion comes as well. So now you've seen the first instance of it. And then, of course, there'll be plenty of tournaments in Japan and whatnot as well for you to watch too. Or, community tournaments and whatnot. But you get to see the first instance of this format, and then you get to see the final evolution of it at the World Grand Prix. And that's going to be very exciting to see how the meta shifts and how, the players that have been preparing, those that qualified, some players qualified last year in old Shadowverse. I'm looking forward to seeing how they innovate on the game in Worlds Beyond as well. But I think we should have Kyonus ready for a quick interview here as well. So welcome our winner of the last chance qualifier, Kyonus. Be able to get him in. There we go. Congratulations. Welcome.
Bonjour, monsieur. Big congratulations for winning the entire thing today. Oh, can you hear us? Hold up.
Oh, 1 second. Let's see if we can get all the audio set up. I think there might also be that we need to just make sure that all the audio, the communications are live here. So we can just give our production side a second to figure things out. And then we'll just figure that out and get Kyonus back in here in a second. Lost a little back end. I guess we can also, in the meantime, we can technically also make sure that we have to also make sure that we are connected through audio properly into the software that we're using here. So over on the vMix.
Okay.
All right.
I think
Kyonus, do you hear us?
Yes.
Hey, congratulations,
Bravo!
man.
Congratulations!
Welcome.
Thank you.
I guess my first question is, sorry, yeah, we won't keep you too long because we know you've been playing all day today, so we just have a couple of questions for this interview. First of all, I just wanted to ask, how does it feel winning after it's been so long since you competed in Classic and now coming all the way in Worlds Beyond and actually making it to World Grand Prix? How does it feel after all this time?
At first it was really fun to be back, but the two games are really different, so I did not know what to expect coming into Worlds Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a different game. The new mechanics, like super evolving and all that. So, but it's good to see that you were able to come back and put in a good performance. How did you prepare for this tournament, I want to ask?
Yes. Testing with my friends and doing the ladder, and actually, if we talk about Worlds Beyond, I think the class ratings are really a good features they add for this game, and the higher you go in the ladder, it's make good practice because you run into better and better players. It's a point I really like about the new game.
100%.
for sure, I
The
think.
CR rating in Grandmaster is like a great elo system that the classic version didn't have, and it makes ladder actually super useful for testing purposes. All right, Chris, take it away.
Yeah, so I mean, you managed to qualify here, last chance qualifier. Only one person made it out of the entire tournament, and now coming in from having played the original version, you have technically the shortest preparation time of all the players that have qualified for the World Grand Prix. What is going to be happening in this month leading up to it? What is your plan going forward in terms of preparation for the big tournament, for representing the SVO region?
Right now I'm really happy that I managed to qualify, but thinking back about my games today, I know I made a lot of mistakes that could have easily cost me the entire run. So it's something I have to work on going forward if I want to perform at the Worlds, I think. But for now, I was planning to take some vacation regardless of my performance, so we'll take a break and then prepare for the Worlds.
100%.
Right.
Good to
Awesome.
reset the mental for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess for just closing out, if there's anybody you want to just give shout outs to, anyone you want to thank.
Yes, I want to thank my friends from the guild Baguette.
That's a funny name for a French guild. You know that, right?
Who helped me practice and encouraged me to compete. And also thanks my family who gives me support for competing and doing video games.
Yeah, amazing. And you can't have a good player without the people who are backing you up. So once again, Kyonus, thank you so much for agreeing to this interview. Big congratulations. Bravo, winning the entire thing.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in Japan, man. And good luck. You're representing the best of us. So really hope you're able to perform as well. Good luck, my friend.
All the best. And get some good rest. It's crazy hours now in Europe, so
Yeah, true.
you're
Yeah,
not
true.
too exhausted.
Yeah.
Please get some well-deserved rest. Once again, huge congratulations.
All right, Chris, that is it. We have crowned our last chance qualifier winner, and that is the last, technically, player from the SVO region to qualify for World Grand Prix. But if you're really, really invested, technically, you can go to Japan and try and sign up for the World Grand Prix LCQ. We have some graphics about that, actually. Let's take a look at the World Grand Prix information. Guys, World Grand Prix is happening at the end of next month. It is the biggest tournament in Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. We used to have these all the time in Classic as well, and it's the grand return with the new game. And let me just say, it's also probably the biggest card game tournament, just in general, because the grand prize, as you know, is 100 million yen. Day one is going to be in December 26th in a studio in Tokyo. And then between day one and day two, the grand finals is on December 28th. But day one decides 7 of the top 8 players. But then there's a last chance qualifier between day one and grands, where the last 8th player for grand finals will be decided. So right up until the very last second, there's still a chance for a dark horse to come in and win the whole thing. It's a very interesting tournament system because the grand finals is actually best of 5, which is very, very exciting and really very skill expressive as well. And you do not want to miss it, guys. If you can't make it to Japan, of course, you can always watch the stream as well and catch all the Shadowverse action and see who gets to be crowned basically a new millionaire. So very, very cool to stay tuned for that. We also have more details on the LCQ right here. Let's take a look, Chris.
Not the SVO LCQ, but the WGP LCQ. So as you can see, in between day 1 and grand finals, we do have, as previously mentioned, the last chance qualifier on the 27th of December, just 2 days after Christmas. And the entry period for this has already begun from November 14th all the way to December 4th Japan time. So that is not next Thursday, but the Thursday after that. So make sure you don't miss your chance to sign up if you are in Japan during this time, right? If you're on holiday for Christmas or for New Year's with your family, if you manage to get in through the lottery, just tell your family, sorry, I gotta be somewhere on the 27th. I'll see y'all in the evening. So, and if you manage to win the last chance qualifier there, then you tell them you won't be there on the 28th either because you're too busy trying to become a millionaire through Shadowverse. So make sure you enter. The preliminaries will be Swiss 10 rounds, followed by, of course, the finals, which is a single elimination 5 rounds as well, all in one day. So it's going to be best of 1 throughout the entire tournament, and the grand finals only will be best of 3 here as well. And so make sure you sign up. And also, the little note at the bottom, the entry period is different for players that live in Japan, so specifically for those coming outside of Japan from regions like the SVO. So don't miss your chance to enter. You have just a bit under 2 weeks, so don't wait on it too much. If you know you're going to be in the area, you might as well just sign up nice and early. And for all the other nitty-gritty details, make sure to check out the official SVO accounts, Shadowverse accounts in general, as they have all the details for you on the social media, and you can find everything there. Or, of course, just make sure you keep an eye on svo.gg. Even if the tournaments are done for this year, there's traditionally always been information towards what happens next year somewhere along the lines as well. So you want to keep your eyes peeled for that.
100%. Guys, there is actually an official website for World Grand Prix where you can get all the information on World Grand Prix. That is the next event coming up, the biggest event there is. So make sure you just look up on your little computer, Shadowverse World Grand Prix. You'll find the website and all the information on how to sign up for LCQ there. But for now, guys, that is it for LCQ. And Chris, that wraps up the SVO season for the year. It's been an immense pleasure casting alongside you over the past few months. So I'd like to give a huge shout out to Chris Different Fight, as well as, of course, production for making this entire circuit possible, and you, the viewer, for tuning in. For now, though,
make sure you thank Ignidius. Claps in the chat for Mr. Ignidius, of course, the GOAT, Mr. Shadowverse himself, of course, bringing us all this action throughout all the different eras of the game. And I think now that all that we have left to do is really, of course, we'll be here for the World Grand Prix, but for all of us, we got to cheer for our squad coming from SVO, beginning all the way from Shincha, by the way. Don't forget, we sent Shincha in there first and foremost all the way back on June 29th of 2024. It's a year and a half ago. It was our first representative. Going all the way to Kyonus that we just crowned mere minutes ago. All of our players are going to be presenting the SVO region, and I wish them the best of luck, all the best in their preparations, and of course all the best in day 1, because they also get a chance to run it back in the LCQ if they don't make it. So that's going to be very, very exciting to see as all the action unfolds on December around 27th, 26th, and 28th.
So, guys, make sure to stay tuned, eyes peeled, on the Shadowverse channels. We are, of course, casting the World Grand Prix next month as well. But from us here at Shadowverse Open, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next year.
Peace.